Welcome to GWENT Masters, the official esports series for GWENT The Witcher Card. In Masters, rivalries and friendships are established in an action-packed series of tournaments. Witness as the best GWENT players from all around the world go head-to-head for the title of GWENT World Master. GWENT Standard Rank Play is the entry point for all players wishing to join the world of GWENT esports. Each rank season lasts 1 calendar month, and its highest achievable rank is the Pro rank. To remain competitive throughout the seasons, players will need to actively participate in the rank play, reaching Pro rank as well as constantly vary the factions and deck types they use. Every ranked season players will be rewarded with crown points accounting to their achievements during GWENT Masters and its events. Players will receive crown points for placing in the top 200 of the Pro rank at the end of each season, official GWENT Open tournaments organized by CD Projekt Red, including online qualifier tournaments. You will be able to check how many crown points you have at any time at masters.playgwent.com. There are 3 tiers of official GWENT tournaments. GWENT Online Qualifiers are the entry tier tournaments happening twice a month through the GWENT Masters competitive season. Top 16 and top 64 players in the Pro rank leaderboard of the previous month will compete for spots in the next GWENT Open. The second tournament tier is GWENT Open. There will be a total of 4 open tournaments held throughout the GWENT Masters competitive season. Each of the events taking place every 2 months will feature 8 competitors. Finalists of the 4 online qualifiers from 2 previous ranked seasons. They will battle it out for a share of a prize pool and a spot in World Masters event. The GWENT Masters series will conclude with GWENT World Masters, the final tier of official GWENT tournaments. The event will feature 8 competitors, up to 4 winners of previous open events, up to 7 players with the most crown points accumulated over the ranked seasons leading up to GWENT World Masters. They will be competing for a share of a prize pool as well as a trophy and a title of GWENT Masters World Champion. GWENT Open and GWENT World Masters tournaments will follow the same single elimination format, with the winner being determined in a best-of-5 game series. Online qualifiers, on the other hand, will utilize a mix of Swiss system and double elimination format. GWENT Open and World Masters tournaments will have a base prize pool of $10,000 and $50,000 US. Additionally, GWENT Masters community will have the ability to contribute to the prize pool of each event by purchasing special items from the in-game shop. Ready to become a GWENT Master? Visit masters.playgwent.com for the complete rule set, tournament dates, and more details regarding the format. And make sure to follow @GWENT Masters official Twitter account. Play GWENT now.
Hello and welcome to GWENT Open number 4. My name is Pavel Busha and this is Geralt the Pup. I will let him go because he wants to go. I will be your host for the next 2 days. We will see the top 8 players go head to head, and we will see at the end who will be the last open qualifier participant going into World Masters Season 3. It's going to be an exciting one. I also will be showing some leaks throughout this weekend, and I also have something more about the Salvin event, which will be coming today. Really excited for that one. But enough from me, let's hear from our first pair of casters, Shinflake or Flake Miri, one of those for sure.
Well, how about both of us? I guess both of those are pretty good for me. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is GWENT Open number 4, season number 3. My name is Matt DeMarco. You can call me Flake. You can call me whatever you want. Just don't call me late for dinner. I'm joined, as always, by my co-pilot. This is Shin Miri. How are you, my friend?
Hey Flake, it's great to be back for Season 3, Open number 4. We're going to have some awesome games, awesome players, and some leaks, like Berja said.
Yeah, there's something coming around the corner. I don't know what it is. I know that you and I have not seen what it is. All we have seen so far is the fact that Berja's wardrobe today is kind of like luau at 3 p.m., GWENT Open at 4 p.m. kind of thing. It's like, you know, when you don't want to be late for the GWENT Open, but you still have to be on the beach in Hawaii. That's kind of what's going on over there. But yeah, hey, we got money to give away today to 8 fantastic players who have basically qualified for this tournament. There's 17,500 USD on the line. Again, that is basically pumped up. The tires have been pumped by the passion of the community. You guys out there for picking up all those cosmetics, those wonderful bundles out there.
Yeah, thank you so much for the supporting the Gwent esports scene. And if you want to continue doing so, you can also purchase the Great Oak bundle and the Great Oak board in the Shoop store right now. This will boost the prize pool of World Masters Season 3, currently scheduled for December of this year. And speaking of World Masters, Flake, this tournament is going to help determine who fills the last 2 slots to that end of year huge finale.
Yeah, the finale's around the corner sooner than we think. Again, based on what has happened in the past, we already had some World Masters occur in the short term, right? But now, we're back on schedule. Things are happening the way that they were designed, meaning that World Masters Season 3 is happening dare I say, a matter of weeks, almost. Weeks, a month and a half, maybe. We'll let you know. Promise you. You'll find out shortly. But friends, don't forget, hey, we're pros here. You guys are pros also. We got pros waiting down the line to play Gwent, but we've done this before. Again, the world being what it is, we're doing this all from the comfort of our homes, meaning that it is being beamed through time and space to reach your wonderful eyeballs and earballs so you guys can watch the tournament. But keep in mind that Twitch Observer is still online. So if you see some cards that you might not recognize, some interactions that may confuse you, go ahead and just hover the mouse over some of those wicked cool cards that you see happening to slam down on the board. Figure out what those are doing, right? Take advantage of the Twitch Observer.
Yeah, exactly. And we also have some very special rewards for you guys, the audience watching the event on Twitch this weekend. Every 2 hours, there will be a milestone where you can get rewards. If you link your GOG and Twitch accounts for the first 2 hours, you get 50 meteorite powder. At 4 hours, you get another 50 meteorite powder and the Karak Marine Avatar. At 6 hours, an Ultimate Keg, and at 8 hours, a second Ultimate Keg. So make sure you claim those drops in your Twitch inventory every 2 hours so that you can start your progress on the next one.
That guy looks a little bit like Repek. If you guys know who Repek is, he's the Polish Thor, but that dude kind of has a little bit of a similar look to Repek. Okay, so friends, the other part about this is the fact that, well, the Aretuza journey is coming to an end, and frankly, the Aretuza journey was twice as much as the Arawanza journey, but not quite as great as the Arathriza journey. But either way, if you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, which is most of the people that I just have discourse with, here is the Aretuza journey.
Welcome to Thaned Island, home to the continent's finest magic academy, Aretuza, where famous, influential mages roam the halls and train adepts in the arcane arts. In time, you too will emerge from Thaned, prepared and eager to fight for our cause. Discover a new type of journey, where you'll progress whenever you play, unlocking and collecting ever more extraordinary vanities, magical ornaments, shiny coins, colourful card packs, and 8 Aretuza game boards. Additionally, a new type of vanity awaits you. Music, equipable with every board. Return each week to learn more about the Mage's School and its history, and to reveal all the secrets of Aretuza.
All right, well, we've got 8 players waiting in the wings to go ahead and start throwing down when it comes to the quarterfinals here. Gwent Open number 4 for Season 3. So why don't we take a look at who these players are? They have qualified for this tournament. There is a seat up for grabs for the World Masters. We know that's what's happening. But hey, let's take a look here. Quarterfinal match stake, 875 bones on the line here. Chase versus Shaggy. These are 2 players. Again, we've known all about these 2. And how about Lord Triss versus Necrodal? That is the second portion of the top bracket here.
Yeah, and in the second half, we've got Sif Great Wolf versus Pork Belly, aka Wuhuapiao, and Lex Smiling versus Hanachan. Flake, we've got some new faces, we've got some returning veterans at Gwent Open number 4. One of them, like for example, Hanachan, he was a mainstay in Season 1 of World Masters, took a break in Season 2, and now he's back with a vengeance.
Yeah, he's back with a vengeance. It's here to just prove that, hey, I can stand the test of time. Shifting metas, new cards, doesn't matter. I can still throw down, and he has proven it up to now. That doesn't mean that he's getting the whole way. Of course, he's already climbed the hardest part of the mountain, which is, securing a spot at this tournament, but there's still so much further to go. And of course, what I'm looking forward to here is being able to cast If Great Wolf and maybe seeing perhaps today some showing of emotion on the Iceman, because that guy is just completely stoic. The Stoic Sentinel is just there to just play Gwent and not show an ounce of emotion at all. But hey, that's just my opinion. What about your opinion? You guys can let us know by using the hashtag Gwent Open on Twitter. Go ahead. I love reading these. Again, you can sort of, if you want to get in touch with me, there's so many different ways. But hey, why don't you get in touch with the entire Gwent community about this tournament? Who do you think's going to win? Is Hannah-chan back on the map? Why not make it happen? Let us know. Use the hashtag Gwent Open on Twitter. I know I read these. We all take a look at them. So let us know your opinions.
Yeah, and also speaking of the games, we should take a look at the brackets, introduce to you how the games are going to go down today, as well as potentially tomorrow. In each matchup, in each quarterfinal, you've got one player on top, one player on bottom. The top player will be going first, or blue coin, in games 1, 3, and 5 if necessary. Bottom player will be going first in games 2 and 4 if necessary.
Yeah, and this also often factors in. Again, the coin flip was basically determined by the draw show, and this is going to, it is going to factor in. The fact that what coin you're having is going to have implications in terms of what deck you're going to lead off with, right? So if we take a quick look at the bracket, Chase versus Shaggy, Lord Triss versus Necrodal, and then we go down the list with more. But knowing what that coin determination is very, very integral into these player strategies. It starts with the deck building process weeks ago, the testing, whatever, but that draw show is probably one of the more pivotal moments in terms of players' preparation, knowing when you're going first and when you're going second.
Yeah, some decks perform much better on red coin than on blue coin, and vice versa. So you need to have a balance in your strategy so that you have some decks dedicated to both, to each coin. And if all this talk of strategy is getting you guys interested in the game, if you want to get the game and play yourself for free, you can go to playgwent.com right now, get the game for free, as well, and check out our social media. We're at playgwent on Twitter and Facebook.
Okay, but hey, there's so much going on here. You can't count your kurchaki before they hatch, friends. So why don't we talk about all the money that's going on over here? Because we've got players that want to win some fat loots. So let's take a quick look at what the prize total is. I mean, $17,500. That's well above the $10,000 base prize pool of what was announced. Basically, that's sort of the ground floor, the foundation. Everything that's sort of above and beyond that is because of you guys, the community, supporting esports here at Gwent, purchasing some of the cosmetics, the bundles, etc. That has basically pumped this up to 17 and change. Now, the players are going to be fighting for a match stake. We saw it earlier, 875 is up for grabs at each one of these matchups. And that is basically divided based on how they perform. If you go 3-0, all of that money is yours, friends. Now, if you go 3-2, and based on how that sort of breaks up, you get the portion of that pie based on how many, the percentage of wins that you have versus your opponent. So lots to think about. But frankly, all these players want to do is just win, win, win. And I mean, these players are great.
Yeah, they are. They are amazing, and I think this is a great time to introduce ourselves to the first two contestants. It's going to be Chase versus Shaggy Nuts. We have conducted an interview with them this past week, and let's see what they have to say coming into Gwent Open number 4.
Hello there, Chase. Welcome back. Another familiar face here. Glad to see you again. You're coming back after dropping in the quarterfinals last time. Do you feel a bit more relaxed since you played in an open before, you got some experience, or maybe there's some more pressure just because you want to get further?
Привет. Да, к сожалению, в прошлый раз.
Hi, yeah, unfortunately, previously I got eliminated in a shameful way. The last game was just unlucky.
не повезло. Будет ли в этот раз проще или...
Is it going to be easier this time, or do I feel the pressure? No, I think there's any pressure.
Скорее проще, чем что-то...
I believe that it should be easier this time. Definitely less difficult.
Ну, в принципе,
Well, I think it's just going to be way easier.
проще будет.
Alright, yeah, the last game was definitely super close, right? Unfortunately, you didn't make it that time. Well, hopefully this time is gonna be a different one. Alright, and what do you think of the players roster this time around compared to the last time? It's pretty different, right?
Да, много новых лиц.
Yes, a lot of new faces this time. 2 of them are even my teammates. In general, I think that this tournament should be
Я
interesting.
думаю, будет что-нибудь интересное, кто-нибудь
Maybe someone will show us some good players or surprisingly good performance, something like that.
в этом роде.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's cool to see some new players as well, right? People are sometimes a bit bored with all the same faces during the tournaments, so this is going to be a pretty exciting one, not only for you, but for the audience, for the viewers too. Okay, and the last one for today, what would you say is your biggest advantage, your biggest strength as a player? And name only one, if possible.
Думаю, у меня скорее больше недостатков.
Well, I think that I have more weaknesses and disadvantages than strengths, so I really don't know what to say here.
Oh, come on, don't be so modest. But yeah, as the other players said as well, it's difficult to find some sort of strength in Gwent sometimes, because a lot of stuff on high level is dependent on luck, on some draws, for example, right? Alright, thanks a lot, Chase, for today's interview, and hopefully I'm gonna see you tomorrow, and good luck in today's matches.
Thanks.
Hello and welcome back, Shaggy Nuts, to yet another tournament. This is the last Gwent Open of the season, and there's been quite a few cards that were released recently, so I would love to get your thoughts on the latest expansion, Harvest of Sorrow.
Thank you very much, Ryan. It's good as always to be back for my 4th Open. I guess my 3rd Open, your 4th Open this year. So I've only missed one. It's something I'm quite proud of, but yeah, anyways. I'm liking the last expansion drop, like a few gems stand out to me, like for example for Northern Realms. The Northern Realms cards have left the greatest impact on me. Rafard's Vengeance is an amazing card. I love it, while it's hard to play outside of Inspired Seal due to the order without Seal and being vulnerable to removal otherwise. In Seal it's really a powerhouse, like great raw value, you get the thinning, and then if it sticks you even get the engine value of 2 extra points of damage for each soldier or mage you play adjacent. It's just a crazy card to me. And Alumni, like one of the highest power potential bronzes in the game now. Like you need a pretty hard condition for it. You need to stick the 2 patience engines for quite a long time, but the payoff is really crazy, and yeah. I like just bronzes that you can build decks around as well.
So would you say Rafard's Vengeance is your favorite card of the expansion?
Yeah, I would say so. It's definitely my favorite card of this 3rd expansion drop.
Okay, so as you said, you had quite a successful year, to be honest. You, as you said, joined 3 Gwent Opens, but not only that, you also were a Masters analyst as well for the past Masters finals, and you gathered a lot of experience throughout the season, even though you've been here since the start, right? You played Gwent since right the beginning of our time. Gwent's turning 5 years, actually, and I would love to know if you've got any favorite Gwent experiences. You can maybe keep it in this year, but if you want to go further back, that is entirely up to you. I just want to make it easier, because I think you've got a lot of experience to share.
Yeah, I mean, I started playing Gwent in 2017, right at the start of closed beta, like 1 or 2 months in. Actually, the invitation to the closed beta ended up in my spam mail folder, so I was a bit late to the beta, but yeah. I took a small break in between, or like two breaks in between, but yeah, I've been playing on and off ever since then, and it's been a pretty crazy 5 years. I can't even imagine it's been that long, but yeah, it has, apparently. Either way, yeah, like for this year, I've got a ton of great experiences. Like, first off, playing in qualifiers was amazing for me. Like, I've had very, very good results in qualifiers this year, and it's just been a ton of fun playing in a competitive open decklist tournament format with like a lot on the line. It's just where I thrive and what I enjoy the most in Gwents. And yeah, same for playing in the opens, right? I played in Open 1 and 3, and even though I ended up getting eliminated in quarterfinals in both of them, it was still a great experience. So I'm hoping maybe this open can be the one where I break the quarterfinal curse once again. And yeah, being analyst at Masters was like a completely new experience for me. It was great just like watching and picking apart the games from like the old school pros of Gwent who were battling it out for an insane prize pool with so much on the line. It was just an amazing event, and I'm super happy I got to be part of it.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time then. I know you've got some time to still practice before the tournament starts, so I'll let you do that. And yeah, all the best and good luck in your games.
Thanks.
Always an insightful look into their mindsets going into these tournaments here. Chase, obviously, maybe not as confident as Shaggy would be. You know, Shaggy saying, I've been here since the beginning, baby. Like, you know, I've been there, done that, seen it all. So this is just another, notch on my belt. Whereas Chase is just saying, you know what, I know my place here, and that I'm up against some pretty good players.
Yeah, and I mean, both of these players kind of have a chip on their shoulders. Both of them are, it's not their first rodeo in Season 3 of World Masters, but both of them have not yet been able to get out of quarterfinals in Season 3 at GWENT Open. So, I mean, after today, one of them will be able to say that they got past the quarterfinal cursed. Which one of them will it be? What do you guys think? Let's take a look at the Twitter poll and see who you think is favored between Chase and Shaggy Nuts.
Wow, it seems like the community might be echoing what Chase was saying, where that a little bit more of the confidence towards Shaggy here, almost exactly 3/4 just leaning towards Shaggy's way. And I mean, perhaps it's just the fact that, Shaggy has been on the analyst desk. He's a very familiar face amongst the community. There could be some bias in that regard in terms of leaning towards Shaggy. Now, that's not to say that Chase does not have a lot of chutzpah in going for him there as well. And we have seen upsets in the past. These are just opinions. You and I, we only offer opinions, right, Shinmiri? We do not know. That's why we play the games.
And yeah, it's going to come down to the players, how well they play this weekend, and what decks they bring. So without further ado, let's take a look at the decks the players are bringing. Starting with Chase. He's got Enslave, Inspired Zeal, Reckless Flurry, and Nature's Gift.
Okay, so here's the first thing that pops out into my mind is the fact that Enslave, which used to be kind of a Nilfgaard competitive scene mainstay, right, Shinmiri? This is a deck that you rely. You say, you know what? I'm going in with red coin on this because I can absolutely abuse this to potentially win on even. Now, there's nothing necessarily that you're locked in on with the Enslave ability. It's a ability of opportunity where you say, all right, I'm just going to use this when it's best suitable to get the most amount of advantage. You're not hunting for one particular card from one particular deck or faction. You're going to use it when it suits you best. But just kind of looking down this list, there's one card I feel that we should just kind of highlight, and that would be Lydia.
Yeah, Lydia is a new card released in the latest expansion, Harvest of Sorrow. Really, really powerful card for Nilfgaard. Very flexible, has great synergy with all the Assimilate units. She creates and plays a bronze special card from your opponent's faction if you play her on melee. And then on range row, she plays a specific bronze special card that's already in your opponent's graveyard.
Yeah, there's great value when it comes to reliability like that. When your opponent has basically started to play their bronze special cards, that you could just go in and dip into the little dip in the Pontar, if you will. Just go ahead and just put your hand in their cookie jar and steal a little bit of their goodies, right? And that's kind of what she does. Now, there is also the Inspired Zeal list, and we have typically seen Inspired Zeal from the competitive perspective being kind of the bread and butter for commandos, maybe like a heavy dueling kind of option. But how about this one, Shinmiri?
Yeah, this is an archetype that's gotten a lot of love in the last expansion as well. This is mages, Patience Mages with Alumni. Alumni, the new card from Harvest of Sorrow, again, showing what kind of additional payoffs this archetype can get if you can get your Banner students and your Aretusa students to high values. The alumni are those characters graduated from their respective schools out there and using the highest value patience that your Banner students and Aretusa students previously achieved.
Yeah, man. Call the doctors because we've got too many patients here, man. That's what basically all of alumni wants to do is you're banking on the fact that your Aretusa students, your Banner students are going to go ahead, sit there, and just read the books, baby. So that's one thing that your opponent can also lean on is the fact that if you're trying to build up those alumni, oftentimes the Banner students or the Aretusa students are just going to sit for a little while. So something for the opponents to lean on sometimes.
I just love how lore friendly the card is. It is probably the coolest card in terms of lore because it tells a story of the students like growing up and graduating and then going off in the world fighting together on adventures. You know, I need a Netflix adaptation of the story of alumni.
Yes, and I further apologize to my parents because I myself did not become a doctor like they all wanted me to. But this makes me happy, Mom and Dad. All right, they love me very much, and I love them. Okay, moving on now to Reckless Fury. And, I mean, Reckless Fury seems to be the go-to for Skellige. I mean, we've seen, Warriors have their day in the sun. We've seen, a little bit of Iced and toss in a Utah at your opponent. But how about Reckless Flurry in this particular version?
Yeah, Reckless Flurry control, very popular on the ladder, aiming at shutting down whatever your opponent's trying to do. And a lot of control tools like Heat Wave, Morkvarg, Heart of Terror, Trial of the Grasslands, and Giga Scorpion Decoction. Chase even has some Graveyard Hate in there with Xavier Lemons and Peller for Purify. But the new fun tool that this archetype has gotten this patch is Fukusha. Fukusha at the high end, 13 provisions, resurrects any Skellige unit and plays it as opposed to just summon it like Sigdrifa's Right used to, or still does. But when you play a unit versus summoning, you get the deploy ability as well. So you get a lot more flexibility on what cards you can resurrect and replay with Fukusha. And she even has that extra payoff if you resurrect a cheaper, lower provision unit, you spawn a Turn of Rain for every unused provision. So ton of value. This card can easily get like something like 25 points in the right situation.
Yeah, there's 2 points I want to make about that card. Number one is that I'm glad that you got to pronounce it and I didn't because that could have been disastrous. The second part is that this just goes ahead and kind of catches all in terms of what you're able to resurrect. You want to go get that Morkvarg again? Go get it. You want to get something else, and the beautiful part about it is that you're not leaving any money on the table here. Basically, any provision value that you're leaving out in the ether gets transformed into rain ticks. So you're basically you're never leaving anything on the table with this card, and that's what makes it so integral, and that's what makes it a 13 provision bomb.
Yeah, and last but not least, we've got Nature's Gift, a symbiosis list that Chase is bringing to round out his lineup. This is a Devotion symbiosis with Nature's Gift, Ethne, lot of symbiosis, a lot of nature cards to activate those symbiosis synergies, and then the Herald Gourd for the big finisher. What do you think about this list, Flake?
Well, I love this list. This is what I was playing this week. Something very similar to this. I mean, the core of this list still stands true. You don't F with nature, you don't F with trees, and that's basically what this is all about. But there's one card in here, a new card that we should highlight, and that would be Bountiful Harvest. A wonderful card that has basically, I don't want to say it's sort of supplanted Orbs in terms of what that 6-spot nature card can be, but it is so crucial. A lot of the options that you get, those Dolblathana Elves, are a lot of the times are just going to be fantastic. Be it the Archer, the Bowman, there are options here, and the Sorceress is often an option in this too. Now, you have Symbolist in this list, so you're going to be double dipping into some of these nature cards, so keep an eye out if you're watching, friends, about how the mulligans occur, because if you're seeing that Symlas is in hand, you're probably going to see your opponent start to aggressively mulligan cards like Bountiful Harvest or perhaps Circle of Life, so that you have both of them in the deck, so Symlas does not come, empty-handed or get shortchanged here in terms of how it's played.
Yeah, so Bountiful Harvest is just such a powerful inclusion to the nature and symbiosis archetype. It's a nature tag. It, like you said, it can create the sorcerers of Double Fauna, and if you buff the sorcerers up to 6 or higher power, she can then go and potentially have a chance of getting another Bountiful Harvest, and there is some potential for like an infinite loop there if you get lucky.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's move on to our good friend Shaggy. Shaggy saying, you know what, I don't need to analyze decks when I'm playing them. And in this case, he's coming to the party with a double cross. We've got Inspired Zeal once again, Reckless Flurry, double dipping on that one, and another case of Nature's Gift.
Yeah, and let's start with double cross. It's the assimilate mid-range deck that you guys have seen a lot, but this, like, we've seen this archetype being played with a lot of different leaders. You'll see Chase bringing the same archetype, but with Enslave 5. Shaggy decides to go with double cross, which is less control, but more potential power, more potential assimilate, and you can do some really creative things with your opponent's cards. Double cross being able to copy and play one of 3 of your opponent's remaining cards in hand.
Now, Shinmiri, there's one glaring, beautiful card that I gotta say. And when this got buffed, I said it was probably one of the more important buffs of that patch.
Yeah, and you're talking about the non-devotion cards in this deck, specifically Lacerate, I would guess, right? We don't see this very often. Lacerate being played as a 6 provision slot in Shaggy's double cross assimilate list. Row Punish at its best, recently buffed from 7 to 6 provisions, and works really well with the spies like Joachim and Duchess Informant emissaries that you can play on your opponent's row that they already have a lot of units on, and you kind of get like a discount on those spies.
Let's just be fair. I mean, this card is what it is. It's basically a tech card. It's a card that, you know, it's not an auto-include in any means. It's a meta decision, and when you're evaluating what the meta would be, the micro-meta of competitive Gwent, this is a card that is going to be in there to potentially stop or punish those go-wide strategies. Things like Symbiosis, perhaps. Nature's Gift is going to go wide. And, I mean, whenever you have a bronze card that can really go... I mean, an 18 for 6 Shinmiri is a little over the top. Now, that is obviously pie in the sky of thinking big time here, but Lacerate in this list, I think, is going to factor in.
Yeah, indeed. Let's move on to Inspired Zeal. Shaggy bringing a Siege variation as opposed to the Alumni Mage variation. Shaggy does still play some mages here. You can see the Banard student and the Aretuza student, the Gerhardt, but it's mostly... I would say defined by the Siege, and Siege being a scenario that's so powerful at removing everything on your opponent's side of the board, especially early on in a round.
Yep, and we do have Rafard's Vengeance. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Shaggy did mention this was his favorite card of the expansion, so it's only fitting to highlight it here for his list.
But look at this. I mean, just look at the animation. You have a trebuchet that's firing, you know, gigantic objects through like an interdimensional portal. It's like that. I mean, I guess that might be an efficient way to get rid of your trash, but still, nonetheless, Rafard's Vengeance. Order: play a bronze card from your hand, then draw a card, cooldown 5. I mean, this card does it all. It can go ahead and, you know, it could cycle through your hand. It has implications in terms of engine value as well, because your mages now basically count as crew for this card.
Yeah, you're getting 2 points of random damage every time you play a mage or a soldier next to this card. It's got cooldown 5, so eventually it's a threat again to activate its order ability to draw you another card. It's got thinning, which is something that Devotion Northern Realms decks especially have been struggling with for a long time, trying to get enough thinning with its Northern Realms cards to get consistency in drawing its golds for later.
This is honestly one of the coolest arts that I've seen in a long time. I mean, there's beautiful art, like things like Villain Trettenmirth or Yen Conjurer, but that is just the coolest of all of them. Okay, let's move on now. Reckless Flurry. I don't think that we need to, discuss about the importance of having those 3 random pings 3 times in a game, but when we're talking about the sheer power of this card, we're talking removal, we're talking major tempo plays. You're pairing up Coral with Burnabrand, you've got the discard package where necessary. Cards like Giga Scorpion Decoction is on there, but there's also a card like things like Trial of the Grasses is in this card. But let's dig in deeper to what this Reckless Flurry list is all about.
Yeah, and the card that I want to focus on is actually something that it's a neutral card that's been seeing a lot of play in different lists these days. The Mushy Truffle. when this was revealed, people were really like they noticed that this card, neutral cards tend to be a little bit on the weaker side in general, but Mushy Truffle is an exception to that. It is a location that has resilience, that spawns and plays a bonded unit from your starting deck, and then has an order that you can carry over to the next round to spawn and play Golden Froth, which is a 6-point alchemy card.
Yeah, the Mushy Truffle is also the dance that my drunk uncle does at family gatherings. Hey, do the Mushy Truffle with me. Come on, we used to do this in the 70s. And I'm like, all right, okay.
Your uncle's on the table. Your uncle's the guy on the table in the card art, isn't he?
100%, absolutely. That is the Mushy Truffle from Skellige, and we're going to move on now to the last one, which is another Nature's Gift list. Again, Scoia'tael, just fantastic when it comes to bringing the pain. I mean, when it comes to tempo plays and just having these these plays that seem, board states that seem very pedestrian, board states that seem unthreatening, and then suddenly, one sorceress leads to another spell, which leads to another elf, which leads to, 19 different trees being planted. It is a nasty, nasty list.
Yeah, I think this Devotion Symbiosis list is just one of the decks in the meta right now that have the most proactive points. And it's maybe lacking a little bit on control in terms of having no hard removal. You've got only 5 damage from your Nature's Rebuke, but you can combine some other stuff together to get more than 5 damage in one turn, something like Simless. But the most interesting card that's also really new, aside from Bountiful Harvest, which you already talked about, is Evandrel. Evandrel is also a new card from Harvest of Sorrow expansion, and this is a really difficult card to evaluate. And he's pretty weak if you don't buff him. If you have to play him for a 4 provision Scoia'tael special, he feels pretty weak for his 12 provisions. But if you can hand buff him, if you can get him to 8 or 10 power, he can play nature tutor cards like Isengrim's Council and Call of the Forest to get you, an extra nature proc for your Symbiosis, can get you a gold card that you've missed that's still stuck in your deck. He can be very impactful, and I think people's opinions are still kind of mixed on this card, and I would like to see how well he performs in this tournament this weekend, and maybe it can change some people's minds.
Now, what's worth noting here is you need to make sure that you have it well etched into your mind of what nature card costs what, because you can go for the provision cost or less option on the range row, but if you drop Evandrel on the melee row, whatever power is shown on that card is the provision card you're going to get. So at 10, you're getting Call of the Forest. At 8, it's going to be, Isengrim's Council, let's say. But if you are not aware of what is coming your way, it could be problematic. So you need to be very, very in tune with those kinds of levels of accounting when it comes to Evandrel.
Yeah, indeed, and I'm really excited to see the games. We've got some really great decks from these two players they're going to be facing off, and they're just getting ready, going through the bans right now. They've brought similar lists. The Nilfgaard leader is different, but the archetypes are fairly similar. Northern Realms, one player has brought mages with alumni, the other, Shaggy, has brought siege. We're going to see what they're scared of, what they decide to ban from the other players, and what strategies they've practiced over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, we're a week away from Halloween, right? So some of these decks are going to be haunting these players, and you got to figure out what is scariest at this point, as both players do have the option for banning. Now, again, this might factor into the fact that, hey, I've built this list to punish something, or I've built this list to be self-sustained and just good on its own. I'm not targeting anything. I'm just going to sort of live in my own ecosystem. My own confidence is what's going to get me through. So I'm just going to ban what I think is best on their side. Coin is going to factor in here as well. If you've got blue coin 3 times, you want to make sure that you have you're giving your opponent you're sort of scrubbing out a deck that they may have a benefit from on red coin. But there we have it. We see Chase is having no access to that Reckless Flurry list. That control that Reckless Flurry list is off the board. Shaggy saying, no, I ain't going to touch this double cross. So there's going to be no espionage, no betrayal on Shaggy's side.
Yeah, that's true. And these players are respecting these decks Reckless Flurry, and Double Cross. So we're not going to have we're not going to have that close of a mirror, because these players are going to have to access to different factions. And Chase, being on blue coin, might actually be a little bit happy to see his Reckless Flurry being banned, because Reckless Flurry is typically a red coin abuse deck. Wanting to play reactive, wanting to threaten that win on even. So he has to play 3 decks on blue potentially if the series goes to 5. So maybe he doesn't feel that bad about losing his red coin deck.
It's sometimes it's not the worst case in the world, but again, that's all the past, right? You basically have your 3 decks that you're gonna have to win with, and you move forward with that based on the scenario that's presented to you. And the scenario presented to Chase now is that, all right, I got to go first. I have no Reckless Flurry. What do I lead with? And if we're looking at what those options are, well, Nature's Gift, Inspired Zeal, and Enslave. You could probably bank on the fact that Enslave is going to want to go ahead and get that red coin win where necessary. It is just the deck that is so good when you have that kind of leader. So looking at the other 2 options I feel are viable here, Inspired Zeal and Nature's Gift. I feel like both of these are perfectly fine. Both of them are proactive. Nature's Gift, setting up your sorcery. It's an option, but you can just lead with a Dunka, for example. I mean, there are so many different variations you can go, there's 2 different solid options that you can lead off with. And I want to get your opinion on this one, Shadmiri. Is it Nature's Gift on blue? Is it Inspired Zeal? What are you going for here?
Yeah, so I think you hit it right on the head with both NR, NR and ST. They are happy to be on blue coin. They're both engine decks, so they want to develop their engines first on the board before perhaps your opponent has something else that can threaten it. And also the stratagem. Having a stratagem on blue coin helps you a lot in sticking those engines and threats. For example, being able to buff a student, a Banard or Aretuza student with a Crystal Skull can mean that it's not going to get removed, and you can start building that patience for your alumni. And I think, to me, Inspired Zeal maybe edges out Scoia'tael a little bit in terms of the blue coin priority, because of how reliant the deck is on building the student patience. And if you can't build the student patience, if you can't stick those students for, to get to patience 4, to get your zeal on your alumni, the deck's overall power level gets really stunted.
What I think here is exactly what you're saying. I think that Inspired Zeal absolutely is sort of tuned to being on on blue coin. Having the advantage of the Crystal Skull to protect some of those engines as they're taken away, whereas a deck like Nature's Gift can kind of pivot. If you're going on red coin, if you're going second, you do have some reactive cards to start stunting your opponent's progress. You've got the Double Rebuke, you've got the Circle of Life, you have options that you can go forth with to play a little bit more reactively. Forest Protector, for example. Cards like this are going to help you out if your opponent is starting to develop their own board. So Nature's Gift can kind of play both sides here and play it comfortably, whereas Inspired Zeal doesn't necessarily have many reactive options outside of, let's say, Selkirk, that wants to kill something. They want to make sure that they're in the driver's seat here. They want to sit down and say, all right, I'm going to present you some options. You're going to have to answer them. And hopefully I've got more options than you've got answers. And eventually I'm going to come away with this. Also, I mean, it's also indicative of the fact that, well, Nature's Gift has tactical advantage, whereas Inspired Zeal has Crystal Skull. Nature's Gift doesn't really care too much about locks and such because of the fact that it's got 2 Dryad's Caresses. So why sacrifice a point that Crystal Skull taking Crystal Skull, when attack advantage at 5 without the protection of Veil can easily be supplemented by the Purification Dryad's Caress.
You're exactly correct. And sometimes the Veil from Crystal Skull can also be a detriment, even though it normally protects you from locks and poisons and bounties and such. But it is considered a status itself, and we know that there are some Vincents lurking out there in the Nilfgaard list. Chase has it in his Nilfgaard list, and it's going to potentially just remove something right away if it has that Veil from the Crystal Skull. So you could be giving up your engine, your threat, as well as your stratagem value right away to a Vincent in that Nilfgaard matchup if you're running Crystal Skull versus Tactical Advantage.
I love Vincent. I think Vincent is one of the best cards that... He's not an auto-include, obviously, but when it comes to just punishing certain ways that metas shift necessarily, it is such an important card. Get rid of a defender, get rid of something with Veil, punish that blue coin Crystal Skull play, protecting an engine. It is such a valuable card, and a lot of times when you have a very clean and clear kill card like that, you typically think that, oh, this is something that I'm going to use to perhaps end a game by punishing a big play. No, this is a card that punishes blue coin majestically by just dropping it out there and erasing a big threat. So both players have their work cut out for them. We're just getting everything sorted out, ladies and gentlemen. Again, this is Gwent Open number 4, season number 3. Happy birthday, Gwent. 5 years running. I know that you and I have been here for the long haul, and we're talking about, players not... This isn't Shaggy's first rodeo. Well, this ain't our first rodeo either, but we're not on the bull, Shinmari. We're more of the rodeo clowns, I believe, if for 5 straight years. That's what we've been, and it's been one hell of a ride, and I'm always glad to be here with you.
Yeah, it's been great to see the evolution of Gwent over the last 5 years, and here we go. Game number 1 of Gwent Open number 4, season 3. We've got Chase on blue with Nilfgaard in Slave versus Shaggy on red. Interesting. Chase took the deck that we weren't considering. We were considering NR and ST, but here he has maybe trying to catch Shaggy off guard a little bit with the Enslave queue into Shaggy's a little bit more predictable Reckless Flurry on red.
Well, there's the first salvo of mind games here this weekend, right? Because you and I are basically, we look like complete doofuses now because we instantly dismissed the fact that this was a deck that you'd see on blue, and here he comes, Chase saying, all right, I'm not only gonna throw the casters out of whack, but Shaggy's probably not gonna expect this at all. So that's one way to do this. And in this case, opening up there, we do have the totem, the double fanatics are out there. That's I don't want to say it's dangerous. It would be dangerous if it was against an opposing Reckless Flurry list, but just Fast and Furious we see over here, it's just one of those are gone. The Tourney Joust with the fur cart coming through, and a spy tag made, but an instant transformation, and these players are not wasting time. We see Shaggy already, when you have so many reps under your belt, Shinmiri, just having that quick snapshot of what your hand looks like, everything falls into place. The dominoes are already lined up.
Yeah, these players must have been practicing these matchups like a million times over the past week or so, and so they know what they want to do, and they know what they're gonna they know what they want to play within seconds. But I've always been an advocate of the rope. You know that, Flake. I hope these players do at some point slow it down a little bit, take their times to think through, maybe potentially even future moves during this current turn.
Yeah, you are the maestro of the rope, I have to say. And one of the comments I made yesterday while we were practicing and just, getting prepared and such was the fact that those just those little cues, like the rope is burnt out, no big deal. The music stopped, we're all good. You know the precise microsecond when you need to actually put a card, move the pixel onto the board. And as we see right now, Chase is holding on to a 4-point lead, but it is it is up to Chase to kind of just preserve this lead and continue going. Again, blue coin is dangerous, and you can continue to lean on your Enslave ability, because that is a potential 10-point swing, and that could be massive. You're stealing not just point value, but potentially a card that your opponent may want to bring back with that Fuchsia.
Now that's an interesting choice on Imperial Diplomacy, taking the 5-point Veteran as opposed to something like a 6-point Tears of Siren or even a potential 7-point Hermit. But the Veteran can be pretty annoying because he's got that Berserk ability, so he can soak up some extra damage, and if he does take 2 damage, he'll heal himself with his Berserk ability back up to 8. So yeah, Chase looking for a little bit potential of extra value there, and he's also potentially thinking about what he can resurrect with a copied Fuchsia in the future, and likes maybe the Veteran option.
It's also a situation of Chase just staring down Shaggy and saying, so Yeah, I see you got some Reckless Flurry pings there. You feeling lucky, Punk, huh? Do ya? You feeling lucky? As you see Shaggy kind of just hovering over it and saying, all right, I've seen the worst things happen. I've seen the best outcomes as well. How do I roll the dice here? Because those Reckless Flurry pings are very valuable, but now that you've got this landmine sitting there that doesn't want to soak up any of that damage, it's basically put Shaggy into a rut here where this could be disastrous if those pings do land on that target here. As there's the Meadow. Meadow's going to go ahead and steal one of those half-roos, and that is I mean, the bonded ability has already been used, but just taking one of those in general is not a bad take.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the smaller one. It's the one that only has 6 base strength instead of 8 base strength, but still a great potential resurrection target if Chase is able to either put spying on Fukusha and play her in later rounds. Only 4 provisions, this little Hoffer. So Fukusha into a little Hoffer gets you 6 turns of rain. 6 turns of rain, which is potentially 12 points, plus the 5-point body on Fukusha, that's 17, plus either a 6 or an 8 on the little Hofru. You've got 23 to 25 points there, but it needs some extra turns. But it is an insane power level for a 13 provision card. And we see Shaggy Nuts taking the Gutting Slash with the Bloodthirst onto the veteran, so there will be no Berserk shenanigans. And what's happening here, Flake?
Oh, we love to see this. Exactly. One of the things Nilfgaard does best is play your cards, sometimes better than you can. In this case, hey, you're going to put some work in to get some bonded ability on these half-roos, and I'm just going to go ahead and steal it, as that is basically what happened here. In this case, one of the spy tags landed on that half-roo, so a timely coup de grace is going to go ahead and create that second one. So the bonded ability is there, and what's worth noting is Chase is not running any experimental remedies to go ahead and pull some of those cards off of his opponent's out of Shaggy's graveyard. Whereas it is a fairly prominent card these days. Experimental remedy to go ahead and just kind of pick and choose out of your opponent's graveyard. We'll see that a little bit more this weekend, but in this case, Chase doesn't have that option, opting instead, you got the Amnesty in there and 2 Blight Makers at the 6th spot.
Yeah, exactly. And I think some of it has to do with provisions and card slots and having to play enough tactics. Enslave 5 needs a minimum of 8 tactics in order to get to that 5 level. So he's chosen to go with stuff like Amnesty and Assassination for more removal rather than the remedies that maybe aren't playable in round 1. There are pros and cons to both. In this matchup, Remedy does feel pretty good, being able to take potential resurrection targets away from Skellige.
We do have the option perhaps for Lydia, but we're going to go ahead and Yen's Invocation and grab something here. Lydia still has the option. I believe there's a Gutting Slash, and it is online with the double Bloodthirst. So
very interesting grab by the Yen's Invocation. It was on a Skirmisher. On a, Tershek Skirmisher, the discard target, which Chase might be considering as potential carryover value should he be able to copy like a Birna Bran or a Coral. These are all considerations you have to think about when you play Assimilate Nilfgaard, is how am I going to use my opponent's cards to the best of my ability? Very difficult deck to play perfectly because there's just so many considerations, so many lines of potential play to think about. And that's why I love this archetype so much. It's probably my favorite archetype in the meta right now, is because you can just get so creative with it.
Every time new cards come out, Nilfgaard continues to just distance itself from all the other factions in terms of the most fascinating and the most interactive. Now, obviously, it's also possibly the most annoying for many of the people out there. I know that, but it is a faction that has so much setup, and sometimes the lines that you take are so unorthodox. Like you mentioned, stealing that Skirmisher for future value seems so weird. It seems so out of left field, but the way that you describe it is so important. And there's the Lydia just going to say, I also can Golden Froth, just toss a round out to my buddies in the front row.
Yeah, and I think Shaggy did a good job of staying ahead. He was threatening to win on even by using that order ability of Mushy Truffle. forcing out another card from Chase's side. Chase only had good high provision golds left, so Shaggy is able to make Chase overcommit a little bit with that Lydia to win the round and not lose on even cards. Chase does manage to win round 1, but he has spent a lot. And we'll see how he decides to play it here, if he decides to try to push against Skellige or just go into the long round 3.
All right, well, there was a lot of expenditure there. You're right. It was expensive, but let's just kind of reevaluate what you're walking away with. You're walking away with round 1. You're walking away with your leader ability intact. You've got Arto, Terra Nova in your hand, ready to go. So you're at this point, Chase has to basically do a little bit of an inventory and say, okay, well, what do I have left and what do I need to win? Because Shaggy has still an immense amount at his disposal. And looking at the hand right now, you got the toss away card. You do have just the maxi that you can just drop there to go ahead and see what's coming down the pipe, as that's exactly what he's doing. You do have, well, you're going basically draw, mulligan. You're not seeing the Quen, you're not seeing the Morkvarg. You're going to get Berna, Trial, and you're going to get the Coral. And I think what Shaggy's evaluating right now is that enough? Because without something like Morkvarg, toll removal can be problematic. You have a Junod in hand, but Junod needs to get somebody into the red, and sometimes some of the taller units that Chase is going to present are going to be super tall and super green.
Yeah, I mean, not the perfect deck order seen from Maxi, but it's not terrible either. You do get your discarders. You will probably draw into that skirmisher that's right after, but you're not going to get the Morkvarg.
So he did shuffle, and the cards he got off the top were Coral, Berna, and a skirmisher.
Wow, amazing. That's exactly what you love to see. And then now Shaggy has even more chances to get his good cards that are still remaining in the deck with Quen as well as Morkvarg.
Oh my god.
And there we go. That is very fortunate for Shaggy. He's going to open up with the proactive Coral. Just click right away. Doesn't need that Peller, I don't think.
It's just more discard fodder, right? You need to get rid of something, and that's perfectly fine here. And that's just brilliant to see again. Shaggy just accentuating the nuts part of his name by making a real ballsy move by just just making that mulligan and getting it all back in droves as Chase replies with a Mage Torturer and basically put another bullet in the clip there for Arto. That is Coral, and Coral is now in that arsenal for Arto Terra Nova.
Yeah, you're either going to Terra Nova her or coup her or maybe even bribery her to get a discard for that skirmisher he kept in hand. And Chase hasn't drawn as well. He still has a couple golds in his deck, Joachim and Vincent chilling in there, but he can potentially copy Coral many times. He could get like 2 Corals and a Birna and cycle through his deck, find what he's still missing while getting a ton of engine value from this Coral.
He's hiding in the shadows, and that's what Nilfgaard does. Lots of espionage, spy games being had here as you see him just saying, all right, well, we'll do that first. We're going to do a few things one at a time here. Again, there's no need necessarily to overcommit. The cards are here. There's the Heat Wave, and of course, that could have been problematic. Now, it's an expensive card. Again, the Mage Torturer coming in at pretty cheap. It's a 5 provision card, and it did eat the Heat Wave. So that's one major threat out of the way, but it does put Chase back on proactivity, and that can be problematic at times.
All right, Chase with the bribery into Maxi. He's going to see his deck order and know what exactly he's going to draw with a Coral. So if he takes 1 Coral here, he's actually going to draw the Vincent, which is, I think, not too bad. He's already got a 6-point target for the Vincent. Maybe, I don't know how much better it's going to get. Maybe whatever Fakusha reses is also going to have Doomed, and you can Vincent that as well. So we'll see if Chase decides to shuffle his deck or not when he takes this Coral draw.
Yeah, the tough part there is the fact that, well, you've got Joaquin just buried all the way at the bottom. So that's a tough one, because that is a massive point generator there, especially in conjunction with that coup de grace. And at this point, you're thinking, well, that coup de grace is probably going to match up with that Coral, but is that good enough? And because Shaggy still has a massive amount of points, and all 3 charges of Reckless Flurry still online.
Yeah, and one thing that was kind of changed this patch was that with Terra Nova, Enslave actually works now properly with Terra Nova. When you see something with the Enslaved leader, it gives spying to the unit before it switches sides, and it will now that unit will be added to Terra Nova's potential create pool. And this is interesting. Shaggy playing a proactive Morkvarg because his cards are so reactive, and he doesn't want to maybe give that Fukusha. He doesn't want to put that Fukusha on the board, giving Chase a chance to enslave and copy her with Terra Nova. So he might be thinking of saving that Fukusha for last.
All right, Shaggy here, I think, was looking to maybe hit that Burna once. And unfortunately, that Coral caught all of the Wrath, but Junod's going to go clean that up. And this is potentially a situation of just steal Arto, Burna, and go nuts. But is that good enough at this point? I don't even know. Is there a Burna on the menu for Arto at this moment? I don't think so.
No, I don't think there's no spy on Birna, so I don't think so. It wasn't like purified or anything. So Chase has to either take a 6-point Vincent here to wait out the Fukusha, and this is a really good strategy that Shaggy has been employed very well versus Assimilate Nilfgaard, is you want to save your valuable golds, the best gold that your opponent wants to copy, you want to save that for as late as possible so that they can't put spying on it after you play it and still play Terra Nova.
Look at that.
In this case, with the enslaved leader, though, Chase has kind of, put Shaggy in a tough spot, because normally this holding your target for last works, but enslaved, being able to do that before you have to play your last card, but on the same turn, actually allows Chase to do it. But I don't know if are there going to be enough points here? He still needs another 18.
Well, you do have the enslaved leader. That's 10. You're slowly chipping away here. We're going to go ahead with the Arto. That could be a significant amount. The problem is that Arto typically likes to go ahead and pair up with a bunch of other assimilate units on the board. You want to get those bonuses, and it doesn't seem like there's enough room to move here. But maybe
and it's just enough, because he gets the 8 strength, strengthened, increased, bonded little Hofru. Really well played by Chase right at the end there. And this is all because in round 1, he managed to copy 2, not just 1, but 2 Hofrus. He got no rain value from that Fukusha, but the Hofru being 8 base strength was the difference maker.
So let's just rewind a little bit over here, and we're talking about bad luck when it comes to some of those pings. All 3 of those pings ended up landing on the Coral, which ultimately means that that's just lost value for that Junod. And if you're thinking about where those points could have been, that could have been 2 points the other way, which could have actually leaned this matchup perhaps more towards Shaggy's side. But again, excellent play by Chase, because frankly, if you asked me, with 3 cards left, was there even a sniff at a chance at victory? I would say no. But in that case, I mean, down by 28 points with 1 card to go, leader ability, Arto, Rez, and you could kind of draw the line for that victory all the way back to round 1, where all of those investment plays were made, right? So wicked cool play by Chase, and just day late buck short there for Shaggy.
Yeah, and I don't think the Reckless Flurry randomness actually ended up mattering, because by the end of Shaggy's final turn, before Chase took his final turn, he had 0 points on his board. Like, everything was dead.
Right.
He made up that 28-point gap solely on his last turn. He made 29 points on his last turn with the Enslaved Seas and with the Terra Nova into Fukusha into 8 strength little Hofru. And maybe Chase thought about this when he decided what leader should I bring with this Nilfgaard Assimilate archetype. Enslave is one of the few leaders that can actually kind of do that and save so much power swing for the very last turn. If you're Imprisonment, you've only got 6 points instead of the 10 points. It doesn't activate the spying on the Terra Nova, right? Same with Double Cross. If you're playing Double Cross, you might get the Fukusha from the Double Cross, but you can't get the Fukusha from the Terra Nova, because you just can't put spying on it on the last turn and play Terra Nova at the same time. And, you know, Double Cross would have to put more points on the board, potentially giving Shaggy more removal value before his last turn. And so, yeah, Enslave really showing some niche strengths there in that matchup.
Well, it threw us all out of whack, right? Because we had no inkling that that would be the first deck that was being played. As we see now, we're going to be getting into the next matchup in just a couple minutes, as Chase is just catching his breath after a very, very photo finish for that one. And you're right about the pings there. You know, in retrospect, the fact that those pings landed wherever they may, there was so much damage that was done that, frankly, it was just an abundance of you know, an embarrassment of riches, if you will, with those pings, because some of them would have been wasted, frankly. So ultimately, with the rain pings also, it was just a matter of, you know, it was a matter of just Chase had that one last grasp at victory, and there it was, as both players, frankly, were in the drive. Like, you know, it seemed like Shaggy was in the driver's seat, but at the end of the day, Chase just overtook him at the end with this mad dash to the finish line.
Yeah, and it doesn't get any closer than that. The first game of Gwent Open number 4 Season 3 determined by 1 point, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we come here to see. High-level gameplay from the best players playing the best decks, and yeah, like strategies that span the course of 3 rounds. And Chase setting up that bonded was just magnificent, knowing that he's going to get that carryover value, that res eventually in round 3.
One of my favorite games to watch are Nilfgaard games, because oftentimes the big plays, the saving graces that we see in round 3, those seeds are planted in round 1. And like you mentioned, sometimes they pay off, sometimes they don't. Playing Yen's Invocation on a skirmisher is one of the most ridiculous things I could possibly think of in my life. However, there were implications. There was a line there. It may have, that path to that destination may have been through a foggy patch of murkiness and twisted vines, but you cut your way through it if you think about it, and ultimately it either pays off or it doesn't. But yeah, you kind of explained it well in terms of what that thought process was, and that's why Nilfgaard is so fascinating, because there are Nilfgaard decks that are just, you know, paint by numbers, perhaps cut and paste. It is what it is. You have a game plan, and it's fairly step by step. But then there are decks where it's like you make these unorthodox plays because they pay off later on in the day. It's like investing in Bitcoin in you know, 2008. You know, it's like what the hell are you doing? And then, oh, I'm the idiot.
The long game. You're playing the long game there. Playing, like, I think it was maybe a 4-point invocation on a 4 provision bronze. You almost never see that, but Chase knew that invocation isn't really that powerful, that impactful in round 3. Skellige doesn't really go that tall, right? So you're probably only going to get an 8-point invocation in round 3 if you hold it. Might as well play it in round 1 for carryover and get yourself 4 extra points for that coral you're inevitably going to copy.
All right, this is an absolutely atrocious hand, if you ask me, for Shaggy, because look at all the doubles. Simlas, ready to go. You've got double Circle, you've got double Rebuke, and you've got double Dryad's Caress. So this might be a situation where he's thinking, what do I get rid of? And he's opting in this case and saying, you know what, I may need my Simlas to double tap. And the tough part here is, again, that Ethne, should it catch some of those buffs, she'll just leave him at the toll booth when she goes to round 2. So that's a dangerous game that Shaggy's playing here. Ethne, a fantastic card. You think that you always want to be drawing your best cards, those high provision cards early on, but those transformation effects was with this list that hand buffs, with the Circle of Life, with the Bountiful Harvest, that can be dangerous, because if she catches those buffs, she's losing them. She's just literally just dropping them. They're falling out of her pocket as she goes from rounds 2 to 3.
Yeah, and Shaggy must not have been happy seeing Ethne as the last top deck in his mulligans. And now if he goes for something like Simless into Double Circle, which is normally a great play to kill a Letitia super high value threat, and he's going to do it, but the Circle of Life only has 2 units to fall on, but the first one is the RNG one. The first one, luckily, wins the 50-50, gets onto the Hamadryad and Shaggy with the Death Blow on the second one, can choose to put it on the Hamadryad and avoiding any buffs on the Ethne transformation.
Yeah, that is massive. That first one was the dangerous one, right? That was the dice roll, and Shaggy comes out on top over there as the death blow does allow you to go ahead and pinpoint where you want that pat on the back to go. And the Hamadryad now at 8 feels good because that is probably one of your bigger targets that Selkirk is going to be looking to take care of. And if it's that tall, well, it's not in Selkirk range, but you know what range it is in, Shinmiri? A little card we like to call Bloody Baron. And that is a dangerous card to go ahead and punish, an eggs meat basket scenario.
Yeah, and Bloody Baron, though, is going to have a lot of targets to deal with. But yeah, this Hamadryad is looking real juicy. But you guys might be wondering, as viewers, why Shaggy keeps taking this 4-point sentry that doesn't really do anything. It's not a movement deck. It's because Bountiful Harvest has this mechanic where you can choose the left option, the middle option, or the right option. And depending on which option you choose, that affects which unit the hand buff goes on. And Shaggy really doesn't want to hand buff the Ethne. He wants the carryover, and he wants the hand buff to keep landing on the Hamadryad. So he's been choosing the rightmost option to guarantee that the hand buff lands on the rightmost unit in his hand, which is the Hamadryad.
And a Dragoon here would be enormous because you'd basically be shutting off one of these, either the Aretuza or the Banard student, and you would be getting the benefit of those sentries, dealing damage as those cards are moved. But none of those cards are available to Shaggy. They're not in the list. So they, like you said, they're just sitting there as 4 points with a 1 armor hat, and that ain't cool enough. So, but you have to bank on future rounds. Shaggy is well in the driver's seat here. So why would you sort of risk it for a better tempo play in this round when you can just go ahead and pocket those points guaranteed on that Hamadryad? A Hamadryad that, frankly, the Bloody Baron is just licking his lips about. That is a juicy, juicy target.
But, I mean, Chase doesn't have access to the Baron yet. He might not draw it. You know, one of Northern Realm's weaknesses is drawing their golds. They have a low number of consistency tools. Amphibious Assault doesn't get cards that are 10 provision or higher, which is what Bloody Baron is. So this 12-point Hamadryad might yet pay off for Shaggy Nuts. And Chase having to take the past 20-point lead is just too much, and isn't really able to develop his students in round 1, which is going to be crucial. He's got a 3 damage Banard student and a 1 boost Aretuza student. The alumni right now are not zealed and looking quite mediocre, to be honest.
And the cards that Shaggy's picking up are pretty big. You've got the Forest Protector, another Bountiful Harvest, Call of the Forest, and we're just going to go ahead and wheel away some bad bronzes, but those are some pretty ugly ones too. I mean, frankly, let's be honest, you toss the Tempering into a Dryad's Caress. Those Caresses want to connect with something. But if Shaggy wants to bleed here, he's going to have to commit pieces, and there's not a whole lot that he can commit at this moment. Because that Bountiful Harvest, again, is kind of... It's a card that is, again, going to pigeonhole you into picking the rightmost cards so that you're not losing the buff on the Ethne. Again, the middle one is a random unit. So you roll the dice again if you're Shaggy. Shaggy looking here like saying, all right, there she is, baby. That's where all the buffs went. Remember me? Exactly.
You know, speaking of how annoying like the Ethne and hand buff interaction is, Shaggy might actually just decide, okay, screw this. I'm just going to play Ethne in this round. Let's just push with Ethne, because if I try to hold this Ethne in hand, it makes my hand buff so awkward. But instead decides to just hold on to the Ethne. I think this is a sign that he's going to try to save her for round 3. And the Whisper in a very convenient position because it is far right. Don't have to risk it. The random hand buff, and he gets the engine, the threatening engine that we still have like at least 5 nature cards in this hand as Shaggy's looking at his hand. This Whisper is pretty scary if not answered. So Chase is going to just go ahead and boiling oil it right away.
Now, if Shaggy is putting Chase on not having Baron, this could be a fairly favorable push. It can be pretty decent here. Like you said, do you commit the Ethne here? Ethne, in conjunction with those 2 Dryad's Caresses, can be pretty good because the punish on those 2-point cards, those fledglings, is not really all that bad. frankly. And if you can just go ahead and maybe trade some of those 4 provision bronze nature cards, build up that gourd for a round 3, it might call for some pretty big pieces from Chase. I would suspect that if Shaggy wants to push, the next move here is the Ethne, because Ethne on her own in a short round is going to need nature cards to supplement her. So I feel like if you're going into round 3, you're going into round 3 with Call, you're going into round 3 with Council, and you're going round 3 with Ethne. But here it is. There it is. Like you said, good intuition, Shinmiri.
That's the sign that he is going to go deep in this round. I think, Shaggy could have committed this before the Bountiful Harvest, but he wasn't sure yet. And now Chase is also committing, seeing that Ethne knows this round is going to be a decisive one. Oh, and he draws the Hubert. Oh, no. That's not what you like to see if you're a Chase fan. This is always the danger of playing Rafard's Vengeance with Hubert in the same deck, is that Rafard can draw you the Hubert, and now Hubert, his counter is not decreasing when Chase uses order abilities.
Yeah, Chase looking like he just witnessed someone sneeze on his ice cream. That is not a face of somebody who is happy with the outcome here, because that Hubert in hand, and there's still 8 charges, but you need the Hubert in the deck to get those charges taken away, right? So it's kind of a double tap here, and hey, off to the races we go, because Shaggy is going to go ahead, play the Council, pick up the Dunka, and the Dunka's at a healthy 7. So this is probably going to call for a Selkirk response, but it's not before the Dunka does deposit more points onto the Forest Protector. So again, 2 throwaway cards available here for Shaggy. You could just go Dryad's Caress, and frankly pass. I mean, even if you go into the next round with a massive Forest Protector and the Fix-All, which is the Call of the Forest to go ahead and pick up your gourd, that's pretty damn strong.
Yeah, but with all the Symbiosis on the board, like Shaggy has Symbiosis 4 right now, so it really makes a lot of sense to play these nature cards in this round while he has most Symbiosis, because in round 3 he's not going to have that much Symbiosis. In round 3 he's gonna have like gourd and bronzes. This Phil Evandrel is looking bad because we haven't drawn it yet, and we haven't had a chance to buff Phil Evandrel at all. At most, he's probably gonna play as a 5 now with these Call of the Forest. But maybe you could just play that as a as a rebuke. You call the Forest into Phil Evandrel for a rebuke. Could be on the table here. Chase really looking at Chase's hand. He really has very little left. He's got the Alumni, but they don't have Zeal, so they're at risk of dying. The Aretusa student with the shield is actually doing a lot of work. Oh, and Shaggy makes the call, goes for the greed, thinks, okay, if he had a Baron, he would have maybe already used it to get ahead. Shaggy with a read, and it's correct here. And Chase, look at the frustration. He's like, how can you do this with a Baron in the list? But yeah,
I mean, let's be honest. That's the kind of body language you make when someone cuts you off in traffic, or when you have a hand like that. It is not looking good. Shaggy's saying, "All right, you have it, or you don't." But if you have it, you use it soon. And I still got some pretty big pieces. Shaggy going all out here, and he's gonna see that Chase is kind of drawing dead. He's completely in the driver's seat here. Shaggy does have more of that vitality coming through. So frankly, that vitality is worth 5 more points. So Shaggy's effectively at 51 right now versus Chase's 40. And Shaggy's got to think, if I pass now and he has Baron, I mean, there's the Baron, and I'm not really getting ahead in terms of card advantage. I'm not getting ahead in that regard. So do I keep pushing? Do I keep pressing? Do I keep splitting up my points? And Shaggy's saying, you know what? No, we're gonna make you have the Baron. And Shaggy's seeing the writing on the wall. There's the Hubert. Maybe he's thinking I had this, but no, it's gonna take another card, because that's not enough unless Chase uses his leader ability. No, sorry. There was still some orders left. Shaggy. Ooh, Chase may have dodged a bullet here.
Yeah, I mean, Chase, I don't know. Chase had a Rafard's Vengeance activation coming up still to play on that Alumni, but he would have drawn into an Adalia, which would then have been dead due to no bronzes in hand. I don't know. This is, that round 2 was a little bit difficult to call, especially not knowing what top deck Chase had. He could have top decked into the Baron after all. Now he's got Adalia and Shawnee looking a little bit better. Still has that Chapter of Wizards Order location carryover. So this is gonna be a fight for sure.
Well,
Chase now.
I mean, when we're talking about dodging a bullet, if Shaggy decided to go all in there, it was over. So the fact that Shaggy hit that pass button was the saving grace Chase needed. It was the extra life that he got. He basically he hit the you know what? We're just gonna. I was gonna say he got the extra life out of the box, but I didn't know how to properly frame that because Shaggy's playing too quickly, and there it goes. The last order of the Nature's Gift is deposited right on that Hamadryad, and
yeah, Chase playing the Shawnee as his first play decides to resurrect, the Banard student with lower patience rather than the Aretusa student with higher patience because he values getting that Banard student from 3 to 4 so that these alumni can now get Zeal and he doesn't have to worry about them dying. And look at this, the combination of playing the alumni, spawning another alumni with a Chapter of Wizards Order location, which reads spawn a base copy of the last allied bronze mage you played. And immediately boosting it up because the spawned alumni doesn't have Zeal. You only gain Zeal on deploy, but he's able to protect it on the very same turn. And now Shaggy is looking like the underdog here in this round.
It's crazy how this kind of stuff changes. And again, obviously Shaggy doesn't have the information, but Chase's hand was just complete rags, and he could have been blown out by a forest protector into a Call of the Forest. It could have been a massacre, but Shaggy deciding to play it safe. Again, perhaps fearful of a Baron that would just make that entire round moot, and opting rather to just preserve some major resources for a round 3 option. And in this case, well, Chase just found some excellent cards. Adalia, Shawnee, the alumni are now getting pretty nasty. And frankly, you're looking at the hand that Chase is holding. An alumni, a casting contest. Like, what is that other than just 2 lame bronzes? Well, frankly, those 2 pack massive punches.
Yeah, alumni is got boost 6, damage 6. So you're getting 10-point alumni and then 11-point casting contests.
Still a little bit fearful of that Baron. You'd think that would be a card. The Dryad's Caress would go on to the Hamadryad, but again, eggs all in one basket can easily just get swatted away by a Baron. So Shaggy just deciding to diversify his point portfolio, and that is not the way that he's going to win this match, unfortunately, as the tempering is not really going to do much here. A 14-point lead for Chase and another alumni. This one's got Zeal Shinmiri, and this one packs a wallop as all of the orders are now spent. Chase comes through 44-12. Shaggy's got just one more option, but it's not enough. Pulls the shoot on the round, and Chase is up 2-0 real quick. And it looked in both of these games now like Chase was against the ropes, and he just manages to either fight back, win by a hair, and in that case, just find the opportune pass that Shaggy offers him and just takes off with it in round 3.
Yeah, Shaggy might kick himself a little bit for passing round 2, but as spectators, we can see with 100% confidence that Chase doesn't have the Bloody Baron. But as a player, without all that information, not being, like, obviously as a player, you can't see your opponent's hand, right? So you've got to be really nervous that there might be the Baron there, and he might just be slow playing it, waiting for me to commit my next big gold card before slamming down the Baron for like 20-something points with a lot of bleed and just overtaking me, losing my card advantage, and giving away the gold that I committed on the previous turn.
Oh,
so
and here it is.
It's a tough decision to make, but maybe, yeah, you might have been right. If he had pushed all in, that might have been a 2-0 situation, given how awkward Chase's hand was at the time.
Well, I don't know if those alumni were going to be in the position that they were. I mean, frankly, there wasn't going to be enough. I don't think there was enough oomph out of that hand. I mean, the Hubert itself was such a thorn in the side there. And the fact that Chase was able to get out of that round by, donating a brick in the hand and just using the orders. It seemed like a gift that was just offered to him. Again, Nature's Gift generous to all, apparently, as everyone gets a little bit of help there. As again, Shaggy's going to probably be reviewing that game and just thinking like, if I just played one more card, maybe I would have had a little bit more confidence moving forward, as everything that was going to be responding to my cards was going to feel weak. But again, you don't know that. You see the deck list and you're like, holy crap, there's a Baron around the corner somewhere, and it's gonna hurt me. It's gonna win the round, and I'm gonna have nothing for the round 3. So you can't blame Shaggy for making that decision, but at the same time, give full credit to Chase for squeaking out that victory in game 1, winning a convincing round 3 in game number 2, and now it's all potentially all she wrote, as we're going to game 3 here in the first quarterfinals of Gwent Open number 4 in season 3. I'm Flake, that's Shinmiri. Get to it, buddy.
Yeah, and now Chase has one deck left that he needs to win with. That is the Nature's Gift Symbiosis deck. He is playing a devotion version with Ida, as well as a Cat Witcher Adept, also playing the Evandrel. So very similar list to Shaggy's, but no Elven Seers at 5 provisions, and instead plays a 6 and a 4, Ida and Cat Witcher Adept. So let's see what Chase can do here. This might be, his weak link in his lineup, and potentially Shaggy could have a chance of still reverse sweeping this. It's not over yet. It's a 2-0 lead for Chase, but Shaggy, I think, still has a chance. We'll have to see what he can do.
Now, oftentimes I always say that when a player is down 0-2, they're actually favored in that third game, as usually it's the third and potentially or possibly the weakest list that the 2-0 player is playing. Whereas Shaggy knows what's coming and can position himself to best counter it. In this case, it's a pretty big opening play. That is massive. The Dunka is kind of out of range of many of those answers. Cards like Gigacock can't really touch it. It's a 6 points of damage. That extra little piece of armor has that Dunka sitting nice and pretty, as she's going to be basically just sprinkling a little bit of love on that hand. And without Ethne in hand, all of those hand buffs are pretty much finding decent targets. Obviously, you want those to hit the Evandrel, you want them to potentially hit the Sorceress, but it's all good in the hood in this case, as Chase is just, sticking to the plan. Let's drop this Sorceress up at 9. It's going to take a lot of work for you, if you're Shaggy, to get that back down to 3, and you're not going to be committing any big pieces anytime soon.
All right, Chase finds the Bountiful Harvest. That's going to be your best option, and gets a Sorceress as well as a Whisperer option. So going to take the Sorceress, buffs up the Simless, and now he's got another big Sorceress to contend with, potentially also getting him more carryover in the form of Bountiful Harvest or Circle of Life going forward. Shaggy still needs to play another card here. Gonna take the Gutting Slash, bring that Sorceress down to earth a little bit, and with the Rain, very cheeky play here. I love the flexibility of cards like Little Hofru, being able to take optional Rain and prevents that Sorceress from clicking her orders for 1 turn, and now Shaggy takes the pass.
Yeah, and doesn't get the opportunity to go ahead and use another one of those orders on the Sorceress, but he's ahead here, so there's no reason to do it anyways. But look at this. He's saying we're going to a long round 3, apparently, as he's just continuously depositing cards, just filtering out the hand where possible, and perhaps using some of those nature cards that he feels are not going to factor in late game. And the reason for this, Shinmiri, is also the fact that, hey, I got Dunka on the board and I'm going to a long round 3. Let's let her do her work.
Oh, but Dunka buffs the Evandrel to an odd power, which can be pretty awkward here, because Dunka's the only thing in this deck that buffs by 1 or odd powers. Everything else buffs by even amount of power, like 2 power from the Circle of Life, 2 power from the Bountiful Harvest. And you want your Evandrel to be at exactly 8 or 10 for those nature tutors, Isengrim's Council and Call of the Forest. You can still get them if it's at like 9, 11, whatever, but you have to play them. You have to play Evandrel Range Row in that case, and then that opens up like all the lower provision possibilities. You could end up not finding what you're looking for. So a little bit unlucky for Chase here with where the Dunka hand buffs landed, but he does have a ton of carryover, and I would say that Scoia'tael in general is favored in this long round 3 matchup.
Now, one option that you can do here is that you can go get Evandrel with Hall of the Forest to bring it to 8 and guarantee yourself an Isengrim's Council if that's the case. But tossing away a Phil Evandrel to get a Phil Evandrel feels like it's just playing Phil Evandrel with extra steps. But it
feels bad, especially if when you don't even have your Ethne or your Gourd yet. It might feel a little bit better if you draw into both of those, gold cards, and then you have like this Call of the Forest that you don't really need to rely on, and then you can mulligan the Phil Evandrel. But that's a really good observation, Blake, that you can do to kind of counteract this odd-even conundrum that you're in.
Oh, here we go. Those, 2 Hamadryads are not bad, but it's tough to keep those bad boys alive, given the fact that the first one that hits the board, if it comes down old school, no hand buff, it might catch a little bit of Nature's Gift order ability, give it vitality up to 6. But that Gigacock is going to slap it down real fast. That is not going to survive, and Chase is picking up some real scraps here, as the tempering is not what you want to see. That is just filler, my friend. That is basically air in the bag of chips. That you do not want that on your in your hand. And as it starts now, Chase is going to kind of play relatively uninteractively against this Coral. Because if the Burna is the next card around the block, you want it to basically lose a little bit of option here. Now, what Chase can do is potentially follow up with the Forest Protector into the circle and kill the Coral, and perhaps boost the Phil Evandrel to 8, and then maybe you get a swing at a Isengrim's Council. But you're spot on with the fact that, hey, this ain't looking too good when your Phil Evandrel's at an odd number.
Yeah, but Shaggy has problems of his own. Shaggy has a currently dead Morkvarg in his hand. No way to discard it at the moment. No Birna, no Scowl, didn't draw into either of those off the Coral. But if somehow Shaggy's Coral dies and goes to the graveyard, then there's an option to potentially resurrect the Coral with the Fukusha. We'll see here. Interesting, like Shaggy, I think there's some mind games going on here. Shaggy playing that location next to the Coral to say, hey, I'm gonna heal it. And look, Chase takes the bait and does exactly what you say. Forest Protector into Circle of Life for the death blow, and now Shaggy's got an unbricked Morkvarg. This is some really good bait by Shaggy.
Oh, absolutely. He just set up the breadcrumbs, and Chase followed him all the way to the gingerbread house in that case. Look at that, man. That is exactly what happens, is basically, tossing out the location there and setting up the board as it was, saying, all right, deal with it now, or it's going to be a problem, because Burna's going to come through and just absolutely devastate you. But, oh, my God, here comes Coral. She's back, baby, and she's got something to play with in this case.
And I like just holding the Coral ability, because in open deck lists, you know exactly what your opponent's capable of doing, and without a sorceress on the board, Shaggy is saying you can't kill this. You only have 5 damage at best. These players are really jamming the cards now. The pace is speeding up. Shaggy finds a Maxi, not exactly great for round 3, but at least it's not like another skirmisher like a brick.
Yeah, he was looking for that Morkvarg. That's probably the best card that he could pick up in this case. I mean, it would have been it would have been a beautiful answer to that ever-growing Hamadryad, but not the case in this regard. But still, I mean, Burna as well would have been beautiful to pick up. But hey. You can't have it, this ain't Burger King. You can't have it your way all the time. So we're just going to go ahead and go pick up the Ethne. Lots of bodies on the board, lots of symbiosis. These little trees are going to feel real nice, because it's points spread over multiple bodies, and that's what you kind of want to look at. Uh-oh. One more swing in the bat here. No dice! Junod not finding any love here. Shaggy just wondering where he went wrong in life to low roll like that. Do you think that at least one maybe would have hit?
I would have liked to see the Quen come down first, actually. Quen coming down first would clean up that Young Dryad was originally at 3. Like, you could have cleaned up the Young Dryad, and then your leader charges have a much better chance of hitting Ethne twice to set Ethne down to 5.
fascinating positioning here.
Yeah,
putting the shield, blocking the potential heal. I mean, not that you're necessarily expecting too much damage, but it's still an opportunity.
Now here comes the big Simless, 7-point Simless hand buffed. A lot of carryover on him, and going to create more hand buff from this Bountiful Harvest. Chase has to make a decision here. Does he want to go for the guaranteed 7 points on Archer, or potentially risky 3 points on Whisper? But Whisper, if she goes unanswered, can be big payoff.
Well, if you're going to win this, you're going to have to find the best long-term value here. I mean, the Archer's kind of a no-brainer in that case, I think. It does so much work, and the Sorceress is the Sorceress. I mean, let's be honest. When you have a Tempering in hand, that's the card you want to get. It's going to potentially open up future value here. Trial of the Grasses as a removal card seems so odd, but boy, does it do some work.
Chase hitting the ones, I was saying, like, I was gonna say, Chase hitting the ones makes Trial of the Grasses an 11-point play on the students instead, but Shaggy still decides to use it for removal because, yeah, the Sorceress being able to click and make a nature card is worth more than 5 points that you would get from playing it proactively on your student.
All right, now we got 2 options here to go get gored. You've got Call of the Forest, you've got Isengrim's Council, but it's a roll of the dice in this case, so Chase is going to have to hope that maybe he has an option here, but it looks like it's all wrapped up over here. That's not the best, but damn it, it's enough. And
it's enough.
That's all you got to do here, friends. Chase takes this one 3-0. Shaggy is going home, and Chase is moving on to the semifinals here at Gwent Open number 4.
Yeah, Chase breaking the quarterfinal curse, gets to the semifinals. Shaggy, unfortunately, this time will be eliminated in the quarterfinals, and this could have had big implications for who is going to World Masters at the end of the year. But Chase has to be really happy about making it to day 2.
Yeah, and I mean, we've got 2 sayings here in Canada. The first saying is, Lippy decks are hot garbage. The second saying is that you don't F with trees. And I mean, at that point, we were talking about this earlier, about how this is a deck that, out of nowhere, in a very pedestrian-looking, unassuming, non-threatening board, can suddenly explode for value, seemingly, like you said, out of nowhere. Those Sorceresses are such integral parts to the strategy that you said. Like you said, like, if I use this Trial of the Grasses on one of these students, that's a lot of points. But if I use it against this Sorceress to remove 4 points off the board, it seems like you're kind of, you're leaving a lot to be desired, but the implications long term can be disastrous. As we saw, one of the Sorceresses come through, boost up the Evandrel. Evandrel just can go ahead and find nothing. It could have found absolute trash bags and still would have won with the 1 tree that was produced off that board.
Yeah, and just like the nature cards, playing extra nature cards is just worth so many points in this Symbiosis deck, because you've got your leader passive, you've got your Ethne and the young Dryads, potentially Hama Dryads on the board too. Some versions even play Dwayne Canal Guardian. But I think we're ready to get an interview with the winner of the first quarterfinal, Birja and Chase. Take it away.
Yes, it's me and Chase. Plus, we have Hesser standing by. Hesser, do you hear me?
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, awesome. Chase, man, 3-0 to start off the first quarter. I mean, how do you feel, man?
3-0 в первом четвертьфинале, это просто невероятно. Как себя чувствуешь? Расскажи нам.
Чувствую хорошо. Думаю, не зря готовился 2 дня. Особенно 2 последних, когда деки уже открыли. К этому матчу, наверное, я подошел, как это правильно сказать, более... Не могу слова даже подобрать уже, в общем. Больше всего я готовился к Шеге, потому что, я его считал самым сильным на этом турнире, поэтому больше всего я к нему и готовился. То есть, по ощущениям, для меня вот сейчас, когда я прошел Шеги, дальше проще наоборот, чем сложнее.
All right, so I feel really happy, obviously, especially after preparing only for 2 days, for the last 2 days. It was not in vain, for sure. And well, my approach to this match is hard to describe actually. I cannot find the words, but I gotta say that I was getting ready for Shaggy the most because I was actually thinking about him as the strongest player in this tournament. So it worked out for me, and from now on, it should be only easier.
Okay, well, this was quite easy because you went 3-0. But yeah, congratulations to you. First person going to the semis, so congrats. Yeah, get some rest. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Поздравляем еще раз с победой. Отдохни немножко перед полуфиналом тогда. Ну и это все на сегодня. Спасибо тебе.
Спасибо. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. All right, let's go back to me. And as you guys probably know, there will be some leaks happening, but not yet, not yet. So before that, let's go back to our casters.
Damn it, Berja, what a tease. But yes, the interview with Chase, he's got to be ecstatic about going to day number 2, the semifinals. Heartbreak for Shaggy. It was actually pretty significant for him to move out of quarterfinals. That would have guaranteed him a spot in World Masters Season 3. And now the beneficiary, I think, is Cybers. Cybers is going to guarantee a spot now that Shaggy has lost. This is the sort of like, you know, football's kind of, I get to the finals if this team wins and this team loses by this much and so on. Cybers guaranteed a spot now in World Masters Season 3 because of this series. Let's take a look at the brackets as well to see how the action is going to unfold later today.
Yeah, Lord Triss and Necrodal are coming around the corner, friends. And then, of course, there's Sif Great Wolf versus Porkbelly. Lex Smiling and Hannah Chan are going to round out the day over here. And again, like you said, Berja just kind of teasing us with leaks. I really wanted to see what the, I want to show you guys the leak right now. I can't do it. Berja's got it because I really wanted to see everyone's reaction to the fact that Dagon is not a monster card. So that's going to be interesting to see. Did I just leak that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Berja. I'm sorry, Berja. All right. How about the prize pool? I mean, let's just be fair. A 3-0 means that you get the entire cake and you can eat it too. But I mean, Shaggy's going away with $875. That ain't no slouch. He's going to have himself a little bit of a... I mean, it was either a celebratory party or a consolation party. Nonetheless, you got some sweet swag that you can go ahead and, a little change to jingle around your pocket.
Yeah, and a 1750 so far for Chase, with a lot more potentially to come in day 2 as he moves on to the semifinals. Next up, we have the second quarterfinal pair. It's going to be Lord Triss versus Necrotal. They're going to be showing their interviews right after this, and we're going to have a new pair of casters, Flake. Why don't you introduce them?
Well, I mean, I don't want to say that I personally discovered the Blue Coin Kid, aka Trinet, but he did win the Wild Hunt tournament back in 2018 in spectacular fashion, so he will be on the casting team around the corner. And of course, there's Sealy, who is someone who is not just freaking amazing at Gwent, but it's just freaking amazing in general. They'll be bringing you the action, but again, we want to meet the players first, so here's Lord Triss and Necrodal.
Hello, Lord Triss, welcome back. You come back after losing very close to the Gwent Master Pieball last time. Do you feel more relaxed since you played in Open before, or maybe you feel a little more pressure because you just want to go further?
Well, I wouldn't say that the pressure is too big. I'm not a person who gets stressed too easily. After all, it's just a game, and you also need some luck, but in the end, you just have to give your best.
Oh yeah, definitely. There is always that element of luck and randomness. So, sure, you gotta feel some pressure for sure. Okay, and speaking of the players, what do you think of the players this time around compared to the last time? Because this time we got a lot of players from China, from the CIS region, right? We got Shaggy as well. What do you think about them?
This time we see a lot of new faces. Actually, last time during Open number 3, we also saw Chinese players, and to be precise, me and Wang Yin. But unfortunately, I lost in my match and wasn't able to face the one I admire, so I still feel a little disappointed.
Oh yeah, definitely. This one is a strong one for sure. And yeah, in this tournament we have two new Chinese players, or one new Chinese player, and Hannah-chan coming back, right, from GWENT Masters Season 1. So this is great to see as well. Okay, and what do you think is your biggest strength as a player that helps you participate in tournaments and in qualifiers, for example?
I'd say now the biggest strength is having some distance to the game. I believe that losing is a natural thing and we should care too much about winning.
All right, perfect. Okay, thanks a lot, Lord Tris, for today's interview, and good luck in today's matches, and hopefully I'm going to see you tomorrow. Good luck. And Loader Necrotel, welcome to the official GWENT Open tournament. This is your first appearance on the big stage, but you are very known in the Russian community and streaming community in general. But could you introduce yourself to those who might not have heard about you?
Hi, yeah, just like you said, in the Russian community, I'm known for streaming and creating content on YouTube, but behind the mask of a content maker, you'll find a typical 28-year-old drudge who every single day goes to a boring 9-to-5 Mughal work. And only after that comes back home, slides into GWENT and shows his big plays. In the meantime, I also somehow managed to qualify for the tournament, and here I am with you.
This is awesome. Yeah, you're indeed a one-man orchestra, you could say, one-man band, because, you know, streaming, casting tournaments, and now pro-playing in a tournament, this is really impressive. All right, and what are your goals for this season and for the rest of the year? Do you have anything planned?
Well, my plans for this season were pretty cut and dry. I need to get ready for the Open so that I don't get eliminated and disgraced by losing 0-3. Winning at least one game will be pretty satisfying. If I happen to move up to the semis, then well, it's gonna be lucky day. Speaking of the rest of the year, I definitely want to cast the GWENT Masters finale and organize my own tournament, which prize pool will be hopefully increased over time as it depends on my performance during this Open. So in general, those are my main usual plans.
All right, well, perfect. Let's hope for that. Okay, and last but not least, is there someone you would like to play against in this tournament? We have a really interesting lineup this time. A lot of CIS players, a lot of Chinese players, and one single Shaggy. Who do you like to play against this time?
Speaking of people I'd like to play against, I really want to face the CDPR's balance team, especially the guy responsible for the new Northern Realms mages. And when speaking of the tournament, it's easier to say who I want to play against because I absolutely don't want to face players from the CIS region. I would like to see Shaggy as my opponent because he's a really strong player. That leaves us with the Chinese guys. I consider them quite interesting, and it's really nice to play against them, so I have nothing against dueling a few of them during the tournament.
Alright, awesome. Well, hopefully it's gonna be like that. Okay, Necrotal, thank you a lot for this short interview, and hopefully I'm gonna see you tomorrow. Good luck.
Everyone, and welcome to the second quarterfinal of the third Open of Season 3 of GWENT. My name is Sealy, and I'm so excited to be here and be able to cast some really fun series with you guys, chat, and of course with me is the one and only Trynet, also known as a GWENT streamer, content creator, and infamous pro rank gatekeeper. How are you doing, Trynet?
I'm doing great. It's really good to be here. Looking forward to seeing some high-quality GWENT games today. And remember, if you're here to see some high-quality GWENT games too and watching this on Twitch, you can link your Twitch and GOG accounts to earn in-game rewards just for watching the stream. At 2 hours, you'll get 50 meteorite powder. At 4 hours, 50 meteorite powder and an exclusive Karak Marine avatar. And then finally, at 6 and 8 hours, you'll receive an ultimate keg. Make sure you watch the whole event to maximize your value. Anyway, can we take a look at the Twitter poll to get an idea of what the community thinks about these two players? Well, this one's pretty close. 46-54 in favor of Necrotal. I was expecting the content creator to have a bit of an advantage here just based on popularity, but people really respecting Lord Triss.
It is close. It is amazing. I mean, this is going to be a pretty tight series indeed, and it seems so equal. I mean, I couldn't say which one of these would be favored. Either way, it's going to be a pretty tight race, I'm sure. Of course, Lord Triss has been here before. He made his debut in Open number 3, and now Necrotal, of course, as we just heard, is making his debut today. So this is going to be interesting to see how everything is going to to go today. And of course, the players know the coins already, and we have Lord Triss going on blue coin and Necrotal responding with the red coin there. And yeah, that was a fun prediction.
For sure. Let's see if we can hop into the deck lists and see what these players have brought to this event. Starting us out here, Lord Triss bringing Double Cross, Inspired Zeal, Reckless Flurry, and Nature's Gift. Starting us out here on the Double Cross, we have a deck with a very flexible round plan, capable of passing both early and pushing in round one, both totally valid. Blightmaker on red coin can force out quality from the opponent or try to win on even from red. Gold Assimilate units play for both great tempo and scale very well into a longer round. It's really hard to pin this deck down onto a single strategy because so much of what it does is dependent on what deck the opponent's playing and what it's able to copy from the opponent.
Absolutely. We have a ton of these beautiful assimilate engines that keep on scaling in a long round, so a lot of the time this deck does really well with that. And don't forget this leader, it definitely is quite threatening. It shows your opponent's 3 cards of the hand. Whenever you decide to press it, you get the choice of 3 cards, and then you can play yourself. Of course, proccing your assimilates and potentially making your opponent play some of those really good cards a little bit earlier than they would want to, just because they don't want to give you that value. So Lord Triss is hoping to get some sweet double cross assimilate points with this one, and that is going to be really threatening in a long round. And an interesting card here that we see is the Mushy Truffle included. Breaking Devotion. This is not a Devotion deck list, of course. We are playing the Illusionist here as well, which I think is pretty interesting, looking at the Mushy Truffle and potential bonded Illusionist value that you can get spawning something from your opponent's graveyard. I think that can make up for some pretty interesting plays.
Yeah, and Terra Nova, of course, a card that we want to highlight in this deck, where you can spawn and play a base copy of a non-disloyal unit that you gave spying to during this game other than itself. So you're able to give spying with Mage Torturer and able to take copies of your opponent's golds and play those yourself.
Yeah, and let's move on to the Inspired Seal list that Lord Triss is going for. Now, this is a pretty exciting form of Northern Realms because we have not seen this before. It includes a lot of brand new cards. And I mean, Necrotal is going to be really happy because there are some meditating mages that I am spying in this list. Of course, a bit of a more conservative strategy, playing a lot of different mages here, uniting with the Northern Realms Knights of Very Brave Prince and Sayas and Seltkirk, ready to duel any kind of threats, really making it difficult if you don't have a lot of control for this one. Meditating Mages, of course, can give you carryover for later rounds, and the classic play of trying to develop your Banard student, or Tusa student as well, to get that patience for the alumni, which we see 2 copies of in this deck. An interesting choice as well to include here is the Dwim Veandra and the Mushy Truffle, which will play for just really solid value, refreshing at order ability, also working on the Chapter of Wizards. Another flexible card that can spawn Rune Ward, and then you can choose a mage of your choice that really fits into the board state and the list that you're playing, what it looks like at that moment. And of course, there is the card that we would like to highlight, which is the Cintrian Spellweaver. Now, the Spellweavers are quite interesting. They are kind of engines, but also threaten a lot of removal. So whenever you play a mage or a spell, you get that extra removal, which can really help with reach and be threatening in a round in which you play a ton of mages. So this is a threat, definitely, that you can use to your advantage.
Yeah, it definitely is. One thing that I find really interesting about this particular mage version is that it's not really playing any of the greedy cards you would associate with the archetype. There's no defender in the deck. There's no Tisaya or Itaran to complement the meditating mage's plan. There's no Letitia for the alumni. It's really just happy getting smaller alumni, probably looking for 6 or 7 damage or boost out of them, while the Letitia build is looking to get a little bit more, trying to get 6 or 7. Yeah, and moving us on to the Skellige list. This is a deck that's been around for a very long time. It has a very wide range of removal effects. Both tall and small removal are scattered throughout the deck. Mork can be resurrected through Fukusia, potentially giving you 3 tall removal effects throughout the game. a lot of the cards are optional removal, meaning it's removal when you need them or just points when you don't. Cards like Trial of the Grasses, Fukusia, Bride of the Sea, to an extent Little Hafru. This handles the too much control problem that a lot of control decks have, where you have like this Gigascorp Decoction in your hand that you just don't have a target for. Instead of playing your Trial of the Grasses for 6 damage, you can instead play it on your Quen, for example, and get a 10-point play out of that, just points on your own side of the board.
Exactly, this Bride of the Sea is great because you can enable rain quite efficiently here with your cards, such as Fukusia or even the Little Havre. Of course, that means that you can resurrect an alchemy card that you have already played. Also, the Mushy Truffle enables the Golden Froth that you can resurrect without any rain. So even if you don't have any of those targets like Gigascorpion Decoction or Trial of the Grasses that require rain on your opponent's side of the board, you can still go for a Martyrdom, you can still go for the Froth if that is something that you managed to spawn with your Mushy Truffle. And then we have, of course, a great point slammy list. As we saw in the previous games, it is capable of spitting out points on the board really fast. Aethernet definitely threatening, especially in combination with Simlas, because you can play 2 of those beautiful bronze copies of nature cards in your list. For example, double Bountiful Harvest, boom, that is a ton of threatening points on your side of the board. Also interesting choice here is we are not playing a fob. There is no tutor that looks like fob because there is no Evandrel here. So we need a hand buff target, and that all falls on Mr. Sheldon Skaggs. He is looking to hopefully gather some of those hand buffs and then deal out a solid amount of damage on anything that you can find. So this is kind of like a devotion list, but a little bit more control heavy.
Yeah, the decision to play Great Oak over Evandrel is a really interesting one to me. Where Great Oak tends to scale with the length of a round, Evandrel is better undeveloped. Like, you can just stick hand buff on your Evandrel, throw it into a round, and it's going to play for good points. I would expect this deck is a little bit better at winning round 1 than a typical ST deck, simply because that round 1 tends to be the round that goes the longest, and Great Oak plays better there than the Evandrel does, though maybe it'll have some trouble in some short rounds and maybe mirror matches. I really think it's interesting how these decks have moved away from Orb of Insight in the latest patch, in large part because of the new Bountiful Harvest, but this has a couple of implications. One, because of the Herald Gourd buff, you can no longer just rely on casting a bunch of spells to set up carryover to get a gigantic gourd, but it also makes the deck a lot less reliant on your bronze's sticking, without the need to clone orbs with Seers or Sorcerer's Duel with Thanas. You can fight through removal much more easily than this deck could in the past.
That's absolutely right. Now, very solid list here from Lord Triss, and I'm very excited to see them in action. I gotta say, especially the Inspired Zeal one. I haven't really seen anything like this before that does go like for kind of 50-50 control, but also mages. It's quite cool, the kind of conservative approach to meditating mages. But of course, we have another player here waiting to show us what he has brought to the party, and that is Necrotal. So let's jump into those deck lists, shall we? Okay, we can see here that Necrotal is going for, you know, an identical lineup to what we just saw for Chase. And hey, that really paid off for Chase in a very impressive 3-0 that we just saw. Now, is Necrotal gonna have that same power against Lord Triss? We shall find out, but let's look at this Enslave list. Of course, that is similar to what we saw, or sorry, identical to what we saw from Chase. Really cool list. Of course, the leader able to steal anything. One important thing that we noted from the previous matchup was that anything that your enslaved leader will steal will give that unit spying. So you can definitely utilize that to your advantage when it comes to something like Artad.
Yeah, of course. So this deck has the same core as the other Assimilate decks, but with just some tech differences. Can still pass early, can still fight for card advantage. Gold Assimilate units still play for great value, but despite being a Devotion deck, it does still have access to 2 tower removals. You have Vincent and Invocation. A lot of lists in this tournament you'll see are going to be very close to Enslave lists, but this is one of the ones that actually plays the leader. It's pretty common through some of the lists that we're going to see later on to see Double Cross or Imprisonment lists that are playing 7 or even 8 tactics. So yeah, Enslave is a huge threat against NR and ST, and as we saw in the last series and CLA just noted, Enslave can be used to even set up Terranova, which seemed really important in the Skelia matchup. Our highlight card here is Amnesty, which is a really scary card that can make people play very differently. Stealing a Ballista or a Created Whisperer can be completely game deciding, especially with the Devotion ability on Amnesty.
That's absolutely right. You have a bit of damage there that could definitely enable a really nice Amnesty if you're looking to get a target there, maybe steal something like a Havruet like we saw in the previous game. Now, moving on to the Inspired Zeal list, this is the Letitia list that we saw earlier. We might want to highlight her here to just check out what Letitia can do. She, of course, gets the patience over time, and then she's looking to give that off to the Bounard student or the Aretusa student, and there are really, really good ways of actually protecting your Letitia. You can tutor her with AA, you can find her and TA her if you are playing this list from Blue Coin, and you have the Carrick Marines that can buff her up in case she takes a little bit of damage during the battle. But yeah, really banking on this alumni value, hoping that you get a nice one for something like round 3 or 2.
Yeah, there are two big approaches to the 5 provision cards I'm noticing in a lot of these mage decks. You can either play double Boiling Oil, or you can play double Spellweaver to get that little bit of extra removal in your NR deck. The power of like Boiling Oil in engine decks is a little bit different than how Boiling Oil works in the more control deck, because whenever you play a Boiling Oil, all of your engines that you have in play are still growing that turn. So rather than trading even, you're actually kind of getting ahead when you play a Boiling Oil. Another notable card in this deck is Siege Ladder, which there's not a whole lot of movement effects going around, but one really important one is created making a bombs from either Doblathana Sorceress or Phil Evandrel, which can be an easy answer for Letitia from Scoia'tael, and Siege Ladder just shuts that down as an out. Moving us on to Reckless Flurry, we have a list that is a little bit of a blast from the past. Sunset Wanderer is something that's sort of fallen out of favor after going to 13 provisions. I was playing in the past because it was really efficient even when it got tar removaled, but we're seeing it here still at 13 provisions. I wonder how much of this is because Scoia'tael specifically doesn't play tar removal, and so there's not really much of a downside to including Wanderers in that matchup, where in other matchups, obviously, there's the issue of making your opponent's Spores live, making your opponent's Morkvarg live, making their Heatwave better, etc. This list is playing double Purify with Moondust and Peller. Moondust deals with Adaliad or Rune-Worded students where something like Stunning Blow wouldn't. You can remove Vitality from Hamadryad, and of course Peller just deals with defenders so you don't have to waste your Heatwave on them.
That's right, and then you have a little bit of graveyard manipulation here with the Xavier Lemons. Could be really effective into something like Northern Realms. Being able to remove some units there from their graveyard can prove quite useful. And it is interesting, like you said, that the Sunset Wanderers is one of the units that will go tall. But on the other flip side, that you have the Trial of the Grasses that could go on something like Gwen, also playing a bit tall. And then you also, of course, have yeah, that is what you have. Those are the boosts that you can go for. So it does stick out a little bit, but maybe it's worth just the point push. And of course, with the discard package, you see the point output that can put on the board. And then, you know, with the Sunset Wanderers, it can get some extra value and grow quite nicely there. Then we have the Nature's Gift list. Also, we are familiar with this list by now. This is a devotion list and it relies on Phil Evandrel instead of something like a Great Oak that we saw from Lord Triss. This one does have an Ida to be able to get through those defenders potentially, looking to maybe even purify resilience. Who knows, maybe we'll see that play in this upcoming game. But also giving vitality. A nice flexible card. Of course, this means there are no Seers. Instead, we see this Ida and a Cat Witcher Adept.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing the Ida in a deck with no tar removals. If he wants to fight through Defender and deal with like Iteran, he's gonna have to, well, I'd say Iteran, unless that's a threat in the matchup. Maybe something like a Tisha. He would need to play his Simloss as well into the same round and get like Circles or Rebukes. Even with the Purify for Defender, it's not clear exactly how you deal with the follow-up threats.
And that is our decks, all super solid lists. Of course, again, we're kind of going for the same archetypes here, but big variations. Inspired Zeal, both kind of playing mages, one going for the Letitia approach, one going for a little bit of Meditating Mages action, and then, of course, the Nilfgaard Assimilate. Of course, we want to know what the players are scared of, meaning we want to take a look at the bans. What do these players think? Okay, I don't want to play against this one.
Let's see. Whoa, we got double cross banned from Lord Triss, and Necrotal's Inspired Zeal got taken out. So
All right.
Inspired Zeal, Reckless Flurry, Nature's Gift up against Enslave, Reckless Flurry, and Nature's Gift for Necrotal.
All right, Trine, does this match your predictions for what you had expected for this matchup?
No, I wasn't. I was expecting to see... Well, I was expecting to see either Nilfgaard or Skellige banned. I was not expecting... Yeah. I was really expecting to see Skellige's banned more than anything else.
Exactly.
Very
Necrotal seems to follow the pattern here of banning the Nilfgaard, thinking that that is the way to go. But the NR ban coming down from Lord Triss, I mean, it does make sense. There's a lot of removal in that NR list that Necrotal does have with the double boiling oil. It can definitely be threatening for Lord Triss in terms of trying to stick his own engines and students, of course, early on. So we'll see if this ends up paying off. What do you think?
I think one thing that I really underestimated when I initially looked at this list was just how impactful the Enslave leader ability was into Skellige. We saw in the last series that Enslave was able to steal a last play for Fukusia in order to still get the Terra Nova ability onto it, where normally it would be very hard to get a copy of Fukusia if the opponent's playing around it properly.
That was definitely a pretty insane play that we saw there in round 3.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on Bride of the Sea in these Skellige decks? Now with neither SK banned, this is going to be something that we might see, Bride of the Sea versus no Bride of the Sea in SK.
I really like Bride of the Sea. Personally, I've been playing her a lot on ladder. I feel like she's very flexible in terms of, hey, either you can remove a threat from your opponent's side of the board, or you can use it defensively to replay something like Quen or even Martyrdom for a decent amount of points on something like Quen again. So I feel like she is really flexible. Of course, it'll be interesting to see how Gerd, on the flip side, Necrotal is playing Gerd, how that will kind of come to play. Like Squirtle, for example, plays wide, but do you think there's like other value for it? Just a solid value card, maybe?
Yeah, I think the main application will be, of course, versus Scoia'tael, but it does have some other uses, especially against Nilfgaard. You can hit the Blightmaker stuff. In the mirror matches, sometimes discard stuff goes a little bit wide. It's not always going to be great, but you can usually find some application for it in most matchups. Obviously, against Scoia'tael, it is where it is the strongest.
Absolutely.
What are your thoughts on different takes on Mage NR? Letitia versus no Letitia, Spellweaver versus Boiling Oil, whether or not you want to play Defender. I think the Defender decision is one that's really interesting to me. What goes into deciding whether or not you want to cut Defender from an NR list?
I wonder, Defender seems like a good play in terms of really being able to protect your engines, but we can see Necrotal has teched Defenders and Purifies in each of these decks, so honestly, if Lord Triss were to go with that Defender, it might not even do that much. So that is definitely maybe a good call, and just focus on getting that value. Also, Letitia with no Defender is very interesting, because you want to kind of really hope that she sticks on the board. But with so many ways of boosting her, it's not really likely for an opponent actually to remove it very easily.
Yeah, so if we are to see the Scoia'tael mirror in one of these games, do you think the implications of Great Oak versus Evandrel are going to be impactful? Does it determine like which coin these players might want to bring these decks on? Oh, and here we are hopping into game number 1.
All right, yeah, I guess we might find out later if we do end up seeing that mirror. So, of course, we do have Lord Triss here going on blue coin with Scoia'tael, hoping to get that Scoia'tael through, and Necrotal curing the Skellige list here. What do you think about this matchup? Any predictions?
I'm definitely interested in seeing how this turns out. So, Lord Triss on the blue coin, going to be looking to find... There's the Donka, that he's able to tactical advantage up and try to get some hand buff carryover out of this round. One of the more powerful things to put that tactical advantage on as Scoia'tael, that 10 power threat.
It's a super threatening engine that you definitely want to respond to if you are a Lord Triss. Now, we know that there is a heat wave in there, but so far not been found. Maybe a Dunka plus a tactical advantage is threatening enough that you want to actually go and heat wave that. And now it's going to take multiple of turns if you really want to go ahead and answer that. So if Lord Triss decides to play that out, that is definitely quite threatening.
Yeah, potentially something like Morkvarg plus a leader charge can take it out if the Dunka were to be led on, but it looks like that's not what Lord Triss is going to go for. He's going to spread out the points, use his tactical advantage on this Dol Bathana Sorceress instead.
This Sorceress as well could be answered by that Morkvarg, but it is quite the valuable card in this matchup, as there are a lot of things that goes up. But just the same way that Dunka could have been answered there, here comes the Morkvarg and a leader charge. Boom. There is no Sorceress anymore. Necrotal deciding this is worth it. This is a value play, and I'm going to take it.
Yeah, we do see the Morkvarg plus leader charge coming out, and now Lord Triss got to find another thing to put on the board. Thankfully, his hand is full of cards to play. He's got a Hamadryad, he's got this Dawn Canal Guardian that he can play. The Donka can still come out whenever. So just goes Hamadryad, throws a leader charge on it, boosts it up to 6 to get it out of trivial removal range, but Necrotal's going to take that out with a Giga Scorpion Decoction.
Definitely playing quite aggressively here. I think he wants to take this round. It is interesting. We'll see what Lord Triss will keep going here. Going for the first Bountiful Harvest here and putting the hand buff on the Great Oak. Of course, we don't see that Sheldon that in Lord Triss's list really wants to suck up those hand buffs. But instead, the Oak is getting taller.
Yeah, sizing up that threat for later. Potentially doesn't want to commit it into round 1 now that it has the hand buffs, if that was something that was in the plan before. But yeah, Sorceress up to 5, gets it out of Gutting Slash and Moondust range.
Of course, you could still damage it to put it down so that it would have to be boosted. Lord Triss then does have double tempering here that he could go and press there, but Necrotal is going in using the second leader charge, saying, hey, no board for you, I'm sorry, I have to do this.
Yeah, super aggressive, down to 1 leader charge in round 1. Trying to fight real hard here to get that win on even, or at least force out a lot of quality from Lord Triss as the Donka comes down, boosts up that Dawn Canal Guardian, and then passes it back over to Necrotal. Lord Triss, a man with a plan, playing his cards quick.
Yeah, Necrotal definitely has to choose here what he's going to do. The Wanderer is going to take, potentially he could let it come out in round 1 and say that it's worth it in the scenario of, hey, I can win on even. But we'll see. Lord Triss, of course, really thinking about what to go for here, and the Dunka is out, nothing threatening it just yet, unless Necrotal would be comfortable taking another leader charge.
Coral plus leader charge would take out the Dunka. We already did the Coral. I wonder.
Wow, this is.
You could also
this
just
is
kill it
wild.
next turn with Stunning Blow. I'm curious if he's willing to commit his full leader into round 1 here just to answer the carryover, and he does.
Because if you were scared of the tempering before, then you are still scared of it. That's obviously why Necrotal chose to use the second leader charges. He didn't want that Sorceress to be reboosted, and that's the same thing with Dunka here. Going all in with the leader charges, no more at his disposal, but is it going to be worth it?
Yeah, true. Super aggressive use of the leader charges. Not something you see very often, and here we've got Lord Triss using his Forest Protector into round 1, just trying to get something on the board. It's these Dol Bathana Bowman, a Sentry, and the Watcher of the Forest. Bowman probably the most points out of these. Able to damage the unit on the back row.
It will boost the Oak, of course, being the leftmost card, making it a little bit taller, potentially giving a little bit of a better heat wave. But then again, Lord Triss, in general, is going to play quite tall with those Hamadryds. There's still 1 left. And maybe the Oak getting these boosts isn't too bad.
It's going to be really interesting. I imagine Necrotal is he's definitely looking to win on even from here. I'm curious if the compensation of the card is worth using the full leader. We saw in the previous series that Shaggy had trouble making his Junod live. Is there not a Junod in Necrotal's list that he has to worry about?
Yep, there is no Unod here from Necrotal in this one. So what happened to Shaggy cannot happen here. There is instead the Mishy Truffle. We have the Gird as well, and yeah, no Unod. That could potentially go wrong. And here we see Sunset Wanderers as well coming out. That is an interesting strategy from Necrotal, just saying that, hey, I want to have round control. I am in charge here, and I decide what's going to happen next. Lord Triss, of course, saving some valuable resources still, and preparing for this loss on even.
Yep. Lord Triss does get the loss on even on 4 cards, so if Necrotal does want to go into a long round, he does have the ability to just pass here and have card advantage. Both players taking their mulligans, Necrotal kicking some bronzes, Was Birna and a discard pretty good to have? Finds a Halfru and looks like he is going to deploy it. Gonna be bleeding a bit here, try to force out some of the remaining threats from Lord Triss before going into round 3. Maybe do the rest of his thinning, play the Birna.
Yeah, I was gonna say the first say here is really valuable for Necrotal because now he plays out the Havfrue. Of course, he doesn't really have those leader charges anymore, but the Rain Pings could still help hit some important units on Lord Triss's side of the board. For example, if he had Aethna and those little Dryads, of course, no Aethna to be seen, but there is a Call of the Forest ready to tutor her out. I think now that Necrotal has used those leader charges, it's going to be so much more difficult to actually deal with the Aethna. And I think the Aethna is super threatening from Symbiosis in general.
Yeah, for sure. He does have Quen into Bear Witcher that can deal with some of the tokens, but trying to deal with multiple threats at once can be a nightmare when you don't have those charges in order to take out the rest of those 2-point bodies. A lot of the time it can be difficult for Symbiosis to stick the Aethna with just like leader charges and having some leader charges and boosting up the tokens, the young Dryads with the leader.
Yeah,
but,
that is absolutely
here with no
right.
charges, not as much of a concern.
Nope, and Xavier coming down here, not doing too much in this matchup in particular. We already saw the Forest Protector come out from Lord Triss in round 1, meaning that deleting the graveyard here is not going to make that huge of a difference yet.
Yeah, it's funny. Over the last couple of seasons, Scoia'tael was one of the main reasons to want to play Lemons over something like Squirrel, to be able to banish multiple copies of Orb of Insight. But now, with Scoia'tael not playing them, the Lemons doesn't do a whole lot in the matchup. It can try to deny Forest Protector, but Forest Protector's already been played, and it's a real hard fight to try to fight over all the nature cards in their graveyard.
To be fair, you could create orbs. That could actually be a way of kind of answering the Aethna, or hoping that, protecting the Aethna rather. If you manage to create orbs from your sorceresses, and then you can have this beautiful chain in your graveyard. Of course, if that were something that Lord Triss was planning on, the Xavier would be here to stop it. So yeah, definitely not worth trying to create orbs, or of course not play them. The Bountiful Harvest definitely make up that 6 provision slot in the deck.
Yeah, for sure. Just not something that comes up as much as it used to anymore. We see Circle of Life coming down, building up some more carryover. These units are starting to get pretty threatening. A 7-power Dwan Canal Guardian and then a 12-power Great Oak ready to follow up and find a finisher. But Necrotal, with the initiative here, able to continue bleeding, force out more of that hand buff as Fukusia comes down, resurrects that Coral, probably throws that Skirmisher into the graveyard, starts dealing damage, and threatens to get a bunch of pings as that Birna comes down in a little bit.
Yeah, that Birna is definitely threatening now that Coral is online. And when it comes to Quen targets as well, you want to make sure you don't draw into those with Birna now that you found the Bear Witcher, one of the Bear Witchers in your hand. But let's see how lucky that Birna is when she decides to go for it, because I feel like you want to play it now that Coral's on the board.
That 2 damage hitting the Treant on the back, preventing the Rain from dealing 2 damage at the stern. Bit unfortunate there as we tutor out Simloss and play some Dryad Caresses. We have that Triad in play, making sure that we're getting that Vitality. We do put it on the Hamadryad. All Vitality ticks 24 to 31 as we go back to Necrotal, who is going to play the Birna. Draw 2 cards, finds the other Bear Witcher, unfortunately.
Oh. That is quite something. What is she? I mean, definitely the Peller doesn't do very much here, so we just rather keep this Bear Witcher. And yeah, that is not really what Berta wants to see, but you know, it's a little bit too good not to play in combination with that Coral, of course. I also like Lord Triss, you know, going and boosting this Hamadryad. There is a Heat Wave left. And the Morkvarg is already out, and so is the Fukusia. The Fukusia, of course, could resurrect the Morkvarg if she wanted to, but not anymore.
Yeah, the Fukusia gone, that is no longer a threat. Now, we do see... Okay, 30 to 32, we do see the Dwan Canal Guardian come down 35 to 30. Still a couple more Vitality left, and yeah, Necrotal just out of things to play. Because he needs that Bear Witcher for the Quen, and needs that Bear Witcher in deck to play the Quen. So into round 3 we go.
Exactly.
5 carryover on that Great Oak.
Let's see how many units the Great Oak gets next to it in order for it to do some damage. We don't know yet. We know that there will be guaranteed damage, but we don't know how much it will be. It depends on how many of those potential treants and units will be stacked on one row. And there is the Sheldon, a little bit late to the party here, but there's still one Bountiful Harvest in Lord Triss's hand that could still boost the Sheldon. And look at that clutch mulligan. There's a gourd. He's entered the chat, or the board, so to speak.
Gourd is nice to pick up, though. If he wants to get that guaranteed buff onto the Skags, he will have to play that before the Bountiful Harvest to make sure the Skags is on the right side of his hand. As here we see Necrotal running out the Mushy Truffle, plays that little half-brew out of it. And yeah, just gonna pass it over back to Lord Triss, who immediately plays the Bountiful Harvest, sees a Sorceress, a Whisperer, and a Watcher of the Forest. Takes the Watcher of the Forest just to get the buff onto the Skags. Not really what you're looking to take there, but it's
yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. If you want that Sheldon to play for a little bit more than 6, kind of like a bricked U-Knot, if you will, then you are forced to take that hand buff to make sure that he does get the boost. All right, and here we can see Maxi Necrotal looking at that Heat Wave on top of his deck, a card that he did not draw. And of course, Maxi round 3 isn't optimal because there's no more cards that Necrotal is going to draw into in this round.
Yeah, Maxi round 3 with none of the discards in hand. In some situations, having the Maxi in round 3 in Skellige can be good. It can let you sequence a little bit differently, play your discards before your Quen and not risk drawing your Bear Witches. But here in the super short round 3 with no discards, the Maxi is not doing a whole lot. As Skags comes down 10 to 25, still has that 12-point Great Oak in hand.
The good thing here for Necrotal is he's able to align 3 units next to each other, making the Mushy Truffle value eventually come to life. But of course, there is the threat of the Rebuke and some damage. Lord Triss does have the opportunity here to get rid of 2 units, kind of denying that Mushy Truffle if he so wishes.
Eventually, the Quen can come down and put 2 units in place. That shouldn't be much of an issue.
That's right. Still a chance to save it.
One unfortunate part about that is if you want to go for the Truffle this turn, you're boosting the Quen, which makes your what's it
Trouble
called?
the Grasses.
Trial Grasses a little bit worse. Interested to see if he decides to click it this turn or tries to greed the extra points. As Lord Triss does have that Oak in hand, which will deal 2 damage and prevent Mushy Truffle from getting full damage.
That is right. Necrotal should know that there is an Oak in the list, but hey, there's always a chance that Lord Triss didn't draw, especially considering we did see some tutors already. But here he leaves it.
Take the risks, and he takes the risk. You do sort of lose 2 points either way, as the
exactly.
Yeah.
And here comes the Froth on 2 units, not quite making up that value, unfortunately, for Necrotal. Pretty close game, though. What do you think, Trinet?
Yeah, very close game. I think a lot of the series comes down to whether or not Lord Triss can get through that Scoia'tael deck, so Necrotal got a bit of an uphill battle going now with that deck through.
Exactly. I think Lord Triss is very happy to have that Scoia'tael deck through. And of course, when we go into the next game, the coins will be flipped. Lord Triss here in the lead, losing on even, but still managing to pull through there in round 3. Did you expect that?
I wasn't really sure what to expect. Once he got into round 3 on even cards with some carryover, it was looking pretty good, but certainly going into round 2, things were looking a little bad. I think Necrotal needing to use the full leader in order to win round 1 sort of put him on the back foot a little bit. While you have card advantage, losing your leader is sort of like losing a card, and while Lord Triss also didn't have much of his leader left at that point, the Reckless Flurry leader is just worth so much more than the active ability on Nature's Gift.
Absolutely. It is quite the commitment that Necrotal decided to go for there in round number 1, but he did it, and, you know, it did look quite decent, of course, in round 2, but then the burn drew into that Bear Witcher, and it wasn't really playable, not being able to trade more, and kind of being forced to take that pass in round 2 after committing to the win on even and try to bleed out the juice.
If the draws had gone a little bit better, if he was able to force out that Great Oak, all these little things could have gone to make that game go in Necrotal's favor, but unfortunately, just the draws didn't pan out, as they often do in card games.
That is right. You have to believe in the heart of the cards, and sometimes you can believe a lot, and sometimes it still doesn't work out quite in your favor. There is still that small RNG aspect to things, which does make things quite exciting. So for the next game, of course, the coins will be flipped now. Necrotal, of course, going on blue coin, and Lord Triss responding with red coin. Do you have any feeling of what the players might want to queue here?
What was the Necrotal had his NR band, or did he have his Enslave band?
I believe Necrotal had the NR band, yes.
Yeah, so on blue coin here as Necrotal, I suspect that either Enslave or his Nature's Gift are the natural picks. We did just see Nature's Gift queued up on blue, but yep, there it is. Yep. Enslave also a pretty natural deck, can be pretty flexible, though maybe he really values queuing this Nature's Gift on blue to have access to that tactical advantage, which can be really important for getting those engines to stick. And we see this same matchup as before, just in a bit of reverse here. We got Reckless Flurry up against Nature's Gift once again. We do see a Donka in hand for Necrotal. I think a very similar distribution of threats here, having Hamadryad, Sorceress, and Donka all available here in round one. Now, as we said before, there is no Great Oak in Necrotal's list. He's instead opting to play Evandrel, maybe able to take a little bit more advantage out of the hand buff in round one. But let's take a look and see. Necrotal just going to lead on the Sorceress, buff it up with tactical advantage. Seeing the same starting play as last game. Let's see if Lord Triss... No access to Morkvarg here. Just going to play a Maxi and probably put that Bear Witcher that's on top onto the bottom of his deck.
That is usually the play. You definitely want to reach some of your cards, but you will find a couple. It will just take a while before you actually see that coral, so shuffling the deck might not be a bad option. The Maxi seems decent here, and down comes the Donka, and here you could create an orb, but do you want to play it on a Donka, or do you want to make that Sorceress even taller? And of course there's a threat of Xavier, so it is quite the obvious call here to go for the Bountiful Harvest. Now trying to hit those hand buff on the Evandrel would be optimal. You could go for Bomber, which doesn't really get its full value, or you could take the gamble on the Whisperer there.
Yeah, oh, it does go for the Whisper. Hits the hand buff on the Hamadryad. Boosts that up. Yeah, Lord Triss has a bunch of ways of dealing with this. Looks like he's just going to take the Gutting Slash.
Seems like an easy enough way to remove it. And now the Evandrel here is at 5, as the Donka will keep boosting it. Let's see if the Donka can get it to an even number, potentially, or the Circle. It can definitely suck up some of these hand buffs that Donka keeps providing throughout this round, depending on how long it will last for.
Yeah, as was noted in the last series, a lot of the time you're going to want your Evandrel on an even amount of power so that you're able to play either Call of the Forest or Isengrim's Council off of it. So going to be hoping at least one more hand buff goes on to this Evandrel before the round is over. As Lord Triss just runs out the first half route, does have access to all 3 of them in his hand, the one from the Mushy Truffle as well as the one other natural copy. So potentially has another pretty cheap way to put 8 points in play apiece. As we go back over to Necrotal, just going to play a circle, keep developing carryover as this Donka is stuck, and just going to keep boosting stuff up. A 9-point Hamadryad in hand for Necrotal now.
I think I'm having flashbacks here with the tall Hamadryad here, kind of something that we saw Shaggy play out in the previous series. Very, very tall, and of course, as we know, Lord Triss does have enough tall removal as long as he finds it with the Morkvarg and the Heatwave. But in comparison to Necrotal, Lord Triss here is taking a more relaxed approach to Skellige on red, not really fighting for this round, but rather setting up carryover for now, probably not wanting that Sunset Wanderers to come out this round.
Yeah, Lord Triss taking a very different approach to this matchup. Instead of trying to aggressively push to win uneven, he's just going to give up the round, let Necrotal have a little bit of carryover, give him round control, and see what he can make out of rounds 2 and 3. See if Necrotal is going to go for a push to try to simplify the game down, or if he just is comfortable taking a long round with all of his Symbiosis engines.
A lot comes down to First Say. I feel like First Say is kind of valuable for Scoia'tael. It is super threatening if Lord Triss is able to have First Say, create that Havfrue from the Mushy Truffle, and then threaten Rain, plus all of the leader charges this time if he saves it for round 3. So Scoia'tael might actually benefit from the First Say here quite a bit if Necrotal decides to take it, but he does not.
just wants the long round. He's confident in his ability for his engines to stick in round 3, especially with this Hamadryad boosted up, likely going to be forcing out one of Lord Triss's tower removals just by itself. Lord Triss going to take with Moshi Truffle, develop that carryover, have that Golden Froth available for round 3. Put that Marjoram in the graveyard.
So the Bride of the Sea immediately does have some options in case we're not triggering that Rain with Fukusia, but the Rain on a Hofru definitely seems quite nice because it is great value for that Fukusia over the course of a long round. Now let's see if Necrotal can play around this Aethne getting destroyed. He definitely wants to play a couple of units on the board before going ahead and potentially boost those little Dryad tokens, and hope that there are enough units for the leader charges to not completely go ahead and hit those little tokens from Lord Triss's side. That would be scary if it were to happen.
Yeah, as we were saying earlier, very different situation from the previous game, where now we do have answers available to Aethne, with the leader charges all available. Let's see what Lord Triss wants to lead on here. Just gonna start with the lemons. Take a look at the graveyard. I guess get rid of the Bountiful Harvest to prevent Forest Protector from getting to play that. Maybe instead getting rid of one of the removal options, but I think most likely getting rid of the thing that can potentially make an engine.
What do you think about potentially playing out the Coral and holding it and kind of waiting for that Aethne? Is there anything that answers this Coral very efficiently from Necrotal?
I don't think there is. Potentially Simlas, but I'm not sure what is still remaining in Necrotal's deck. Yeah, it does not look like Simlas. Is that the Force Protector getting played? I think it's the Force Protector.
Yeah, this is the Force Protector, I
Oh,
believe.
nope, this is Xavier. Lemon's banishing a card from the graveyard. There we go.
And yeah, Simlas still looking at a couple of targets. So if he hits a double circle or a double rebuke, like you said, we're a little bit unsure of what is remaining in the deck right now because we can't see the graveyard here. But here is the Heatwave.
Yeah, the really scary thing that could happen is Simlas getting double circle and taking out that Coral without you getting any value out of it. That's not really what you want to do. I imagine Lord Triss gonna play around that as much as he can. Go back over to Necrotal, who's bouncing over his fill of Evandrel, maybe?
Yeah, this is looking threatening for the Aethne if you were to play it on your side of the board now. Definitely threatening with all the leader charges, just like we did mention. And Lord Triss, of course, holding on to his discard, hasn't played them yet. If he decides to go for those soon, the Wanderer can get additional value. And of course, no tall removal here from Necrotal.
Yeah, the problem with trying to play Aethne on an empty board is, as we said, the leader charges, the Coral. It's very easy to deal with the Dryads and just take out the Aethne when you get an opportunity to. Here we see Falve coming down, pulling a Sorceress of Dolblathana off, I believe, Isengrim's Council to boost it by 2, get it to 6 power. Get it out of easy removal range, at least.
Yeah, that is what we're looking
at.
at.
As well, for good measure.
Not wanting that to go down to anything potentially leader charges, as well as some other removal. That is not something Necrotal wants. He really wants that to stick on the board. So you're missing a little bit of symbiosis value, of course, by doing this before playing your Aethne, but it is worth in terms of protecting it. There is the Gigascorp Decoction, motivating Necrotal's leader charge there as well, playing around that Decoction.
Ooh, and we see Leader Charge come out here just to get this Sorceress off of being able to be clicked. Now, using all the charges to kill that Sorceress, click the Froth, get that boost, 23-0, going back over to Necrotal on an empty board once again. But the Leader Charge threat's no longer there, and maybe we can just stick an Aethne.
But there is a threat. There's Coral and a Burna. So there we go. It's machine gun Coral action because Lord Triss cleared the board. Now Necrotal needs to play this Aethne at some point. He can't hold on to it forever, and he's got to use a leader charge here to protect one of these Dryads. And Coral, Burna could come down here potentially to hope to hit one of them, but valuing this Fukusia and setting a rain on the board is also a great play here. That point swing is so huge and still getting value because the round is going for another 6 turns.
6
Perfect
turns
rain
of rain is so much rain. Fukusia plays for, what is that, 12 plus 5, 17 plus another 8? 25 point Fukusia?
All right, yeah, huge.
Oh,
Some
my.
call her the Mamuna of this season. I think they might be onto something, honestly.
And now we got the Berna that's going to be able to potentially clean up these Dryads after the rain damages the Vitality down once again. We have a 2-point Young Dryad, a 3-point Young Dryad that could potentially take more damage to rain, and then an Eithne that's slowly losing its health as well. Simlas coming down, plays the Bountiful Harvest out. Finds just some tempo cards, gets the Bowman, gets the Archer. Not threatening any engine value for later, but pretty solid points on those harvests, all things considered.
That is right, trying to put as many units here on the board as well to make it a little bit difficult to remove these Symbiosis engines because at the end of the day, they are quite valuable. You will still swarm your board with a couple of those, and ideally you get the extra points on them as well.
Yeah, for sure. We got the Berna coming down here, trying to snipe those Young Dryads. Has a Skirmisher to discard. Got to decide what the other discard's going to be. Decides to hold on to the Dwim as he's able to use that with a Mushy Truffle. Will play as a nice 10 for 5.
And one of those Dryads does take the hit here. She's out. And now those Triants will be a tad smaller. I realized I mixed up Dryads and Treants, so it became Triants. They sure are trying, but of course they are going to be a little smaller now that one of the Symbiosis engines is gone.
Indeed. 55 to 22, but Lortress sort of running out of gas here with a Scald, a Dwim, a Giga Scorpion, and a Bride of the Sea remaining, where Necrotal's hand is full of big hitters. We see Forest Protector coming down this turn, plays a Bountiful Harvest, gets a Sorceress. And we go back over to Lord Triss, slowly clawing back through this points gap. Now 55 to 37 on even cards. 4 turns of rain ticking in Lord Triss's favor, but man, the quality from Necrotal is much higher at this point.
Absolutely, but there's still something that Lord Triss could potentially draw into with that Scald. And of course, here comes the Bride of the Sea deciding to deal with a threat here, going Troll of the Grasses, and there's also a Gigascorp Decoction still remaining. So if there were any more engines coming down from Necrotal's side of the board, you do have nice removal axes, and I like using the Bride here because the rain is eventually going to run out. So while you have the rain value, while you're able to res that alchemy card that needs the rain, then why not take it?
Yeah, Cat Witcher Adept, the only unit remaining in Necrotal's deck, forced to take that off of his Call of the Forest. Really not even that bad, to be honest. 5 points straight up, and then there's going to be an initial 3 bleed on the lemons, I believe.
Yeah,
so,
not bad for 4 feet.
Could be worse, could be worse. Not quite the quality I was expecting, but yeah, you take what you can get.
Exactly. Now Lord Triss, of course, in his hand has the Dwim Evandrel that will play for a solid 10 points here on the Mushy Truffle. Quite nice to still have it. And Necrotal, I mean, the point gap is definitely there. I wonder if this Evandrel potentially could find here a council. That was the only unit, so the council doesn't really do anything. I believe this Evandrel is going to go on range throw for Necrotal when it comes down on the board.
Yeah, potentially. Just try to make another Bountiful Harvest, or I guess really just Bountiful Harvest is the big hit. Try to get more value onto more carryover onto the gourd. Not to say carryover, but more points onto the gourd.
That's right, and of course, Decoction still in Lord Triss's hand, so if you do find that from Simlas, it can be easily removed by Lord Triss, and this point gap is still bigger and bigger because the raid really getting some crazy value here over time, and these are the choices that Evandrel shows Necrotal. No Bountiful Harvest here.
Is this even... He doesn't even have a live Waylay. Just playing the... I guess Waylay's a tactic anyway. You'd rather play the nature card, but... Yeah. 55, 71, Giga Scorpion, and I don't believe Gord is ever making this points gap up anymore, not after the nerf to have him only boost by 12.
That is right, Gord here, not quite tall enough. Proving that the long round for Squirtle is quite rough, but so is, bleeding. So what are you gonna do? You have to do one of them. You either go long round or you try to bleed and use per se to your advantage. Necrotal here chose to gamble, and I think Lord Triss quite beautifully was able to control those Symbiosis engines to make sure those Treants didn't get too much value.
Yeah, it's rough. I think Lord Triss knew what he was trying to do in the matchup and just was able to get through with what he was doing.
That's right.
That is right. So what do you think we're going to be seeing in the next games now that Reckless Flurry is through for one player and Nature's Gift is through for another? We got Double Cross, Inspired Zeal, Flurry. I guess all the potential decks we were going to see in the series are still live.
Yeah, Lord Triss, of course, does have to take his Double Cross through now, while Necrotal is trying to defend that with his decks. And the coins, of course, will be flipped this time, so Lord Triss is going to take the Double Cross from blue, while Necrotal is going to answer from red, potentially going for the classic Flurry route, just hoping to make sure he gets that win in with Flurry. It is nice to play from red coin and can definitely put Double Cross in a bit of a tricky position. And you do want to win round 1, I believe, against Nilfgaard though with the Reckless Flurry, so it's a bit of a gamble, and you probably have to play pretty aggressively from red as Reckless Flurry if we are to see that matchup. But do you have any other thoughts?
No, I think you're right. It can be really scary to go into a long round 3 against all of the assimilate potential from Nilfgaard. While it's also scary to go into a short round against it, but I think it's a little bit more manageable for SK to go into a shorter round and have to contest with answering all of the assimilate threats that the assimilate deck can present.
There is a lot of threats indeed in a long round, and the leader and kind of trying to protect that Fukusia. You don't want to play it too early. If you do, then Nilfgaard can just copy it and steal it. Like, Nilfgaard playing your cards better than you can. Oh, and is there anything more frustrating? I don't know. I mean, you're happy if you're the Nilfgaard player, right?
Yeah, for sure. Things are always awkward playing against Nilfgaard. There's often a line that makes the matchup look reasonable, but it can be hard to find that line when you're sitting down in the moment. But these players, of course, have plans in all the matchups that they plan on having to play this weekend, and I'm sure we will see what those plans are. Hopefully see some great games.
I'm sure there is, there's still a good chance of Necrotal to keep on pushing. I mean, it's going to be tough. It's going to be so tough against Nilfgaard to assimilate, but there is a scenario in which Necrotal is able to reverse sweep here. He keeps the Flurry from red, then he has to get the Nature's Gift through, as well as his own Enslave. That is, there is a lot, but kind of Reckless Flurry being the obvious red coin choice here. Symbiosis potentially wanting to go on blue, Enslave could also go on blue, as we saw earlier from Chase choosing to queue the Enslave on blue. But it seems like we are ready for another game.
Yep, Lord Triss queuing up his NR here on blue. We got this not so greedy Meditating Mage alumni list from Lord Triss. Very interested in seeing how this list plays out. There were a couple similar lists, all from the Chinese players, where they weren't playing Letitias, they aren't playing Defenders, but they're just playing Meditating Mages and Alumni and trying to get there the fair way.
That definitely can happen. I'm honestly really excited to see this NR list on blue coin. So I kept saying that we were gonna get the NG list through, but it is in fact the Inspired Seal. Of course, the mages bans were Necrotal was not allowed to play his Inspired Seal, but of course Lord Triss was allowed to play that, and Double Cross having already gone through there. So this is Inspired Seal, of course.
Yeah, figuring out what exactly got banned is a bit confusing at times because of how similar these lineups look.
They definitely do, so my bad there, but we are jumping right into this game here, and it's going to be interesting to see. Look at that, developing the Meditating Mage before going for the Banard Student.
Yeah, potentially looking to just bait out removal there. Sort of interesting. I think, yeah, gonna play the other Meditating Mage as well, see if he can force any more removal out from Necrotal. I was sort of expecting to see these Meditating Mages be more of a round 2 plan after establishing Patience in round 1 to try to make sure that those alumni are good, but I guess with this hand, there's not that many ways to play out Bannered or Aretusa students. There's just the Amphibious Assault as well as the one Bannered student in hand, so you might have trouble trying to do that plan in round 1, so just forced into Meditating Mages. We do see Ricard's Vengeance pulling out that Bannered student, boosted up to 9, has Amphibious Assault available to potentially pull an Aretusa student out and develop patience further, but Necrotal just going to take that heat wave immediately. Not letting that patience grow at all.
It's a value heat wave because you are completely disrupting the strategy here of being able to develop that patience carryover, which is definitely very valuable for Necrotal to do. So if you see that heat wave, it definitely has really, really good value. And of course, Lord Triss, now there is not many ways of developing the patience here for both rows. Might be in a little bit of trouble if you cannot get the patience on those student alumni. Eventually.
Yeah, for sure. The alumni deck definitely wants to be able to play and get to Patience 4 on both Aretuza and Bannered Student so that the alumni have Zeal, and he doesn't need to waste leader charges or play a 4-power unit that has to live, especially against the Skellige deck with so much removal available to it. See the second Meditating Mage come down for Lord Triss, able to click on that first one if he wants to get Resilience, and he does. 3 Vitality onto that. Up to 5, 26-2, pretty sizable point gap here in favor of Lord Triss in round 1.
And this is why it is a threat overload deck, really. It was beautiful how the Refards was able to come down there and really put multiple threats on the board. Necrotal is playing a heavy control deck, but there's just too many threats for him to answer. So Lord Triss definitely takes round 1 here, which is a good spot to be in when you are playing this deck. I feel like you definitely want to have control over what happens next.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Both players with Mushy Truffle carryover, Lord Triss having that Meditating Mage as well with 1 Vitality on it, effectively up 5 points of carryover in round 2. Gonna be interested to see if Lord Triss does want to play round 2 with the Meditating Mage. Typically, these engine decks just want to go to a long round 3, but I'm curious if the Meditating Mage creates some implications. Maybe having this 5-point body in play makes it easier for him to stick Patience engines in round 2. Maybe just having access to Alumni to have that powerful short round plan is enough to make him want to play his engines in round 2 and try to set up for tempo plays in round 3. We do see Chapter of Wizards coming out, rune wording into a Bannered Student to develop that patience a bit.
Here is the Bannered Student, and it has an additional shield, of course, threatening a little bit more, but the Gigascorp decoction is quite useful here in getting through that shield, and so would the leader pings be if you decided to go for that one. Lord Triss can now decide, the students are slightly slow here, but if you really want to try to develop that patience at some point and get your Mushy Truffle value, then you have to play into this round.
Yeah, Necrotal not having any of this, just gonna snap off that removal anytime he sees a student. Does not want to let those alumni get out of control. We'll leave both Bannered Students just at Patience 1 in the graveyard. Not gonna have access to a great Shani, not gonna have access to great alumni. You see Amphibious Assault coming down for a Spellweaver. Clicks on the Chapter as well, and now we've got 2 Spellweavers all of a sudden. This is pretty strong.
It is very strong, and if they were to get damaged here, you can still play the Mushy Truffle here to protect all of them. It is interesting that Lord Triss does leave this 1 Spellweaver at 4. He knows there is a threat of potential Trial of the Grasses, which would damage a 6, so you don't really want to give that extra value by clicking the Mushy Truffle just yet. So he is holding on to it for now.
Yep, Lord Triss with a few more mages he is happy to play out. No damage targets on Necrotal's side of the board. It's just going to be holding on to these Spellweaver charges for later. Ooh, Dwim coming down for the Chapter, potentially letting him make 2 copies of Bannered Student and try to fork Necrotal's removal, try to get through some patience that way. Necrotal running out of removal in his hand, too. He has a Morkvarg, but that doesn't kill students. There's a Coral, but that's far from deterministic.
Absolutely, but there is a lot of points there if you were to go for that Coral and the double burnout also with the beautiful double skirm here, kind of what you're wanting to see when you are going to play out this discard package, which comes down right now, but still difficult to remove these Spellweavers, and they have pretty good damage reach now that they are on the board.
Gonna be interested to see if Lord Triss wants to use one of his duels on this Coral. Yeah, we do see the Selkirk coming down. I think in a lot of cases you're gonna want to save these duels for a short round just because they're like a lot of where your tempo comes from, especially when you're not able to stick any of the patient stuff to get your alumni big. But Coral just such a big threat with the Birna still available, with any Scald still available. Able to throw some random damage around to potentially complete that removal with the leader charges. Just shores that up and tries to restrict Necrotal's removal options as much as he can.
This point gap is definitely looking quite big, but Necrotel has this juicy Wanderer sitting there, coming down for a bit of a tempo play there for Lord Triss, and it is looking like it is a little bit too slow to play out the students, so I think maybe Lord Triss wants to take it to a short round, you know, saving provisions like Gerhardt, maybe trying to find Shoddy, and Fukusha, pretty good card to come down here. It's a lot of value. Necrotel saying, I want to get ahead right now.
Fukusia resing the half-root too instead of the coral, really valuing having access to those extra turns of rain rather than getting a little more value out of a coral or Birna discards.
And that point gap was definitely really fast, caught up here by Necrotal. Wanderer as well, getting ready to come out for that extra tempo, making it kind of difficult for Lord Triss to actually keep his card here. At this point, it's a trading game. So, you know, as we said, these students are kind of slow, but you still want to trade them, hope that you get something good. You don't want to see that Wanderer potentially in a round 3 where you don't really have tall removal to do anything about it.
Yeah, Lord Triss notably holding on to this chapter, presumably for round 3, not valuing trying to stick multiple bannered students at once, because he just suspects Necrotal's running out of removal anyway, and probably won't be able to kill this bannered student until he'll be able to develop his patience and still save that chapter click for round 3. Potentially make another Spellweaver, make an Alumni, all sorts of very powerful things that chapter can do.
It was a really cheap play here from Necrotal. The point gap is so big, you don't want to be trading any of those expensive provisions that you have in your hand. So playing the Guiding Slash, removing any patience generation, any potential alumni value later. It's just a really nice play for him to pull here. And Lord Triss, if he were to continue playing, he would have to trade something good for something good.
Yeah, with only one leader charge left too for Lord Triss, just keeping those alumni off of Zeal is going to be really relevant. This bannered student continuing to grow. I think it got to 3 or maybe 4 before the end of the round.
Something like that, yeah, but this boosty student definitely is not enabled.
Exactly. Picks up a casting contest, a Shani, and a practice makes perfect. Necrotal finds that Bear Witcher, throws it back into the deck, makes sure that it's there for Quen. Finds the other Bear Witcher. I believe he's missing his Quen, though he does have Birna and Skirmisher to potentially dig for it, but if he draws that other Bear Witcher, the Quen's not going to be doing what it wants to do.
That's right. We'll see what happens. There is a little bit of a risky drawing going on here. Xavier, of course, really nicely removing a target for Shani to resurrect, but there are plenty of targets in this list, so even if something is removed here, there are others to go for.
Yeah, even something like a Spellweaver is a pretty relevant resurrect. Though, yeah, notably stopping the big bannered student from coming back does stop the alumni from growing a little bit as well. That could be something that matters with Necrotal's... I guess he's still got all of his leader charges left as well. Probably isn't going to be too relevant, as we do see Shani come down, likely resurrecting a Spellweaver. Not sure Aretusa student's doing... Oh, that does take the Aretusa student. Okay. Gonna be...
Aretusa student to hope to get that patience so that the alumni will get the seal. So we are assuming that, even though we can't see Graveyard here, unfortunately that we got a patience up to 4 on the Bannard student on the melee row. So that makes this ranged row resurrect quite a good play.
Yeah, if the Banner student was up to 4, then this makes a lot of sense. Aretusa student at 2. Still needs to live a couple turns. Gonna be pretty hard with this Bear Witcher in hand. The leader charge should just clean this up nicely.
Very efficient leader charge use here, absolutely going for it and wiping the board clean, I believe.
Yeah, still has the Shani. Looks like he's going to hold on to his other 2 leader charges. Not too worried about the Shani being able to res multiple times.
No winch here for Lord Triss, so it's not very threatening. The Shani is not doing too much anymore. Now hoping to get those leader charges onto something else worth removing. Birna and Scald. I wonder what Necrotal is going to find with those cards. That can definitely make a big difference in this matchup.
Yeah, it's really hard to predict what the outcome of this game is going to be, just because we don't really know what Necrotal's hand is going to look like. Now, on the surface, it looks like Necrotal's got a good amount of points here with the Birna and the Skirmisher, and the Scald as well to potentially dig, and I think there might be another discard card left. Does find that second Bear Witcher. So, second Bear Witcher Quen. Sad.
Oh, that is not what you want to see. This bird has been unfortunate for Necrotal.
I was gonna ask if there was still the Gerd left, but if he's discarding the Quen, I guess not.
Not.
Yeah. Man, even these small alumni are just so many points. Without them dying, they're still just playing for 7. We got a Practice Makes Perfect available to come down here. I wonder how many Patience units has been played, how much boost he's getting out of this.
I guess we'll find out very soon, because that Patience or Practice Makes Perfect is going to come down this round still. Now, what is Necrotal going to go? What is the sequencing? Is it going to be the Bear Witcher coming down here, or you could potentially try to find something with that Scald, depending on what is left in the deck here.
Indeed, still has that Ansace, still has that Gerhardt as well. Potentially, if the Practice Makes Perfect is big enough, maybe we see just Practice Makes Perfect made off of this Gerhardt. Oh, nope, just gonna be Pact. Not quite big enough.
Is definitely still a solid play to go for here. Boost that Shani up, why not?
It's less exciting though.
Oh, there is the Gerd actually, and but the Quen was still discarded. Maybe scared of drawing into it with Scald, but I guess the sequencing could be a little bit different then.
Yeah, interesting. I guess the Gerd wasn't playing for a whole lot of value. The Quen still plays for 10. Maybe you just expect the Bear Witcher 3 damage to be relevant and combined with the Leader Charge to answer something that Lord Triss plays.
Yeah, that seems to be the call that Necrotal made here, holding on to that last damage if needed. And Sayes, on the other hand here, can save this duel for something. There's not going to be a whole lot of tall units on Necrotal's side of the board anymore, so Sayes actually goes and duels this Berna. That is as good as it gets, really, so Lord Triss takes it.
Yeah, but let's see what this Practice Makes Perfect has. It's an Aretusa's new +8!
Whew. Alright.
That's more than I was expecting, but I think, let's see, this Morkvarg plays for a lot, and then there's 2 Leader Charges for another 6. Looks like this is gonna be
this one is so
just
close.
enough.
Look at this. Wow. That is incredible. So close, but we have another 3-0. Lord Triss managing to 3-0 here with all of his decks, and Necrotal, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, never mind. That is not what happened. My bad. I saw the score differently. I'm sorry about that one. Yeah.
The Morkvarg played for a bunch,
well,
and the Leader Charges came down.
Didn't happen. We're gonna go into another one. I mean, to be honest, that is just nicer to be able to see another game.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing, especially this NR deck, a little bit more. It was one of the more unique decks. Not something you really see on ladder before this tournament, but I expected something that we're going to be seeing a lot more of going forward. A lot of the time on ladder, the mage decks that you see on ladder are either going all in on Letitia or going all in on meditating mage, Iteran stuff. But this more conservative approach is really interesting to me, where you're a little bit less soft to removal and have a little bit more of a versatile game plan than something that's just all in. I want to do my plan and do it quick.
That's right. And Necrotal, of course, now still has the chance of going for it, not quite reverse sweeping here, as he did in fact score the win, and I definitely need to get me a pair of glasses, it seems. But yeah, we're going again, of course. Necrotal can't choose which deck he wants to go for. He has 2 left, while Lord Triss, of course, going for the Northern Realms, this time from red coin. How do you feel? Is he going to be able to stick those engines?
I think it's going to be a lot harder from red coin without having access to that tactical advantage to boost them up, but we're going to have to see. Going to be... Again, I'm very unfamiliar with this particular mage version. Not something that you see very often. Going to be learning this with the rest of you.
Exactly. This is a new and exciting deck. Definitely, I wonder if we're going to see it on ladder after it's been played out here in this tournament. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, anytime there's a new deck popularized at an open, we tend to see it inundated the ladder with copies of it, small tweaks, and people trying to take advantage of the new technology as much as they can.
Yeah, I definitely feel like I want to try that one out myself. I feel like there's a lot of ways you can go here with the Meditating Mages. If you find your cards just like Lord Triss did there with the Meditating Mages and the Mushy Truffle, you can definitely just push that and go ahead and play them out. It is interesting that you value them over the Ban Art Student, but as we could see, the alumni were still doing quite a lot of damage even though they did never gain that seal.
Yeah, I think a lot of that just had to do with how the round one hand played out. Like we saw Lord Triss take a long time to consider his first play for that game, and I imagine part of that was just he wasn't that comfortable with needing to play Meditating Mages in round one in that specific order.
Absolutely. All right, and the coins, as we said, are going to be switched. Now, what do you think Necrotal wants to answer with here? What does he want to play from blue?
Yeah, so his NR was the one that was banned, or was his his NR was banned because Lord Triss has access to his NR. So he has Enslave and Nature's Gift as his two remaining decks, correct?
Yep, that is right.
Yeah, Enslave seems like a pretty natural counter to this NR deck if you just want to get that through, but maybe you're going to want to save that for the game where the NR gets to play on blue coin and just queue up Gift now and hope for the best.
We're going to see. Definitely Nature's Gift from blue coin feels kind of nice. I don't know. What do you think about Nature's Gift from red coin, or potentially risking going to play that later? Do you really want to do that against this Northern Realms version? Because as we know, Squirtle of course has limited amounts of control at the end of the day, and there is really a lot of threats that Lord Triss can play out. So if you don't queue it on blue now, I don't know if you want to actually go and queue it on red later.
Yeah, for sure. Considering the rest of the series, I would expect to see the ST played now, just so that he doesn't have to play it on red later on. But that said, the way the prizes are distributed for this event, you do get money just for winning games. So potentially, if he, for some reason, thinks the series is a lost cause, maybe you just take your free win in Game 4 and say, I probably wasn't getting through this NR deck on a red coin in Game 5 anyway. Would be surprised to see that, but that is something that might be going through the players' heads right now.
You never know. To be honest, I have definitely been surprised by the way the players have queued these matchups today. Definitely some interesting choices and some interesting lines to take. So we'll see here. You never know what happens. You can't call anything 100% because it might go the other way around. But I think we're going to see the Squirtle on blue. And of course, Lord Triss doesn't have a choice. He has to go for the NR on red. He can queue NR or NR. So that leaves a lot of choices.
Yeah, the Squire deck on blue does have a couple of pretty good tools for dealing with the patient stuff. He has the 2 Rebukes and the Forest Protector. Aside from that, though, like, Circle of Life doesn't really kill anything by itself. There's not a whole lot of ways to complete the 3 damage removal from the circle either. You have Donka and potentially damage that you get off of Bountiful Harvests. So maybe you'll have trouble just dealing with patience units in general, even from the blue coin.
Yeah, and of course, we'll see what's going to happen with Necrotal, but Devotion definitely has limited ways of dealing with things. I think the Danko would be kind of nice if you could get that to stick. Of course, there is the Seltzkirk, but it's not guaranteed that Lord Triss will find that. So getting that to stick and having that extra removal reach feels really good with something like Dunka.
Yeah, at the same time, there are a lot of threats this NR deck gets to deploy. Like, there's the 2 Aretusa students, the 2 Banard students, there's the... Oh, I have the wrong lists up here. There's the 2 Spellweavers that you have to worry about. There's the Chapter of Wizards that makes something. There's the Dwim that resets the order on the Chapter of Wizards, which lets you make yet another threat. It's gonna be difficult to answer enough things to deny the alumni from going off, for sure.
Absolutely going to be quite tricky. But the interesting thing here, of course, about the Symbiosis list is that you could go for the Ida and purify something like Resilience on a Meditating Mage. Would you potentially see that? I mean, there are limited things that you actually can purify, so that could potentially be a play that you go for in this matchup if we end up seeing it.
It definitely could come up. Alternatively, you can always just use the Ida for Vitality on your Hamadryad. Once it gets out of duel range, there's Yeah, there's no Baron in this mage deck from Lord Triss, so should just be safe once you get Hamadryad to like 11 or 12 power, and boosting it any further than that doesn't have a whole lot of risk to it.
Yep. If you are okay with your opponent potentially having to use 2 leader charges to actually be able to duel it, then that would potentially be an okay trade. But other than that, you can just boost the Hamadryad quite efficiently and hope that it sticks, so that you could potentially use that Ida on it later. Or even like a Cat Witcher. That would be a fun extra vitality once you really know that there's nothing going to remove that really tall Hamadryad.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the Ida definitely an interesting card in this deck. Definitely going to be interesting to see if he does get to reset a resilience on the Meditating Mages. Or if Lord Triss decides that, hey, I know that there's this Ida in the deck, maybe I'm going to wait a little bit longer to click on these Meditating Mages. Just don't give my opponent the opportunity to use the Ida in that way.
Yeah, try to tempo it up and then click them and get out and let the Vitality do things that Vitality does, as well as the Resilience. Now, the thing is, you do have to find 2 of these Meditating Mages if you're Lord Triss to be able to actually get that Resilience value, as it is indeed, of course, a bonded condition. So you have to have 2 of them to be able to get that sweet Resilience. But as we saw in this previous game, if you do end up getting it, it definitely is just really valuable carryover for when you decide to either push, or you could play them in round 2 and then take them to round 3. It really feels quite flexible in this list.
Yeah, the 5-point body felt more relevant against Reckless Flurry than I think it will in a lot of other matchups, just because of Reckless Flurry and Coral throwing random damage around and the Meditating Mage being a sponge for that damage. But certainly everywhere, just having 5 extra points lying around is really nice if you're able to afford the round 1 tempo of playing a 4. Yeah, engine decks commonly able to do that, as of course you're getting engine value with each passing turn. It makes it a lot easier to afford a couple of lower tempo plays to get through some carryover.
What would you call the Sorceress of Doblathan? Would you call them engines? Some people do think that these are engine decks, and some people think that they are not. So maybe they're kind of like a pseudo engine or something, because that is engine.
They're not engines. They're definitely not engines, but it is easier to call them engines than call them something else that we don't really have a word for. Like, it's more accurate to call them like threats. They're not points straight up, but if your opponent doesn't remove them, they threaten more points later. And engines sort of do the same thing, but I think an important part of engines is that they get value over time. That's just not something that the Sorceress does.
Absolutely. I think that makes a lot of sense when describing it, but you do hear that sometimes, people wanting to call them engines. All right, and here, of course, we can see Lord Triss's list. The NR1 in particular is the one that you want to pay attention to, because that is the one that we are going to see moving forward. Now, what did you think about the play where Lord Triss kind of just went for the Truffle and went for the double Spell Weaver? That was definitely quite threatening, and with the boost still, being able to be used there.
Chapter of Wizards is really good at generating forks. Like, you play a Spellweaver, you click on Chapter of Wizards, all of a sudden there's 2 Spellweavers that your opponent has to deal with immediately, or you just keep developing engines and putting them on the back foot with each turn. But just playing a Spellweaver from hand gives your opponent the option to play a removal spell on it and stay at parity. But once you're playing 2 in 1 turn and you are able to keep just deploying engines as they get removed and getting incremental value over time, it's so much harder to deal with than just deploying them slowly. A long time ago in the past, we saw Vernon Roche played in some NR decks for his ability to play 2 engines at once, and Chapter of Wizards is just so much better at it than any card has been before.
That definitely is so flexible. It's interesting though, you have to time it right, because you want to get the value off of the resilience. Kind of the same thing with the Mushy Truffle. So once you play it, if you play something around round 1, you're kind of committed to a bleed if you don't want to lose that carryover off of the order ability. And of course, Evandrel here being able to reset that order from both of these. I really like Evandrel here because really she has double targets, so you're quite likely to find value on her. It would be frustrating if you would find her and you have nothing to reset, but with these 2 inclusions, I feel like you're kind of guaranteed to hit that value. What do you think about the card?
Yeah, I think Dwim is really strong in this deck. Obviously, you're looking to play it on Chapter of Wizards to get another copy of an engine, but as you said, Moshi Truffle is just totally fine. Especially, it's cool because it lets you like click on your Moshi Truffle or your Chapter of Wizards into a round, and then you're playing the Dwim later for carryover. So it sort of makes the Chapter or Truffle a soft commit into the carryover, into losing the carryover rather than losing access to that forever.
Yeah, that is definitely a nice thing about it.
Oh,
and
here we go.
Game number 4. Necrotal, of course, still has a fighting chance here. Squirtle from blue, like we suspected, and we do see that Dunka.
You see that Dunka. We also see a Sorceress gonna kick that Cat Witcher's Adept out of the hand.
And Lordris finding that Ensays potentially threatening something like the Dunka. That is definitely a little bit scary for Necrotal because it's a great value play, but you're kind of hoping that there is no duel in Lordris's hand.
Yeah, with no Boiling Oils in Lord Triss's list, Necrotal does not need to TA this Dunka up. He's free to just let it sit at 5 and no worries here. If the opponent wants to burn a duel on it, they gotta burn a duel on it either way, and there's not a whole lot of other ways to take this out quickly.
There is a potential Sorceress that you could put those boosts on once you've maybe seen a duel coming down from that Dunka, if Lordris respects this engine enough over setting up his own, because really he does want to get that Banart student. He wants to get the Aretusa student as well on that range throw.
Yeah, we do see Meditating Mage come down in round 1 once again for Lord Triss, despite having access to Aretusa students and Bannered students in hand. So yeah, maybe I just don't understand what this deck is trying to do in round 1. That's totally a possibility, because Lord Triss is gonna play this Onsace out, use a leader charge, take out this Sorceress before it can create any sort of removal or Bountiful Harvests for carryover.
You're right, it definitely sees that. Maybe looks like we're aiming for a round 2 student round instead. You set up your carryover from the Meditating Mages, and then you hopefully win the round, and you can go ahead and set up these students in round 2, because you are quite likely to bleed if you pull those Meditating Mages off.
Very true. We do see Lord Triss running out this Natalis Amphibious Assault into Rafard's Vengeance. It's going to be another leader charge. Another leader charge gets committed here in order to draw a card and play a bronze. Going to be playing that Bannered Student. Get the 2 damage out. Damage Treant. Not quite knocking the Donka's armor off, but 19 and 4.
Thing here was probably that Lord Triss was baiting out some of that removal early, hoping that maybe if you delay the students, on the other hand, then that rebuke would have potentially hit a Meditating Mage rather than a student that would potentially get patience. Like we said, it definitely is going to be quite difficult for Lord Triss to stick these low power engines, but there's so many of them that some are about to go through later.
Yeah. Possibly. The plan of trying to bait out your opponent's removal like that might work on ladder with like hidden deck lists, but I think at this really high level, when deck lists are open and players know what each other's trying to do, trying to bait out opponent's removal in that way has a lot less utility, just because they know what the answer is, what they need to save their answers for, and they're not going to waste them when they don't need to.
You can definitely still try. There is always the chance that a Lord Triss haven't found something and are of course known for not really finding their cards. But yeah, Necrotal of course really respecting these students, which is ultimately a good call. But look at this double threat from Lord Triss, and now it is getting a little bit scary for Necrotal.
Oh yeah, 28-13 with Necrotal on the blue coin here. Gonna have to worry about losing on even as well. You're gonna see Protector come out here, take Rebuke, turn off one of these Patience units.
Yep.
Taking out the Bannered Student, the one that there's fewer of, as the other one is also in the graveyard, so a little bit harder to get those Bannered Students up to that Patience 4 that he needs for Alumni, or Lord Triss does still have that other Aretusa student in hand that he can deploy. Leader charge coming down here, trying to make sure that he stays ahead.
Yeah, to lose on even, that would be quite threatening, giving Lord Triss really the control here. Necrotal does have to fight for it. Of course, there's a big play sitting in his hand. He's looking to save it for as long as possible, and that is the Simlas. So looking to hold on to that While Lord Triss here, definitely not playing too fast, but still getting really good reference value.
Yeah, for sure. Every time this reference gets clicked, it's just so many points. It's more consistency for later on in the game as well, as it represents thinning. It's developing engines multiple at a time, making it much harder for Necrotal to deal with everything. As Necrotal continues to be on the back foot here, it takes a bit of removal there. I think that was a Circle of Life that got played.
Yep, that was a Circle of Life, removing that mage pocket that Lord Triss had going on for himself here.
Yep. Now, dealing with the mage pocket, not super important, as you can just play another mage next to the Refards to re-enable that, but could be a thing that matters here. Looking at the hand for Lord Triss, we've got a Dwim with no location, a Shani with, I believe, just a couple of small resurrects in the graveyard. No big patience is available yet. An Aretuza student that's just starting off at its natural 4, and an alumni without Zeal with 1 leader charge remaining. Be interested to see if he decides to keep playing into this round, potentially run out the Aretuza student, just deciding that he doesn't need that bronze for later, and try to make some quality trades here with Necrotal. Fortunately, if he does go for that, Necrotal does just have some temperings that he does not mind running out.
Yeah, I like the student coming down here on melee row, just giving that Raffords extra value. The patience, of course, will still keep ticking, and it is a trading game here at this point for Lord Triss. Necrotal taking the pass here.
Yeah, interesting. He is still ahead. Well, not ahead, but tied, so Lord Triss doesn't have the card advantage pass available to him. Gonna be interested to see. Yeah, doesn't take the tie. Wants to have the longest game possible. Plays the Dwim, deals some damage with the Refard's Vengeance, and into round number 2 we go.
Yeah, and we got a decent amount of patience going on here as well from these students that were still remaining on the board. Definitely generating some value for that alumni, but does it have Zeal or not, Trinet? That is the question.
Shouldn't have Zeal yet. I don't think the Bannard students lived long enough. I think maybe he has Zeal from Aretuza students, but still needs the damage one to take up to 4. Now, maybe with Shani, he's able to get some Zeal. But
we'll see if the Shani can protect something here. Of course, there will be a lot of things for Necrotal to remove, but he has the Forest Protector. The Evandrel is in hand. That could get boosted, potentially find a removal as well.
Yep, into round number 3 we go. All the carryover advantage in favor of Necrotal. No locations down for Lord Triss. No meditating mages going. But Necrotal with a bunch of hand buff on his Simloss available for this 3rd round.
I definitely feel scared here for Necrotal in a long run because looking at Lord Triss's hand, there is a lot going on. There is a solid balance of removal of engines. You can go for the Shani, you can find the Amphibious Assault, of course will tutor out something, and the Chapter of Wizards, as well as a Spellweaver. That is a lot for Necrotal to deal with, but he does get the Aethna out on the board, and now those Treants will grow to be quite solid.
Lord Triss gonna lead on this Chapter of Wizards, finds Meditating Mage, Alumni, and another card. Goes for the Alumni. Looks like his Aretuza student got up to 5, so is gonna play this Alumni on the ranged row, able to boost one of his engines by 5 and get it out of removal range from that Forest Protector or the Evandrel.
Yeah, the shield is really nice here, just being able to protect the Alumni, who in turn will of course protect some other engine, just like you mentioned. And now it's time for Necrotal to decide what he wants to do. Probably not going for anything very reactive here. If you wanted to, you could go for that Simlass when you feel like you want to go for a big point slam. And value to protect these little tokens is quite a good call because there might be damage coming on to Lord Triss's board soon, and we do see that Spellweaver looming in his hand, and that can definitely ping off these tokens if they don't get boosted.
Yeah, I really like the decision to proactively get these young Dryads of easy damage range from the Spellweavers. I wouldn't be surprised if next turn we saw another Tempering come down. Looks like we're using the last leader charge on a Spellweaver, both to get it out of rebuke range as well as deal a point of damage to one of those young Dryads immediately. Here we've got Simloss coming down, playing both of those Bountiful Harvests. finds Sorceress or Archer, goes with the Sorceress, and then finds Bowman or Sorceress. Probably gonna go for Sorceress again.
Yeah, value those.
Sorceress is coming down. Lots of symbiosis value.
Definitely. Now, the Spellweavers don't have too many charges that they have packed on, so it's a good time to kind of just play those engines out. And getting that boost on Similis with the first Sorceress was really nice as well. Boosting it up to 6, now it's able to find another Bountiful Harvest for Necrotol.
Yeah, for sure. Now, these Spellweavers potentially going to be able to damage these Sorceresses, so that they can't create anything relevant, as we do see the Gerhardt coming down to double proc these Spellweavers. Make sure that we have the damage. Practice makes perfect. Gonna throw that Alumni back into the deck. Just finds a Meditating Mage, but Meditating Mage gets boosted by 6 off that Practice makes perfect.
One. Definitely. A lot of patience going on here for Lord Triss, and that Meditating Mage is looking like he's not going anywhere. Could have potentially found a Dwayne there that you could have played on the chapter. I believe we've seen one so far. And but this Meditating Mage is alright, because anything that you pull off will be boosted.
Sure. 5 damage, not able to take out that Spellweaver. Down to 1, potentially maybe able to take it out with Forest Protector or Evandrel next turn. But points gap is looming, 27 to 49 in favor of Necrotol. But Lord Triss is gonna keep playing some of these engines. Gets that Meditating Mage down. Vitality, not the best engine that you can play, as you're only really getting half value out of it, as once you click on the Meditating Mage, that's when you start getting actual points from the Vitality.
Exactly, it is still coming down and enabling the Mushy Truffle, of course, here to boost something up, and taking this circle really quick, seeing the opportunity of I need to remove this engine, so I'm going to do it right now. Also buffing this Evandrel so that he now can find potentially a Council, or he will go Range Drove. There are no available units, but I believe there might still be a Gourd that we haven't seen.
Believe you are right. Shani's gonna come down, res that Aretuza student. No leader charges available, but we could Mushy Truffle this up out of Rebuke range. I imagine that's what we're gonna do. Unless maybe you're really wanting to save that Mushy Truffle for Selkirk, potentially?
Yeah, that definitely doesn't seem like a bad call, because that Selkirk, of course, doesn't have the Seal charge, so it needs to be protected from removal range, which can be done with the Mushy Truffle, of course.
Yep, we are going to see that Truffle held on to for later, as Necrotol just going to play that Ida. 39-65. Large point gap continues. Lord Triss, Amphibious Assault, Selkirk, and Winch as his last remaining cards. 3 Alumni in deck.
Alright, and this one, of course, goes on Range Draw, looking to boost even more. If this Selkirk's live, he can definitely duel the tallest unit on Necrotol's side of the board, which looks like it's the Young Dryad for now.
Indeed, gonna have potentially, I guess, the Winch on the Selkirk too for a little bit more damage, as I don't think the Winch is getting value on the Shani, but it's at 6 with 2 cards in hand.
Nope, that is not going to trigger the Shani, and Selkirk coming down here, knowing that he is fairly safe. I mean, there could be a potential line for Necrotol to not value the Gourd and just move this Selkirk and try to hit like a making a bomb from Evandrel on Range Stroke, but the Council sure is tempting. It's a lot of points.
Yeah, it's a lot of points for sure.
And the point gap's so big right now.
Yeah,
maybe the Selkirk cool. Yeah.
Yeah, we do see the Council. Here's the Gourd. Imagine the Gourd has a max value at this point in the game, up to 17, 100 to 55, and this is going to be hard for Selkirk to clean this up.
Definitely a really solid duel there from Lord Triss.
Got a lot of order points available.
Down still, and not quite doing another game that was so close. And guess what, chat? I'm not gonna call it the wrong way this time. It was Necrotol that definitely won.
Good lord, that was so much closer than I thought it was gonna be. There were so many points hiding in those orders.
I definitely like that last play of greeting that Selkirk and then putting all the boosts on it to be able to pull off a crazy duel that we saw there. That poor Gord was definitely not tall enough and he went out. So now, chat, we're looking at the actual last game because we are in a 2-2 situation. Wow, this NR deck is really looking to score in that win. And the last matchup that we will be able to see now that Scoia'tael is through is
Enslave versus... Yeah.
Enslave. Wow, that was very close.
Yeah, Necrotal looking to pull off the reverse sweep, but this is the coin that NR wants to be on. Maybe not the matchup that NR wants to see, but this is the coin NR wants to be on. This Enslave deck looks really scary to go against if you're an engine deck.
Yeah,
it's got all the removal. Enslave in particular is really rough against patient stuff, because the more you try to greed the patience, the bigger the Enslave gets. Now, one nice thing is at least there's no experimental remedies, so you're not punished for building up your patience in early rounds. But into game number 5 we go. Lord Triss versus Necrotal. Lord Triss, of course, on the blue coin with his engine deck, has access to that tactical advantage to try to keep those engines alive through Necrotal's tactics. Let's see what these players decide to do in the mulligan phase.
There is definitely a lot of ways that Necrotal can deal with this. He can choose to copy with Duchess's Informant. You can put Mage Torture on something and coup. You can damage with the Tourney Joust, meaning that the shields don't really do that much from something like the chapter of Wizards, for example. So a couple of small removals and that Amnesty. What do you think? Are we going to see Amnesty value in this one from Necrotal?
Potentially. There's not a whole lot of things that start at 3 from Lord Triss, right? So in order to find Amnesty values, you're going to have to use some of your other damage to line it up. Potentially something like Blightmaker allows that to happen, with the Mage Infiltrator, Mage Assassin doing a little bit of extra damage to set up the Amnesty target. But as we see right here, Meditating Mage down to 2. I wonder if Lord Triss is going to play around this with a tactical advantage, or he really wants to save that for something later on. I'd be curious to see how much he respects this Amnesty.
Yeah, the Amnesty ideally would come down on a student, I think, but it is definitely not a bad play to go ahead and yoink and take this Meditating Mage and make it your own, potentially then be able to copy something later. But Lord Triss says, okay, if you want this Amnesty, you can have it. I have more important things to protect.
Yeah, for sure. The only problem with trying to get it on a student later is it might be really hard to get it on a student later. There just aren't that many ways to deal 1 or 2 points of damage to set that up. We do see the second Blightmaker coming on down. Lord Triss runs out his Repard's Vengeance, throws a leader charge on it, and probably going to be getting the second Meditating Mage down.
Indeed. And we have the bonded value now clicking it. Really?
Oh, okay. I like this. I like this.
Yeah, boosting this out of Amnesty value, of course. The Amnesty was a little bit threatening there. Of course, the other Meditating Mage does need the bonded to be able to get a resilience of his own. So boosting it here, making sure that if the Amnesty is there, well, it's not coming out now, because it's a little bit more threatening this turn.
Yeah, I was worried for a moment. I had briefly forgotten about the Mushy Truffle, but yeah, Lord Triss knows all the lines. He knows what he's doing. He's got a plan, sticking to it. As Necrotal looks at this Diplomacy, finds a 6-power card. No assimilate units in play right now, so just gonna be 6 points, but totally respectable for his 4 provision card. 22 to 27. Lord Triss gonna refresh the order on this Mushy Truffle. Effectively
to the next round because of that resilience, and Necrotal doesn't seem to be fighting too hard for this round. Of course, the Mage Assassins are a really nice tempo to get out there, and there is still the potential of catching up in points if you want to go for something like Joachim. Still, because I feel like winning the round here is quite important for Necrotal, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, win the round, you still got to contest with all of this carryover into round 2. Even if I guess if you're winning on even, you could potentially just ignore the points and either try to simplify the game from even or just pass into a longer round 3, depending on what your plan wants to be. But yeah, Necrotal is just going to give him the round and try to fight this 14 points of carryover between the Mushy Truffle and the 2 Meditating Mages.
That's right. That is the carryover we have right now, and I think Necrotal, instead of valuing winning the round, he is valuing the patience carryover instead. And, you know, not having that many efficient answers to the patience on the students, he might have a couple of more this round as he is able to draw into a couple more cards here as well. So now that Lord Triss potentially wants to develop that patience carryover, Necrotal maybe has a better chance of dealing with it.
This Chapter of Wizard is going to make a shielded unit, which unfortunately doesn't really get things out of removal range with the shield, as a Tourney Joust pretty easily able to just ignore that shield and deal 4 damage to that bannered student.
Yeah,
likely what we're going to be seeing here. It looks like Fracart first.
Into the Joust. Getting rid of that one, of course. Necrotal is not playing any of those remedies, so you can't really steal them on your side of the board either. That is not a threat that Lord Triss has to be too worried about, but the removal is still a threat, and Necrotal does manage to get rid of one there.
Here's the double Spellweavers again, threatening these 2 engines at once. Real hard to deal with both at the same time. Choosing to not click on the Mushy Truffle, as with the Joust gone. Not as worried about 4 damage. Still has an Assassination left that deals damage, as well as potentially Coup deals 3, but it doesn't matter too much here.
And the leader, of course, is also threatening, and definitely something that Necrotal has to decide on which unit he will use it, because there are quite a few threats, and you're looking for the ideal target. Necrotal has decided it's not yet. Not yet.
Yep. Mage Torture coming on down here, applies Spying to that Spellweaver, allowing him to copy it with either Coup or potentially Terra Nova later on.
Yeah, that is possible now. And anything that Necrotal will leader will also get the Spying unit, as well as this Fur Guard, putting Spying on units as well when you play these tactics or specials that are left in the deck.
Yeah, for sure. Lord Triss still with his Mushy Truffle that he's going to want to use this round. That one does not carry over into round 3, unlike this Chapter of Wizards he just deployed. Gonna take that Dwim, reset the order on the Chapter, and start clicking on these Spellweavers.
And 3 units in a row there, waiting for the potential froth value. That is something that Lord Triss can use. Now, the fact that the order has not been used definitely indicates that he wants to keep pushing into this round, and Necrotal needs to put some points on his side of the board. There's a couple of options. You could go for the Joachim. You could go for the Dead Man's Tongue, of course, to thin your deck before that Joachim to maybe guarantee a more specific Joachim, depending on what is in your deck.
Yeah, Lord Triss with no hard removal, using the Dead Man's Tongue to keep this Mage Torture alive is pretty valuable. We see Enslave coming out here in round number 2 to yoink that Spellweaver and just put a stop to all of the pings, threatening to kill all the units that Necrotal plays. As Joachim also comes out, pulls a Menno. With this plan, we got Tourney Joust to clean up the other ones, so no more Spellweavers available for Lord Triss, and Necrotal getting ahead for the first time this round.
There was a wide range of tactics that Necrotal could have chosen, including something like Bribery, but no, that damage is very, very valuable because this round can still go on long. Lord Triss is still playing, making sure that the round goes a little bit deeper, so if you're not sure what to do, the Joust is a pretty safe choice as it gets you ahead as well. And you don't really need that Bribery just yet. You might find it for something like round 3.
Yeah, Dead Man's Tongue and Yennefer's Invocation, I believe, are both spells, which should put charges on the Spellweaver as well, so Spellweaver gonna get a little bit of value for Necrotal should this round continue on, as Lord Triss runs out this Shani. Resurrects, looks like a bannered student. Not sure how high the patience is on this one. I don't think through that much, but
yeah, it got efficiently removed by a Joust in round 1, I believe.
I'm not sure if there was this. Yeah.
So
yeah. So it should be on 2 right now. And here's the Joachim coming down, pulls the Brothans. All of Necrotal's quality popping out of his deck from these Joachims.
And getting the Spellweaver while you here with the Brothans, of course, being a mage, and then copying another mage. And here comes a little bit of extra removal reach, setting it at 3. Threatening potentially an amnesty, but taking that second ping as well, just hopefully removing it as soon as possible. Can he do it before the patience trigger? We are unfortunately not sure, but if he can do that, then Necrotal is quite happy.
Is Mage Torturer a Mage too? I think it is, right?
Yeah.
It's not a torturer of mages. It is a mage who tortures.
Yes.
I think is the lore.
I think the card art definitely speaks for that as well.
I don't really look at card art.
I think it's a very beautiful card art, that one. It's a little bit spooky, but hey, it's October and it's Halloween or soon, so fits it.
2 more Spellweavers coming out. We do see the chapter click for Lord Triss. 45 to 39. Lord Triss getting ahead by a little bit, but Necrotal with a lot of stuff to still play in hand. You could get ahead here with just the Dead Man's Tongue.
You could get ahead with that, but of course there are 2 engines now again threatening the board. Well, a little bit more because of the Shawnee and because of the Aretuza or Banard student here on the melee row, of course. Also getting that sweet, sweet patience for the alumni that hopefully will show up in round 3.
Yeah, and this time I always mess up the winch map, but I believe if this plays down a couple more cards, the Shawnee will be able to be targeted by the winch for value.
Yep.
3 cards, yeah, because it takes the start of the turn. So
Yes.
not next turn, but the turn after. So he needs to play down the 1 if he wants to get winch value.
Yeah. Okay, here comes the damage, and the point gap is still a solid 10. Necrotal being able to hold on to his resources quite efficiently. And here comes the Dead Man's Tongue, thinning the deck. Amnesty giving it a nice boost because Amnesty, of course, sits at 6 provisions, and Imperial Diplomacy that looks to be banished here is at 4, meaning a total of a 10 boost.
Nice alternative use for your 6 provision bronze. Yeah, don't find a window to use it. It still just makes your Dead Man's Tongue bigger when you do decide to play it. It's like banished to 6 and a 5 for plus 11.
That extra charge, look at that. Did you see? Able to ping down the Centurion Spellweaver there because of the spell tag on Dead Man's Tongue.
Completes that removal as a Lord Triss's Bannered student also going to be clicked to finally take out that pesky Spellweaver that has generated Necrotal so much value after being stolen. But yeah, 2 more turns before... Well, this turn and then the next turn, the winch can be played. So gonna have to commit either the Anses or the Gerhardt this turn. Curious which one he decides to go with. Not a great dual target at the moment, as 14 a little bit too tall, and killing a Menno is not the most exciting thing.
You could play out this winch if you wanted to trade a card potentially here and just hold on to it, but we are going for it. Lord Triss decides I need to see a little bit more, some more valuable stuff here, and this is not enough.
I guess knowing the list from Necrotal, Lord Triss knows that he can read this Gerhardt and just plays it, lets it patience up to 5, and ooh, Artifact Compression's pretty good on this board, right? I know it's 8 on Menno. I think it's 10 on Brothans?
Yep, the Brothans was pulled, and that should probably do the trick. There's also something from Joachim that should be pretty tall. And yeah, so there's definitely a good call of greeting that Gerhardt. Of course, Necrotal was able to play the Mage Torturer here to put spying on it, and now can copy that with our Todd if he so wishes, which is definitely a huge play for Necrotal if he can save it. Let's see. There is a big point gap now.
Ooh, I like this. Use the Shiny Res on the Aretuza student. Just build up that patience a little bit, and look at this point gap. 33 to 56, all of a sudden turning around fast.
Looking like you're wanting to save that and say is again not really a great dual target just yet, unless you would see something really slow come down here from Necrotal. But of course, good resources that Lord Triss has finally pushed out in this round. Necrotal has to make the decision of what to play. The Lydia could get a Rune Word. Of course, it could also be played on range and hit something, but I think Rune Word is nice. It keeps proccing these Assimilate engines, and yeah, looking good. We'll see.
We see
what we're gonna get.
Necrotal is gonna deploy this Lydia. Get that assimilate proc onto. Oh, goes for the rune word.
Probably the Enchantress here.
Enchantress. It's a bunch of assimilate procs.
That is a pretty solid play. Now the point gap is smaller and smaller. Lord Triss deciding, hey, not threatening enough. You still have your Artot on a freaking Gerhardt. So I'm gonna try to fish it out. And it looks like it's a pretty good call from Lord Triss.
Yeah, 3863 is gonna force out this Terra Nova. Let's see, how many points is this? So 4 plus 7 gets 1 assimilate, 2 assimilate procs?
Yep, because of the created card here. Oh, Forbidden Magic and Thunder and the one that destroys a doomed unit, Will-o'-the-Wisp, I believe that is. There might be something doomed on Lord Triss's side of the board, but I don't know how tall it actually would be.
I think just the Shiny res, right? Yeah, here's Alzir's Thunder.
Yeah.
Yep, triggers that assimilate, and Vincent gonna come down and take the round 55 to 51. Not sure what the status on Patience is. Whether or not he has
decent. Seal I don't know about, but that Aretusa mage was taking a little bit on that melee row as well, so I guess it will be a surprise to both the chat and us to see if, you know, Lord Triss manages to find these alumni here instead of the Banard student and the Aretusa student. Not really fast-paced cards here for round 3. And Necrotal, of course, he spent a lot of resources. There was a lot of good goals that actually he was not able to keep. So this is looking scary for Necrotal.
Yeah, the Joachim just pulled all the quality out of his deck too, and look at this hand. Spellweaver, Diplo, Assassination. Lord Triss at least has an Amphibious Assault for, I believe, a Zealed alumni.
Yeah, there we go.
He's gonna kill that Spellweaver.
All right, and
oh
here
no,
comes
this is
the
a full value practice makes perfect.
Yes, there we go. Of course, buddy, the Vanguard student that will get 1.
I don't think there's anything this Diplo can create.
It's gotta be tough to find something, and as we can see, the choices were not quite enough here for Necrotal. Ooh, these games are so close. It is intense watching this.
Indeed, it was looking scary for the NR deck through those last few games, but in the end, clutches it out as Necrotal just has to commit too much into round number 2. And look at him, he's so happy to win. Moving on to the semifinals tomorrow, Lord Triss.
That's right, he secured his spot and sure is satisfied after a pretty long series. They, you know, speaking of patience that we just saw, both of our players had to have it. And Necrotal came so close to this one. Really an amazing series. That was a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, really almost managed that comeback, but just unfortunately at the end there, the NR deck got to do its thing a little bit too well. Those alumni had Zeal, quality wasn't there for Necrotal, and the assassination into practice makes perfect. It was so perfect.
Oh, it really was. It was great. But yeah, Lord Triss just really being able to pull this strategy off so well and squeezing out all that good stuff in round 2. And now it is time for us to send you over to the one and only Busha, as he will be having a bit of a one-on-one with our winner.
Nice pronunciation there, Seely. I'm really proud of your Polish skills. Lord Triss, because this is not about me, how are you doing, my friend? What an incredible win.
何老师，恭喜你啦！你现在有怎么样的感觉？
这是我第一次晋级4强吧，感觉非常激动。
This is the first time I actually won the quarterfinals, so I feel really excited.
Exactly. Last time you were very close, but this time you were successful, so congrats on that. I would like to ask you one more question. How do you feel going against Chase in the semifinals tomorrow?
你的下一个对手应该是 Chase， 他是 Necrotal 的队友。你觉得对他你怎么样？
就是我今天的对手和谢子的卡组可能是比较相似的。今天能赢下 Evandrel 的话，其实我打的也是失误比较多，我就希望明天就尽力少犯失误吧。问题应该不是特别的大。
I think that the deck lists are pretty similar for Chase because they are teammates. So well, today I made a lot of mistakes. So hopefully, without those mistakes, tomorrow is going to be much easier.
Awesome. Great to hear. All right, get some rest. I wish you all the best tomorrow, and thank you for the interview. And Hester, of course, thank you for translating. We wouldn't done it without you.
谢谢你啦，蔡老师。
感谢。
All right, before we go, I think it's leak o'clock. So let's see it. As you guys know, we're not doing an expansion this year, but we have an art that is gonna come to Gwent in some form. It's connected to a golden boy, and I cannot leak anything more about it. But if you know this thing, it's a fire elemental. If you played Witcher 2 or 3, you might recognize this big boy. And yeah, they're quite scary. They're not very fast, but they're hard to beat. I mean, I think they were in The Witcher 3. So yeah, enjoy that art, contemplate about it, think about it. If you like it, if you don't like it, leave a comment, leave a like. Remember about the bell thing. Oh wait, this is not YouTube. All right, cool. Back to the casters then.
Really interesting.
Yeah, what do you think about that one? We don't really know what it's connected to yet, but that art was really, really cool. And maybe looking like some creature that some mage can control and kind of fitting the theme of the ongoing journey right now a little bit. Do you think?
I have no idea. I heard Golden Necker, my ears perked up, and then nothing else that he said other than Golden Necker was anything to me. I really just want to know what this whole Golden Necker thing is about. It's been teased for too long, and I need answers.
It sure has been a long time coming, and I'm sure you and many, many others, including me, want to know as well, finally, what is this about? But hey, it seems like we're closer than ever to finding out, so that is pretty exciting. And of course, the wonderful interview there with Lord Triss. He came back with a vengeance, and now he's able to play in the semifinals tomorrow, which is going to be really exciting to see.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Definitely looking forward to seeing how he performs throughout the rest of this tournament. And here we have the bracket update. We had Chase moving on in our first quarterfinal, 3-0 over Shaggy. Very decisive series. A little bit less decisive in the second series as Lord Triss squeaks by 3-2 in 5 very close games. Pretty much all of them were within just a few points of one another. Even the ones that looked like they were going to be a blowout going into the last couple turns ended up being pretty close. Next up, we're going to have Sif Great Wolf against Porkbelly, and then finally, to round out the day, later on, we are going to have Lex Smiling versus Hana-chan. Looking forward to all of that.
That is right. And of course, this was mentioned earlier, but there's a lot at stake for our players. They are competing for a pretty nice prize pool here. You can see already getting some of that cash while walking in and playing your games. Shaggy here has earned that by showing up. And of course, now Chase and Lord Triss and Necrotal also sitting at a nice sum of this prize pool of 17,500 US dollars that of course you, the community, have contributed to. There is the base pool of 10,000 US dollars, and by buying the bundles and buying the wonderful cosmetics that are tied to open number 4, you have up to this to a mighty sum, and these players really want to get their hands on it. It's going to be a tight race to the rest of it. All right, and now, of course, it is time to move on to the next series. Of course, Flake Mary, or I would call them Shake maybe. I think that would be a fitting one as well for the amazing duo that will take over the next series. Let's meet our players and move on to that.
Hello there, Great Wolf. Welcome back. You come back after getting to the semis in the second open. Is there less pressure since you already played in the tournament now and you're basically on another level? How do you feel now?
Hi, definitely. Participating in such tournaments is a good thing, but I can say I'm feeling more comfortable and confident. In fact, I am stressed as the first time doing Open number 2.
Yeah, it's always pretty stressful to participate in the tournament, so yeah, I feel you. But what do you think of the players this time around compared to the last time? We have a lot of players from China, a lot of players from the CIS region. Is there anyone you would like to play against?
In my opinion, this time around the roster is quite bad for me. We have a few new players, but most of them are pretty experienced. There are even players from the first season of GWENT Masters. It'll be interesting to see what's the outcome. I can play with anyone but Chase and Necrotal. At least I don't want to see them in the first round, and I think everyone understands why.
Yeah, they were actually expressing the same opinion when we were talking. So hopefully it's gonna be like that. Okay, and last but not least here, what is your biggest strength as a player? What do you think?
During the whole third season of GWENT Masters, I managed to get to the top 16 qualifiers just twice. And after that, I successfully qualified to GWENT Open number 2 and GWENT Open number 4. Therefore, I'd like to say that my greatest strength as a player is luck.
Alright, yeah, but obviously it's not only luck, it's consistency, right? So, job well done, for sure. Alright, thanks a lot for this short interview today, and hopefully we're gonna talk tomorrow as well, and good luck in today's matches. Hello there, Wuhabiao. Welcome to the official GWENT Open tournament. This is your first time here at Open, so we'd like to learn a little more about you. Please tell us something about yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm Wu Hua Biao, and I come from China. I'm extremely happy and excited to be here. What I enjoy most in my free time is building my own decks, which I then use to surprise my opponents. For example, during the qualifiers or tournaments.
Alright, awesome. Okay, and the second question would be, what are your goals for this season and the rest of the year? Do you have any plans in particular?
My main goal for this tournament is obviously to become the champion, because that will allow me to participate in GWENT Masters Final, which is the ultimate target and the biggest achievement in the GWENT world. And speaking of the season, I'd say that the main goal has been adapting my schedule to prepare for the tournament, and there's no crown points for the Pro Ladder, and this is the last Open this year.
Alright, perfect. Yeah, participating in World Masters Finale will be the ultimate goal, so hopefully this is gonna happen. Alright, and last but not least here, is there someone you would like to play against in a tournament? Because this time we have a pretty interesting roster with a lot of Chinese players, a lot of players from the CIS region. Do you have someone you would like to play against?
To be honest, I don't see anyone I would like to play against in this tournament, mainly because all of the participants are really strong and experienced players. That's also the reason I've spent lots of time tinkering with my decks and preparing for this Open.
Alright. Okay, thank you, Habiao. Hopefully we're gonna see you tomorrow at another part of the interview, and good luck in today's matches.
Hello, we are back. Shake or Flake Miri, whichever one you prefer. I'm Shin Miri along with Flake, and we're back here for set number 3, quarterfinal number 3 between Huabiao and Sif Great Wolf.
Yes, the Iceman is here to perhaps just continue his awesome play, and Huabiao is also here to do the exact same. I mean, this is one hell of a matchup that we've got going forward here, and I mean, frankly, I hate giving predictions when it comes to this kind of thing, so we let that be your job, the viewers. We're going to put all the onus on you to tell us who's going to win. So with a flick of the wrist and a snap of the fingers, there it is, friends. A huge leaning towards the Great Wolf.
Yeah, the Iceman himself getting the fan favorite vote here. Sif Great Wolf is a returning player to GWENT Open. He was at GWENT Open number 2 earlier this season. I think he made it to the semifinals. So he's got at least one win under his belt here at the big stage. Whereas Huabiao, on the other hand, is first time at GWENT Open.
Yeah, so welcome, and your opponent, well, someone who's been there, done that already, right? This is just familiar territory. The quarterfinals are no foreign land when it comes to Sif Great Wolf. It's just a matter of getting to the next step. It's getting past the semifinals, but here is the first roadblock. This is the first challenge for Sif Great Wolf, which is, as you heard in that interview, Wabiao is someone who really likes to surprise their opponents, make some sort of deck that has like these, toss a curveball in there now and then. The problem is open deck lists, Shinmiri, so there's no surprises. There might be some unorthodox choices, some out of left field options that Sif Great Wolf is going to have to navigate, but they ain't going to be surprises. And here is what Sif Great Wolf is taking to the dance. We've got Double Cross, Inspired Zeal, Reckless Flurry, and Nature's Gift. Now, these are tunes that we've heard before today, but hey, let's just run through them anyways, and starting with Double Cross.
Yeah, starting with Double Cross, we've got the Assimilate Double Cross list with Sunset Wanderers, as well as a lot of Assimilate engines, the new Lydia card that we mentioned before. A few techs in here. We've got an Xavier Lemons at the 6th provision slot in this Double Cross list. Xavier Lemons can be a pretty flexible tech card, banishing things in the graveyard. A lot of decks nowadays have cards that they want to replay or some sort of carryover in the graveyard, like for example, Scoia'tael can make Orbs of Insight. Skellige and Northern Realms both have resurrections through Fukusha, through Shawnee, and even against Nilfgaard. Against Nilfgaard, you can play Xavier Lemons in your range row to banish stuff from your own graveyard to prevent the Nilfgaard player from stealing stuff from your graveyard, like with cards like Experimental Remedy. And there you are, Xavier Lemons, the pride of Thronebreaker. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a great card, and I think that it definitely is kind of that key that fits in so many holes, frankly, given the fact that Scoia'tael might want to go out there and pick up some of those, recur some of those nature cards that perhaps Forest Protector wants to pick up. You go in there, you maybe snipe one of those rebukes that you're fearing might come back and bite you in the ass, not to mention, hey, there's a lot of cards that play out of their graveyard, seemingly, Skellige's one as well. Hey, how about Shawnee bringing back one of those real fat mages? Why the hell not? So Xavier Lemons is 6 for 6. Nothing to write home about. It's really the game text that brings this one home.
Yeah, and moving on to Inspired Zeal, we've got another Siege version. We've seen so far Shaggy play Siege earlier today. Sif Great will also bring Siege, and there you have the scenario. Big win condition for the deck. Very often used early in a round to set up a bunch of damaging siege engines as well from that second chapter bombardment, often just completely annihilating your opponent's board and not letting them develop any engines in the first few turns.
All right, friends, everybody out there in Radio Land, keep an eye on this one. If your opponent, if Sif Great Wolf wins round 1 and you've got Siege locked and loaded with both siege engines ready to go, you can definitely suspect that this is a double-edged sword. The siege can drop down. It's a double threat. It's either a fantastic bleed tactic that can potentially lean into a possible 2-0. If your siege can stick and all the pieces are untouched, this is something that can really move the needle on how Sif Great Wolf is going to play round 2. If you pick this up in round 3 with all the pieces, fantastic. But siege is usually a card that you want to play going first. Set your stuff up. Get it going. You don't necessarily want to be too reactive when Siege is in your hand. Fantastic card or Northern Realms. And we're going to move on there to Reckless Flurry, which seems to be the flavor of the day for the purple faction. Shinmiri, you are the Skellige ambassador, and I want you to lead us through all the wonders that are the Skelligans.
Yeah, this is the Sunset Wanderer version with Bride of the Sea being able to replay Giga Scorpion Decoction, Trial of the Grasses, as well as potentially that golden froth that spawns from the mushy truffle. What I really want to focus on here is the Little Hofru. Little Hofru is just such an interesting card for the deck, and it actually makes a lot of sense. It's a proactive play. This control-heavy flurry list has very few proactive plays, so it's a non-committal proactive play. She is at base a 6 for 4, which is okay, but if you play her with Bondage, she gets 8 for 4, and she also represents carryover from your Fukusha. We saw that as a winning play that just squeaked out a win by 1 point for Chase earlier today in the first game of the day. And not only all of these things, but Little Hofru also has the ability to, the option to use her order ability, damage herself by 4, and spawn rain on 2 turns on the enemy row. And this can be very useful for this deck because it plays Bride of the Sea, right? It can allow you to get higher provision alchemy cards from Bride of the Sea, and it can also be used in combination with other sources of damage, maybe leader charges, maybe Bear Witcher, maybe Gutting Slash, to provide 1 extra damage of removal reach in the early turns of a round when there are not so many units on the same row. Remember, rain hits at the beginning of your opponent's turn, so they won't have a chance to do anything with their threat if the rain also kills it.
Yes, the rain is something that we need to worry about. It might get real moist out there if with all of that Fuchsia option. All right, moving on to Nature's Gift. Seeing what this bad boy can do. Nature's Gift is a nasty, nasty, nasty biatch, if I may say so myself. Now, one thing I want to note here with this Nature's Gift list real quick before we dive into a specific card is the fact that take a look at just how concise that bronze package is. There's no one-ofs in this. Sif Great Wolf has basically identified what the best options are and has doubled down on each and every single one of them. You have all the standard procedure here, Hamadryad, Sorceress, you got the Double Seer, 2 Temperings, 2 Dryads, 2 Bountiful Harvests, all that song and dance. But how about let's just zero in on that Sorceress of Dol Blethana if we can, because this is a card that is just the ceiling on it is immense. It comes in as just a mere 5 provision, 4 body card, but the ceiling on it is just, it's insane.
Yeah, I think Sorceress of Dol Blethana could potentially be the strongest 5 provision bronze in the game right now. And just because of how many additional points it can get from its order ability, spawning a Bountiful Harvest or an Orb of Insight. Bountiful Harvest now also being a nature card that activates your Symbiosis. The deck has plenty of ways to protect her so that she doesn't die to like 4 or even 5 damage removal with the hand buffs, with the nature tutors, even with the leader charges if you really need to. And yeah, this card, it's an like Trinet and Sealy were talking about earlier. It's not really an engine because it doesn't take many turns for it to become good. It's more just a threat that only needs 1 turn after she's played to get great value.
Now, she is definitely something that needs an answer. So not an engine. We'll put her in the other category for now of things that need to get wiped clean as soon as they're presented. All right, off we go to Huabiao and the decks that he is bringing. And well, hey, they might be a little bit different, but they might be exactly the same to a certain degree. As we move on, our good friend Huabiao from China is the next one on the list, and they'll be bringing Double Cross, Inspired Zeal, Reckless Flurry, and Nature's Gift. We're just getting that digital asset in just a second, but yeah, it's all good. Basically, I mean, we could discuss a little bit more about what these decks are doing, but frankly, even just sort of going from one deck to the other on my screen here, I'm seeing them. They are certainly different. Even though the leaders might be the same, there is certainly some different spice. There you go. You guys can see what I'm talking about. Double Cross, Inspired Zeal, Reckless Flurry, Nature's Gift. A song and dance we've heard before, but it's all about what's inside it. Forget about the song titles. It's about the lyrics in this case.
Yeah, let's dig into the first list here. So even though they're both playing Double Cross Assimilate, Huabiao has brought the Mushy Truffle version that also plays 1 Illusionist as the only bonded unit in the deck. And what does Illusionist do? It's a new card from Harvest of Sorrow expansion, and it spawns a 1 power copy of a bronze unit from your opponent's graveyard. And it can be used to get an interesting engine that doesn't really require much power. Like it's really good against Northern Realms. It's great against Scoia'tael as well. And then if you manage to get the bonded, you don't even lose it. You don't even have to play 1 power. You just get the base strength. So Mushy Truffle, because it spawns an Illusionist, it spawns and plays an Illusionist, and then spawns and plays the Golden Froth. It's actually a double Assimilate activation in 1 card, which is why it works so well in an Assimilate archetype.
Yeah, these little interactions, these subtle bonuses that are not necessarily free and clear right under your nose, but you can sort of sniff them out and find them. In this case, that is a great way to do it. I'm very curious to see how Illusionist fares in this list. Inspired Zeal is another one that we're going to be looking at over here. Again, lots of mages. There's the Alumni. We've got the Casting Contest. Centurion Spellweaver is a nice little, addition to this one, but we're going to focus on, more specifically, the Chapter of Wizards, Shinmiri. A great card here where you drop it down. It's a location. It's got that resilience. It spawns in Plains Rune Word, which is going to find you a nice mage, give it a little shield protection, but after that, it's basically, hey, we're going to spawn a base copy of the last allied mage or bronze mage that you played, and just give you another copy of it. So in conjunction with the amount of mages, if that is timed properly, you can really just double tap on one of your important patience engines, for example, and slam them down all at the same time.
Yeah, really powerful card, being able to put multiple threats on your board in one turn, and combine it with the resilience factor, being able to carry it over into a future round. And it's got flexibility. Like, it can get you a second copy of what kind of almost like whatever you want, right? Because you get to control when you click that that location's order ability. And you can go and use it when you want a second Alumni, for example, or a second Aretuza student if you're missing like that range row patience for your Alumni.
All right, Reckless Flurry, we love to see it. And there's a lot of the standard procedure here. Marching orders are clear. You got Coral, Burn-to-Brand, some discard package. Fuchsia's in there as well as those strong removal options like Karathi Heatwave, the Tall Punish with Morkvarg. But hey, man, it's all about the bearification, and the more that we go through these lists, the better and more I just like this card, because you're thinking about this from a perspective of, okay, maybe I'm going to transform my own Svabel Totem. That feels like a good idea, but the more you look at everyone else's lists in this little micro meta of the competition, hey man, just drop that on a Chapter of Wizards, drop that on Mushy Truffle, things like that. Like, these are all options to just go ahead and turn off some of your opponent's, reach if it's applicable in certain cases.
That's very interesting. I hadn't actually thought of that, Flake. And yeah, you can use it on your opponent's artifact as well to transform it into a 6-point Elder Bear. It's potentially negative tempo for you, but maybe you don't actually care about winning that round. Maybe that's just a bleed round for you, and you want to prevent them from being able to get that carryover value from their resilient locations. And yeah, that's it could come into play. We could actually see that.
Every now and then, just like a broken clock, I am right twice a day. All right, Nature's Gift. Okay, I mean, how much deeper can we get into this? I've said it before, you don't F with trees. And in this case, there is a very, very important addition to this list. A slight little change of pace being that of Sheldon Skaggs. Now, here's a blast from the past, if I may say so. Sheldon Skaggs being a card that, frankly, long ago was the penultimate finisher for Scoia'tael. This was the card that you want to throw all your eggs into that basket and just jam it down for massive point swing. Big removal, big points, and in this case, I believe this is just this is in here in the 8th spot as extra removal, another great catch for any of those hand buffs.
Exactly. Extra target for hand buff gives this deck a little bit more removal, but its downside is if you don't draw him, then you can't hand buff him, and you're only playing. He starts only as a 6 for 8, which is very, very understated. But if you can draw him and get a couple of hand buffs on him, all of a sudden, even if only like hand buff by 4, he can very easily remove a lot of threats in this meta, like mages, like Sorceress of Doblathana, for example. And if you look at Wu Huabiao's Scoia'tael list overall, he's just running a more control version, a non-devotion version. We've got the Sheldon Skaggs as well as the Heat Wave, which is not something we see super common, and no Ethne in this list. So giving up that proactive symbiosis overload in favor of a little bit more control.
That's fair. I mean, there are opportunities sometimes when you're playing this where you have perhaps too many things that you want to get done in one foul swoop. If you go into round 3, let's say, and even though it's a fairly hefty round, a pretty healthy hand that you're going in 7-8 cards, if you're going in Ethne, Hamadryad, Sorceress of Doblathana, Dunka perhaps, you have a lot of things that you want to get done but not enough time to react to your opponent. Sometimes it's okay not to do it. Now, obviously, Ethne as a high provision card, you're cutting that. You have a lot more space to just maybe top load a few more of those golds. That's where you see Sheldon Skaggs in there. That's where you see the Heat Wave. Now, obviously, Ethne and Heat Wave, well, that's a little oil and water situation because that's just busting up your Devotion. But hey, if there's one thing that Devotion Scoia'tael always has trouble with, it's that tall removal option. So hey, if we're gonna have that answer in the deck, there's no reason to run Ethne because Heat Wave might just be, the fix-all that we need.
Yeah, and in open deck lists, right, when you know your opponent's running, if you know your opponent's running Devotion ST, you can just greed a lot of threats that are 6 strength or higher because you know that there's nothing that better than a Rebuke. But now with the Heat Wave potentially in his pocket, his opponents are going to have to respect that and potentially not be able to greed things like Gerhardt.
All right, well, there you have it, friends. These are the weapons being brought to the arena for both of these players. Sif Greatwolf and Wabiao are going to be playing just shortly here, as it's frankly the bans that are going to be very curious. Again, Sif Greatwolf is coming into a matchup where, frankly, Wabiao has mentioned, I am going to try to bring some unorthodox things, some out-of-nowhere things. And there you have it. Sif Greatwolf, no Skellige at his disposal, whereas Wabiao is going to be, short of that Northern Realms mage push.
It's interesting because in the past tournaments, we've seen players have a more kind of consensus on what's the strongest deck in the meta. And you see like the line pockets getting banned all the time, or the relics getting banned all the time, right? This tournament so far, we've seen a wide variety of bans. We've had Nilfgaard, Northern Realms, and Skellige bans. Scoia'tael, the only faction not to get banned so far today. So I think it means that maybe at the top end of the competitive meta, the strongest decks are a little bit more well-balanced compared to each other.
Well, frankly, there is a consensus in terms of the banning, but the players have done it themselves. They've just not brought Syndicate or monsters. So it's one of those situations where you're right. It seems to me like there's this situation where the top end of the meta tier is there's these 4 fantastic decks. And they're kind of all within the same stratosphere. They're all within the same tier, more or less. And then there's a significant drop off where the other 2 are kind of existing right now, which is Monsters and Syndicate, which in all honesty, let's be fair, not a couple months ago at Gwent Open number 3, it was the complete opposite. The consensus was that Syndicate and Line Pockets was just way too strong, and then Monsters overperformed at that tournament. So, give or take a little bit over here, a little bit over there, it seems like things are kind of just maybe overcorrecting in one way. But one thing I can say that I do like is the fact that the 4 decks that are being presented, the 4 factions that are being presented, are pretty strong in their own right, and they can compete against one another. We have seen decks like Scoia'tael be very, very aggressive, have a lot of reach where necessary. But then again, we have seen things like mages just go crazy. And frankly, it seems like Nilfgaard may be lagging behind a bit. But hey, that's the nature of the beast, Shinmiri. And it's just nice to know that a lot of these games are actually ending within very tight margins.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of close games so far, and it's coming down to player skill and decision quite often, rather than just one deck steamrolling over another, which is what I find exciting. Like games coming down to small decisions, good foresight from round 1 all the way to round 3, things like that. Big brain plays, combining card combos, utilizing your opponent's strategy against them. Mind games and baiting. That's what I'm here for.
Well, let's be fair. Just not. A couple minutes ago, we witnessed a match where it seemed like there was a 40-point deficit onto the Northern Realms player, and it with 1 card to go. But after all the orders factored in and everything went, got naughty, it was a 1-point game. Like a 1 or 2 point game out of 40 points. So there's a lot of decks that actually just take time to just explode, whereas others are these slower burns, these consistent generation of points, this natural progression towards an end goal, where others just take time to simmer on the back burner before they're just amazing. You could microwave a pizza and have it right now, or you could put the chili on the stove for like 8 hours, and both of them are probably going to do their job, but one of them's going to be just a little better.
Yeah, and I think this is like the best type of Gwent gameplay is where like a lot of these games today, you can go back and watch the VOD replay and see, okay, you know, here this game was won or lost because of decisions here and here, and not be resigned to a conclusion that, oh, one player just couldn't do anything no matter how hard they tried.
It seems like every game's in reach, right? Like every game comes down to a decision, this sort of fork in the road. Do I go left? Do I go right? Both seem both seem okay, both seem correct, but one is basically leading me to victory, and the other one is just coming up short. For instance, let's go back to Shaggy's match. Had he pushed in that round 2, he could have won, and it would have been a whole different ballgame. But it's all about your reads, knowing what your opponent still has left in their arsenal, and judging based on what you have and the information that you surmise from your opponent's hand. Do I go? Because frankly, you're not putting your opponent on an absolutely awful hand. You're putting them on at least, if you have to sort of factor in that they have the answers. So if you're just feeding them good cards that they're just going to, immediately snuff out and stomp on, that's not a good decision-making process. Again, they don't have the information. You go with what you have, you go with your gut. And sometimes you take those risks. And yeah, that's exciting for us. It's exciting for me. It's exciting for you. It's exciting for all of you out there on Twitch. But for the players who have a lot at stake, it's easy to say, he should have pushed. One of the things that really irks me sometimes is that in these games, as we're watching them after the fact, a player will play like 1 or 2 cards and chat is just going ape about he's gonna win or this guy's gonna win. It's obvious. Really?
3-0, 3-0, 3-0.
2-1, 3-0. So you don't know that. And it's actually kind of funny for me to watch these after the fact, again, based on the delay and such, just sort of lurk around and see it, because the games are so much closer than people think they are. And that's why these are the best players in the world.
I was in that exact position earlier, and I was itching to type 3-0 Kappa, but I didn't want to give spoil anything with reverse psychology or anything like that. So just, yeah, I mean, watch the games, enjoy the high-level gameplay. Anything could happen. The game's skill ceiling is really high right now. It is near impossible to play perfectly with all 4 decks or all 3 decks that you bring to a tournament. And, Gwent has come a long way in its evolution. This is the 5-year anniversary of Gwent. 3 years since Homecoming released to the day, today, October 23rd. And yeah, I'm really happy and proud of how far the game has come, and the amount of mechanics, new cards, and skillful mechanics that's been introduced to the game that keep the game healthy and in a spot where player agency really matters. So I'm very happy with the game right now.
Yeah, you and I spoke about this on our podcast. Shameful plug, the Flake Miri podcast. Get it where you get your podcasts. We talked about just how far this has come and all the random little. I remember I just randomly said, remember agility? Remember 3 rows and agility, and Scoia'tael had agility where you could play it here, you could play it there, you could play it anywhere. Stick it to the ceiling. Who cares? It was just these little things that eventually, when Gwent boiled down to what Homecoming was when it was released not too long ago or a few years ago. The initial response was 2 lanes versus 3, row limits, blah, blah, blah. That just seems, objectively worse when you're limiting the potential amount of things you do. But frankly, when there are less options to freewheel and deal your cards, the skill ceiling increases because there's less margin for error. There's less room to wiggle when your opponent is breathing down your neck. And honestly, like you said, the fact that these games are so close, it almost, I don't want to say it doesn't matter that certain factions are not being represented in this tournament, but it is on display that the factions that are being represented by the best players in the world right now are so damn close that every time there's a patch that tweaks and something, like, everything shifts. It's on a razor's edge how this game is balanced, and sometimes it's leaning one way and another, and not everyone's going to agree at all times, and there are certain cards that are going to be stronger than others. I, for one, feel like Sorceress of Dol Blathanna, probably is a little overtuned. And that's just me. But who knows what the future holds, right?
Yeah, and I mean, at least they're also spreading the love among the different factions. We had Monsters and Syndicate dominant for a while, and I think at the last Open there were no NR or Skellige lists at the last Open. Now it's a little bit flipped, like you said. While it's not perfect, and I think there is definitely room for improvement to get all 6 factions in the competitive meta multiple archetypes per faction, I do think that we are slowly going to get there. It takes time. It's a difficult process as a game developer to perfectly balance everything. And honestly, perfect balance is probably not what you're aiming for anyways, right?
What people need to understand is that nothing can always be perfectly balanced at the same time. Things come in waves. As the balances and cards and changes come through, there is going to be some cream that rises to the top. It's just the natural way of things. There's not this perfect balance, because frankly, if everything was perfectly balanced, there's no reason to release new things that'll disturb that perfect balance. It's almost like a pie in the sky mentality of, I need perfection, otherwise it's bad. That's not true, because I'm not perfect. You're as close to perfect as the GWENT community will get, Shinmiri, but you're not perfect, and that's just the way. That's just the way it is. I mean, look how you're dressed, man. Like, let's just be fair here. Also worth noting, friends, that Shinmiri and I are not here to hold this broadcast hostage. It's not what we're doing. The players are just getting ready to go. Sif Great Wolf is trying to erase the rest of the emotion potentially lurking in his body to get in that tunnel vision zone to play Gwent here, as Huabiao is also getting ready to go. So we'll be in the games as soon as they're available. And trust me, it's not been too long of time killing until I start talking to you about Star Trek, which we have not done yet. So
yeah, we're not there yet, and let's not go there if possible. Oh no! Oh, friendship with Shinmiri ended.
I was going to say, you're just like rocking the boat right now, my friend. Honest to God, this is where I would just start, this is where I do not send you a Christmas card. That's just kind of where we're at right now. But there are other things to talk about. I'm just saying, perhaps a new movie coming out in a month or two. I don't know which one we're talking about. Yeah.
Nice cup there, Flake.
This was a gift from my sister, actually, and it's one of my all-time favorite mugs. So that's from my sister, Melissa. I love you, Melissa. Anyway, that was a gift from my sister.
All right. While the 2 players are getting set up and we're sending out the invites and everything's getting sorted out, we can maybe dive a little bit deeper into the deck list and think about, okay, we've got Sif Great Wolf on blue coin and Huabiao on red. And we had Skellige banned for Sif Great Wolf and Northern Realms banned for Huabiao. What do you think we might see as a first matchup, Flake?
Well, okay, so Double Cross, Inspired Seal, and Nature's Gift. Again, mages to me seems like it's a go first, establish your board kind of scenario. But I mean, it seems to me like it's leaning more a little towards the siege option there. And there's a beautiful picture of Repek, a beautiful, wonderful caricature of Repek.
Actually, that's not Repek. I believe that is the Gwent art director. I forget his name now, but he's the card art of Karak Marine.
Hold on, we're getting it through our ear. Who is that again? I'm just talking to the producer. Remy, it's Remy the art director. Look at that, handsome dude, looking pretty good. I mean, we all know that Repek is the Polish Thor, but hey, take a look at that. Why even go into the deck, Shinmiri, when we could see them in action? All the mystery is now just poof, gone, evaporated, as we see it is a Nilfgaard Assimilate Mirror.
Baby.
You know what, Shinmiri, like the doctor said when I was born, it's gonna get ugly. So let's see how this goes.
You can't see my cam right now, but I am rubbing my hands together, getting ready for that Nilfgaard mirror clownery, that board getting filled up in a long round 3 if we should get there. Some assimilate just all over the board, and yeah, get ready for it. Speaking of cams, Porkbelly is not using his cam right now because he's been having some internet connection issues, and we don't want anything to stress that and potentially disconnect him. So there you have it, a nice screenshot of Huabiao on red coin versus Sif Great Wolf on blue coin. Sif Great Wolf, barely moving himself, so maybe that's a screenshot too. I don't know.
I was just gonna PSA as well. Sif Great Wolf, not a still image. That is a video feed. He is just so dialed into the Matrix right now that he does not need to move. He's just incredibly on point of just staying perfectly still. Like, just like he's treating Huabiao like he's the T-Rex from Jurassic Park, just who only detects movement. So he's remaining perfectly still. Both players coming in hot and heavy again. One of the problems that these Nilfgaard lists often have, Shinmeri, is proactivity. So that's why you see the flip of the Jin and then dropping the Emissary to just buff it. But here comes the Blightmaker Assault as one mage just goes ahead and scrubs out the other mage. And both players now, it seems like it's off and running.
Yeah, and both players having access to Blightmakers, very good for them. And Sif Great Wolf also having the Dead Man's Tongue, which is what you love to see as Nilfgaard in round one, getting to thin out some of the garbage that you don't want to be playing in this matchup and giving you better access to your golds for later.
Keep an eye on those Wanderers. Now, it is usually in the player's benefit to be playing to the left of that Wanderer. Give that Wanderer a lot of runway to essentially charge up. Give it the momentum it needs to grow as high as it can, because every time you play to the right of it, it's going to be 1 point less until it pops, right? So it is a little bit more incentivized to play to the left of the card, as we see Porkbelly here having an easier option to do so. A second Blightmaker with more thinning comes through. You got thinning, you got damage, you got bodies on the board. Wonderful card for Nilfgaard.
Yes, exactly. And this deck doesn't actually have that many things like discard Skellige might have to draw more cards. You've got the Lone Fur card, and that's it in terms of getting more cards to the right of the Sunset Wanderer. But I think people are playing it in this deck. People are playing Sunset Wanderers in this deck because it allows you to have that resistance to the bleed in round two, giving you extra tempo in round two if needed. And if you get to a long round three, then it's even more points.
Yeah, if they just want to dry pass you, it's the more the merrier, right? Give your Sunset Wanderers more time to grow and have it drop in round three when it matters most, right? So you're right. This is kind of a ticking time bomb for players that want to go into round two and potentially bleed, because you have to, in a lot of cases, Shinmeri, that's what you want to do. You want to bleed out that Sunset Wanderers, even though you might go a card down, but it is in your best interest oftentimes to just get that out of their hand. You don't want to see that. Ideally, you want to see this in round one, but it's a card that oftentimes sways players to pass at certain times that they may otherwise not. It incentivizes players to play cards that are on the left of it. It's quite an influential card. It kind of whispers in your ear, of play this or pass now.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to see how players react to where that card is in their hand and if it influences their decision making.
Exactly. Well said. And I want to point out the big differences between the two decks. Huabiao is playing Mushy Truffle with the Illusionist, whereas Sif Great Wolf is using those provisions to play 2 copies of Experimental Remedy, whereas Huabiao doesn't have those remedies. So Remedy is actually a pretty powerful card in the mirror. Being able to steal something from your graveyard, from your opponent's graveyard, like a Torturer, like a Spy, for example, for later rounds, is flexible, and it activates Assimilate.
Worth noting as well, a nice little 4 provision inclusion for Huabiao is the Spores, because the Spores in this matchup has an immense ceiling. It's coming in for 4 provisions, but it is a wonderful answer to a Sunset Wanderers.
Yeah, not only Sunset Wanderer, but we're potentially seeing like Yoakim into an Assimilate engine. They in a longer round 3, they can reach upwards of 20-something points. Because of all the amount of Assimilate and boost that you can get. And there's that Duchess's Informant, really great to have in round 1 to play another copy of Blightmaker to set something up on top of your deck, like potentially a Brothens or a Terra Nova. I guess in this case he had both already, but it could be like an Arturus Vigo instead. I'm not really sure exactly what he put on top of his deck, but gives some level of carryover, and now he's ahead on even cards. Huabiao really putting the pressure on Sif Great Wolf here in round number 1.
and on even cards, you're ahead, and look where that Sunset Wanderer is. That's popping out. So it might be a saving grace to win the round here, but that's a major threat that Pork Belly is now got out of the hand of Sif Greatwolf. Huabiao is in Sif Greatwolf in a position where, all right, you could pass on even to preserve that Sunset Wanderers, and that's perfectly fine with me, because now we're going to play a situation where maybe I get you to commit that if your draws are kind of poor. Maybe the left side of your hand is so strong you don't want to commit it. That's why that card has gotten to where it is. And you have to play to the right of it, meaning that it'll pop out sooner. So Huabiao might actually bleed fairly, play from the left side of your hand in this case. Maybe you play Mushy Truffle, maybe you play something else over there. I mean, the mulligans occurring to the left side could actually present a new option over here. I mean, do you commit the Vigo here, perhaps, and just sort of test the waters?
We'll see what he decides to do. It's interesting to note. So Pork Belly won round 1 on even cards, but had to commit a Brothans, which is a huge commitment in this matchup. But on the other hand, Sif Greatwolf didn't put spying on Huabiao's Brothans. Brothans is like almost the #1 unit that you want to put spying on in this matchup so that you can get Brothans off of the Artaud Terra Nova. It just represents so many Assimilate engines and so many activations for Assimilate. So now that potentially is going to be harder for Sif Greatwolf to set something up. He's going to have to wait for Huabiao to copy a Brothans of his own in order to put spying on it.
So there's the Vigo, like we said. Again, in terms of options to the left of the Sunset Wanderers, that probably is one of the better ones. You don't necessarily want to play the Furcart into the Imperial Diplomacy, because you're stealing cards away from what your Sunset Wanderer could do to grow. But in this case, Furcart into the Emissary, the Imperial Diplomacy, that's a great option. Again, giving more space for your Sunset Wanderers to grow and putting more pressure on Sif Greatwolf to catch up and potentially have to commit the Sunset Wanderers before Huabiao does.
Oh, it's a spotter from Imperial Diplomacy. You guys know the card that you loved and hated from last Gwent Open? The Viper Witcher Alchemist's ability is now on the spotter. Nobody plays Gorthrig Evade anymore, but you can create a spotter and, okay, just a bronze for a bronze. Giving a Spores for a Torturer, nothing major. But I thought we were done with this card, Flake, but life finds a way.
Yes, exactly. This is our second Jurassic Park reference in one game, Shinmiri. Incredible. But you're right. Life finds a way, and in this case, the spotter does find a way. The problem is that a trade that you want to make? I feel like giving your opponent a Spores when you have that Sunset Wanderers lurking around. That could be. That's a big answer that you just gave Sif Greatwolf. Now, I'm not saying that giving him a Spores is a huge deal, but it's certainly not nothing.
That's true. Spores is actually a pretty good card in this matchup. I mean, Torture is not a bad card itself, so I'm not sure exactly who came up on that trade, but you know the dangerous thing about taking the spotter? It opens Pandora's box. You're playing a Nilfgaard Mirror here. Sif Greatwolf also has, opportunity to now play a copy of the spotter, and the Torture has been drawn by that Sunset Wanderer. So now the next card, I don't remember what it was. It might have been a Dead Man's Tongue, might have been something else, but there is, I think, a card better than Spores on top of Huabiao's deck now, because he didn't choose to give that one over to Sif Greatwolf.
Right, so there is a Dead Man's Tongue that's coming up. That's what's next. Now, keep in mind that the next card that comes up for Sif Greatwolf is that Spores, right? So as you see the Sunset Wanderer come through, hey, there's the gift that was given to you. So that is a 9-point Spores right now. Actually, yeah, it's a 9-point Spores.
10 points on the Arturius, actually, even better.
Right. 10 points on the Arturius. And that Arturius is probably only going to get better. So Sif Greatwolf is saying, hey, early Christmas. Thank you so much. No take backsies. That's basically what's happening here.
And now the score is tied. This is a crucial moment. Huabiao could pass here and get his extra card advantage, get double last say for round 3, I believe. Because he won round 1 on even cards.
I wonder if you're doing something along the lines of just giving your first coup de grace a wheel. But then again, Sif Great Wolf will just respond with his own, which will likely be better. You use your coup de grace on your opponent's Vigo, and that's got a lot of options here. Here's there's the Illusionist, and we're finally going to see how this bad boy comes into play. Now, it's got a little pat on the back from the Joaquin. It's going to bring the mage, the Infiltrator in. But that's, I mean, it's not a lot of points, but something.
There was nothing really of value in Sif's Great Wolf's graveyard in terms of bronze units that he could have gotten with this Illusionist. So just the Mage Assassin, just 1 extra point. So that Illusionist played for only 4. And now Sif Great Wolf with the Arturius into Emissary is now ahead and has preserved his card advantage. I think maybe that pass was a missed opportunity by Huabiao. I wonder what his plan is here for the macro. Maybe he's thinking about playing Mushy Truffle and just holding the order ability as a carryover play for round 3. He's not in a bad position. Still, like, from winning on even, he's not in a bad position, but
it's possible that he might just be pressuring Sif Great Wolf to use his ability. That might be a situation where Sif Great Wolf is thinking, okay, if he's pushing me here, I need to secure this round and make sure that I have a decent option. Because imagine if Porkbelly goes down to 1 card and that 1 card is garbage, and Sif feels like he has to use it now in order to push forward and win the round 2 and not get 2-0'd in this case. And suddenly he opens the box and, well, hello, it's trash. But
you know,
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's not even, I think you're actually very on point. It's not even about, like, having trash cards in hand. It's about having no cards in hand, Flake. So Wu Habiao is having the option here to 2-0 because Wu Habiao is going to run out of cards in his hand before Sif Great Wolf runs out of cards in his hand. So
you're right. You're absolutely right.
If Sif Great Wolf doesn't commit the leader by the time that Wu Habiao has 1 card left in hand, then Wu Habiao can just go all in, play his last card, use his leader on the last card in Sif's hand, and just basically have an extra leader for this round where he started with even cards. Like, that is a huge advantage to have and a big threat. Like, Sif Great Wolf has to be very confident about how many points he's going to have, how much reach he's going to have in this round in order to not use his leader if he wants to survive the 2-0 attempt.
Well, there you go. And that's you're spot on in that one as well, as Huabiao is going to have 0 cards in hand before Sif Great Wolf does. So Sif's going to have to make that decision to commit before Huabiao does. And if that's the case, the second that Sif Great Wolf the trigger, then Porkbelly might just pass and say, I'm going to round 3 with my leader ability and even cards. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. That's a very smart move by Wu Habiao, taking advantage of this double cross mirror, taking advantage of the fact that he actually, has to play first and runs out of cards before his opponent. Now, this is kind of the moment of truth, right? This is the last chance Sif Great Wolf can use his leader. And he doesn't know necessarily if it's a good card or a bad card at this point.
Well, at this point, I don't think Huabiao cares, because this is definitely an expendable round for him, right? His main focus right now is not to 2-0, it's to get that leader ability out of him. Because the card that Sif Great Wolf is committing right now is going to be big. It's Brothans or it's Lydia. Those are pretty decent at this moment. So the question is for Sif Great Wolf, okay, so he's going for the Lydia, and there's still an opportunity here. So there's the rope is still burning. Now, I know for you this is a eons of time, but for Sif Great Wolf under pressure, perhaps he needs to make this decision sooner than later, because frankly, if that clock is ticking and he picks up the Arto and there's many decisions to be made, that ain't good enough. But it looks
look at this. The front row is full, so you can't block that cow carcass anymore, and now we've got the double poison, and Porkbelly can actually take maybe an Arturius to find another copy of Blightmaker. He does find it.
This is massive.
This is huge, because Blightmaker into a special makes a cow carcass, which makes procs the assimilate an extra time and puts it in the front row where there's only 1 space. There's no way for Sif to block this. Both the Lydia and the Mage Assassin at 9 strength are gonna get answered, and Wu Habiao goes for the leader. Brothens into Emissary, into... This has to be a 2-0, Flake.
It's just massively 2-0 because Civ Grey Wolf is playing with half a deck here. He doesn't have his leader ability to even catch up. There's no space to even put anything on their board. And not only that, hey, double poison cow carcass MVP. Don't call PETA. Oh my God, what is going on? Freaking awesome.
Masterfully played by Wu Habiao. I have to applaud that because that was amazing. When, having the knowledge and seeing the opportunity to win on even committing Brothens is a scary thing to do in the Nilfgaard mirror. It's a huge commitment, and it potentially opens up your an opportunity for your opponent to put spying on the Brothens, copy the Brothens, set up the Terra Nova for the Brothens later, and then understanding exactly the weaknesses of double cross and having the advantage of first say, getting all the cards out of your hand to brick your opponent's leader. He really put Sif in a terrible position, catch-22 between a rock and a hard place to figure out, okay, do I use the leader and then go into round 3 with no leader? Or do I hold the leader, try to greet it, and then get 2-0?
I think in that scenario, you have to perhaps... if there's two schools of thought. Number one is, if I'm going to win this, I need to win this round and the next round, and I have no chance of winning the next round without a leader ability, so you have to preserve it. And the second school of thought is, there is no round 3 if I don't get there, so I have to use it. And the opportunity for him to use it comes, what seems like, just years and years before Habiao has to use his. It's barely half a turn between the two having to make that decision. But the fact that you have to commit first is massive, because in that regard, if that board wasn't set up the way that it was, with the poisons the way that it was, Habiao could have just said, all right, I hear you, buddy. No worries. Thanks for the, thanks for the free parking, Mr. Monopoly Man. I'm just gonna go to round 3 with all this stuff that I still have. And at the end of the day, you go Terra Nova into your leader ability, and that is just so many points.
Yeah, and I love the option of copying Blightmaker for Cow Carcass, for using Blightmaker. Normally you see Blightmaker used on a mage to either take Mage Assassin out of your deck for thinning and points, or for carryover setup to top deck like a Brothens or a Terra Nova or an Arturius. But more rarely you see this Cow Carcass play targeting a special. The Cow Carcass, because you play it, it activates Assimilate an extra time, and he probably has like 5, 6, 8, 10 Assimilate on his board by the end of the round, right? So that's a ton of extra points. And when the rows start getting close to full, once the Cow Carcass is placed as the final 9th and final unit on that row, there's no way for Nilfgaard to really kill any of their own units or place a veiled unit like a Torturer to block. It's just the perfect timing on that Cow Carcass.
Yeah, and this is just a nice callback to the conversation we had about 15 minutes ago about how skill stealing with row limits actually goes up when you're limiting the amount of real estate on a particular board or row. Wow, I mean, that was just brilliantly played. These matchups, these Assimilate matchups, are so technical. They're so played within the hidden margins. What you see is not necessarily what you get with Nilfgaard, and the fact is that frankly there's probably about 1 or 2% of players out there who could have pulled off what Habiao did in that game, and as a result he's up 1-0. But we're far from over here in this third quarterfinal match of Gwent Open number 4, season number 3. I'm Flake, joined by Shin Miri, and here we go, baby. Porkbelly is going to be on blue, going first, and he's representing Symbiosis. Nature's Gift is what's on the menu. Sif Grey Wolf is going to be leaning on the Northern Realms, and I don't mean Canada, but it's still Inspired Zeal that's part of it.
Yeah, great. And we've got the Siege versus the Heat Wave. Habiao's going to be really happy that he included Heat Wave in his Symbiosis list, because now you can answer that Siege. And otherwise, without a Heat Wave, Siege is actually a huge pain in the butt for the Symbiosis list, because it just prevents you from playing any sort of engines early in the round. Everything just gets annihilated by those bombardments.
Well, yeah, this is one of the first you know, little trials for Sif. It's when the Dunka comes out, it's supported by tactical advantage, boosting it by 5. It's a 9-point body with a 1-point hat. And, well, frankly, how do you deal with this? Do you go ahead and you could fish out the... I'm taking a look here. You could fish out the Selkirk, I suppose, you know, and try to duel it, which isn't completely ideal. The longer that she stays out there, the nastier it's going to get. And the good news for Hua Biao is the fact that, well, the Phil Evandrel's been catching all the love.
Yeah, Phil Evandrel getting buffed twice already. We saw earlier, oh my god, maybe a little bit too much, because you want Phil Evandrel to be at an even power for the Ice and Groom's Council, as well as the Call of the Forest. We'll see how many more he catches here from Dunka. Oh, very early Griffin with your mentor.
Oh, we've seen that Hubert coming through how many times now? Just like, hello! It's like, no, not yet, go home. It's not Halloween yet, go home.
I think, you know, this line of play from Sif kind of tells me that he's just looking to play 3 cards and pass. And yep, there it is, instantly passed. Because he doesn't really want to give Hua Biao that much opportunity to get carryover. But at the same time, he's only got a 3 strength Banard student. He didn't give it enough time to go to 4 yet. So he's going to have to find a way to develop the patience on his students further in round 2.
Go home, Hubert. Jeez, man. Nobody likes you.
Go home, Hubert. You're drunk. Meanwhile, Hua Biao's like, get out of my hand, Bountiful Harvest. He mulliganed one harvest into another because he wants to get the Simless to play double Bountiful Harvest in one turn, maybe putting 2 sorceresses or like a sorceress and a whisper on the board in one turn.
Yeah, that would be ideal, certainly. In this case, how deep do you think Hua Biao is going into this round? Now, you'd suspect that with the Dunka on the board, that if Hua Biao was just saying, you know what, I want a 10-card round 3, that he probably would have just dropped some cards and let Dunka do her thing for another few turns. In this case, it looks like that he's going to dig in a little bit into this round and try to squeeze a little bit of that juice out of Great Wolf. And first order of business is, well, what do we got here? We're going to go ahead and find the Legolas writing in his blog. There's a card that, again, kind of flip-flops in and out of the meta in terms of what this deck looks like. But based on just the fundamentals, the spirit of what this deck wants to do, it's not a bad card to throw out there.
No, but I don't think that's what Hua Biao was looking for. I think he really wanted Sorceress. For elves in his deck, there were 2 Sorceresses and that Elven Scribe. And this is one of the downsides of having to play like another kind of mediocre elf. Elven Scribe can potentially be a 10 for 4, but it does like clog up that Ice and Groom Council option and loses some consistency on that council. But Pork Belly not going to slow down here. Goes for the Stimulus.
There's a Sorceress though, if you need one.
Yep. Not great options here, but you can maybe.
The best option is in the center there, but the problem is that you're not guaranteeing the boost on the Phil Evandrel, right? That's where you want those to go.
And it's also, there's only 1 unit on Sif's board, right. So like you're not getting the double bomb. You're only getting a single bomb, so might as well take the rightmost option. Maybe you create a making a bomb, and you get an extra damage from that sentry for moving your opponent's unit sometime later down the road in this round.
So is this just an insta tap on the heat wave, or is this a situation where you're like, yeah, you know what, I'm satisfied. See you next round.
Maybe you pass. On the siege and save the heat wave for like a Refards or to threaten a Gerhardt.
The problem here is that you're leaving a lot of money on the table, right? You're leaving a Sorceress that hasn't triggered yet. You're leaving the Scribe with 1 pop-off left. So you could Heat Wave, use the Sorceress, and get a massive amount of value off of this, right? So you're really sacrificing crap loads of tempo if that's the case. Yeah. And here comes the Fauve, and the Fauve is going to look for something here. It looks like it's likely going to be just a boost on the Sorceress. Time's running out for Hua Biao, but I am
making a bomb.
Oh, that's great. That is so good.
chooses to kill the siege engine rather than the Aretuza student, though. So gonna take, get rid of the siege engine, make the bombardment a little bit weaker, no damaging per turn, and maybe waiting to kill this Aretuza adept a little bit later with something like a rebuke.
Yeah, the rebuke can get it done as well. I mean, might as well get rid of the engine that's a threat right now that has future implications. Obviously, the student as well has future implications. As she grows, she goes patient, she keeps learning, she's sort of doing a little Harlem Globetrotter thing there with some orb in the air, but here's the first wheel of Frog Assault. It's going to go ahead and pick up something, most likely a siege engine is what I'm thinking.
Frog Assault. I think that's the first time I've heard that one. Amphibious Assault, Frog Assault, good one, Blake.
That's
and here, okay, we see the Rafard's Vengeance into a siege, Oh no, and it's Hubert again!
Go home, Hubert! Go home!
He just wants to be loved, Blake.
And Sif Greatwolf is beside himself. The outburst of emotion is uncontrollable. You would never know. Honestly, in all honesty, that kind of composure is something that is a skill in itself. There's a lot of emotion that can be had in these games, and keeping that in check is how you get out of bad draws like that and continue to progress. So I don't think Sif Greatwolf is by any means happy about that, but you would never know by how he has basically remained composed and perfectly stoic.
Yeah, and hopefully he's not tilting too much from that. And he's already used his Griffin Witcher Mentor in the first round, so no way to kind of mulligan or put that Hubert back just now, but maybe if he goes into round 3 with enough cards left, he can get that 9 counter down to 0. It's going to be tough, but it is doable.
And the Huabiao's choice of the Sentry paying off, because that battering ram just took a 1-point haircut for showing up to the front row. So
that makes it killable by Circle of Life. That's actually pretty good. That's a pretty big deal.
Oh man, somebody call the Lion King, because we've got a Circle of Life that's right around the corner and we want to sing about it. I think that Wabiao is just trying to, hope that there's no other major threats that present themselves before that, but it seems like everything's just all systems go here, and he is in the driver's seat. You could just give up some small pieces. No need to go ahead and kill that siege engine just yet. I mean, it's got to bounce to the back road. It's going to take another point of damage anyways.
Yeah, and that Vanart student didn't even get to sign up for his first class. I think Wuhan just instantly destroyed it with the Nature's Rebuke. And here we see the bombardment kind of cleaning up some of the board here, getting rid of a lot of the Symbiosis, Wandering Treants. And the score it's an 11-point lead, but it's still Huabiao's turn. He can slow down a little bit, play that carryover Circle of Life, hand buff the Evandrel to an 11.
11's a spooky number because now you're rolling the dice, right? It's not the 10 that you may want to get the Call of the Forest. It's not the 8 that gets you the Eisengrim's Council. Now you're at the casino, baby, and Evandrel's just dressed for the occasion. Now, what the tail of the tape is here, Shinmiri, is the fact that Wabiao has held on to that heat wave. You'd think that it was just a knee-jerk, you could just instantly banish that siege, but he has other plans for that card.
Yeah, and we're gonna see a winch come out here to restore the cooldown on the Rafard's Vengeance to play a Cintrian Envoy. Too bad Cintrian Envoy can't get rid of the Hubert in the hand, but we'll be able to at least potentially set up better top decks going forward.
Yeah, and Wabiao says, adios, muchacho. I've got my 11-point Evandrel and a Heatwave. I am happy. And Sif Greatwolf, well, doesn't really have to do much, just get ahead by 1, which he does, and we're off to round number 3. It's even Steven on cards, and damn it, Hubert. Now, there is a silver lining here. The silver lining here is that you will not draw into Hubert, but at the same time, I don't think you got enough orders left to pull him out, because that poor bastard has been trying to be front row center. He wants the spotlight, and he's just basically, when he's in the hand, those counters just don't go down. You need him buried in the deck. You need him tucked in, nice and nestled in his bed for those counters to go down. But unfortunately, that's not the case. There's still 9 more sleeps for Hubert to come out.
I'm doing a little counting. I think Sif can do it. I am going to bet that Sif can get Hubert out here.
All right, so Amphibious Assault gets a unit. Likely, I'm
Reinforced Ballista to get more clicks. But if this gets heat waved, then he might not.
Well, all right. Well, it needs to fire. So, okay, we're still at 9. Marine, Selkirk, and Sayus, that's 3. 2 from your leader, that's 5. You got 1 off of Gerhardt, that's 6. A casting contest.
The dream is dead.
The dream is certainly dead. It wasn't even. It has been. It's like it's been erased from memory. But it was a good try there. As basically Hubert has once again ruined the day for the Northern Realms player. Wabiao now just insta tap and got rid of a card here, and Sif Great Wolf has some options or some thoughts of how he wants to play this. Now the problem is, I mean, Porkbelly can find some options. That's perfectly fine. Just why don't we just take a little bit of Selkirk swagger and, toss it down the toilet, but the Marine's going to come through, help him out. Is that what you're taking care of, or is that your boiling oil?
Yeah, I think that's a quick boiling oil. I imagine Wabiel will try to stick another one. Wants to probably play the Hamadryad on the same turn that he activates the Sorceress to get a nature card, and I think the Evandrel is going to be saved for last and hoping for a Call of the Forest to get the Gourd. There are actually 2 dwarves in his list, Sheldon and Gourd, so if he doesn't find Call of the Forest and gets Isengrim's Council instead, he might miss the Gourd.
That can be nasty. I wonder if he's just going to go ahead and look for Gerhardt first, maybe boost up the... I mean, you could just double tap, I suppose.
He finds the casting contest that's really good. Casting contest, offing, it's 9 points and then gets 1 extra damage, so 10-point casting contest. Big lead, 34 to 1. There's the Call of the Forest, though. Wabiao does find the nuts. Is it going to be enough on this Gourd? No hand buff on the Gourd. The Gourd is going to be, what, a 15? It's not quite enough, and Sif Great Wolf ties it up 1-1 in this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, even though Hubert did his damnedest to come in and crash the party, unfortunately for Wabiao, it wasn't enough. Even though he had a little bit of espionage on the opponent's side there, just kind of throwing a wrench in Nilfgaard's system, Northern Realm system. Well, here is what happened, frankly. It's the fact that, hey, you just drop in with a whole bunch of cool stuff. Your mages die, no problem. I've got a whole bunch of other big cards that can do the trick. The Evandrel wasn't a sure thing. So it is worth noting that as close as that was, it did take a favorable dice roll for it to happen, because if that Evandrel was an 8 or a 10, yeah, you maybe get your Gourd off of the Council, and you for sure get it off of the Call of the Forest. The fact that he went to the back row, found the Call of the Forest, that's as good as it'll get, frankly. I think that you got lucky to make it that close, but in reality, I don't think it was as close as it looked. I know it was like a 4 or 5 point game, but that was off of a couple, a decent high roll.
I think that the crucial decision here was in round 2 when Wabiao chose not to heat wave the siege. Maybe things are a little bit different. He ends up heat waving, an amphibious assaulted reinforced ballista, preventing the Hubert from coming out, which was still good, right? It's a high strength engine. It prevents the extra 5 points from Hubert, but siege is so impactful. Siege is a lot of points as well. Maybe if he heat waves the siege and pushes deeper in round 2 to the point where like the Hubert being stuck in hand is actually a liability for Sif, maybe we have a different outcome that game. And this is why it's so difficult to play perfectly, especially when you have incomplete information. But there are a lot of valid and competitive lines these days in the top matchups.
Yeah, I mean, you said it yourself. It's Siege versus Heatwave, but that was not how Wabiao saw it. And came back to haunt him, perhaps, and it feels like maybe it was a situation where you're going to rock that. If you're going to go as deep as you are in round 2 against that Siege, maybe the Heatwave was better off used against that Siege so you can kind of use those other cards for other things. But I mean, ultimately, it was close, but, the way that the games have been going today, 5 points seems like miles versus inches, right? So it's still anybody's game. It's tied up 1-1, right? So it now becomes a best of 3, frankly, as we see here. It's all 1-1, tied and squared away, as Sif Great Wolf will be playing as Nilfgaard. Wabiao will be on the Skellige Reckless Flurry, and it looks like Sif Great Wolf will be going first in this matchup.
That's right. This is double cross instead of enslave, as we saw in the first series of the day with Chase versus Shaggy. Now, we had a really nice play with enslave on Fakusha on the last turn. Double cross a little bit different. Can't do that to set up the Terra Nova, but at the same time, the double cross leader is going to incentivize Wu Huabiao to potentially play some of his higher value golds earlier so that they cannot be copied with the leader. We'll see what he decides to do later on.
One card that I really like, I mean, Megascope is such a cool card, frankly. I mean, it plays better for certain factions than it does for others, but it just seems to be the jelly mixed in with that wonderful peanut butter sandwich that Skellige likes to have here with those really tall base strength bronze units.
Yeah, we've got bears from Raging Bear, Megascope, as well as the popular bearification. I know Twitch chat loves their bearification.
It's a great card, man. Just saying. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica. We got one of the three here today.
I'm sure with your puns and insights, we're going to get some Battlestar Galactica before the end of the weekend too, Flake.
Yeah, well,
I wouldn't count that one out yet.
You say it, I say it, so say we all, right? So we'll just go forward with that and see what happens as here comes the bear opens up the play. It's a nice card to play on an empty board. 8 points of just pure slamboree. And hey, why not just jam in something that's even better than that? A little thin, a little damage, a little body development.
A little 11 for 6. Nobody ever got hurt from a good old 11 for 6. And Sif Great Wolf has to be so happy about the state of his starting hand because he gets the Nilfgaard Dream. Not only 2 Blight Makers and Dead Man's Tongue in hand, they're on the left side of his hand too, so he gets to play them without losing value on the Sunset Wanderer. It's crazy.
I mean, look at his face. It's pure joy at this moment, but you're absolutely correct. I mean, it is quite a moist dream, if I may say, as the Sunset Wanderers are going to be cruising to the right, and then comes the Dead Man's Tongue, and hey, we're playing from the left side of our hand, and if all things go well, I can just drop the Duchess if I need to. So Sif Great Wolf giving every opportunity to the Sunset Wanderers to just continue to show their worth and grow and grow and grow. Huabiao is, I mean, you got a bear, you got a Megascope, but it kind of pales in comparison to the development that Sif Great Wolf has been, just rocking out.
Yeah, and now with all that nice tempo from the Blight Makers and Dead Man's Tongue, Sif Great Wolf does get a pass opportunity here, something you rarely get against Reckless Flurry control when they're on red.
No burner branch follow-up.
Yeah, they're usually trying to put the pressure on and get ahead of you by the time you get to 7 cards so that, you can't pass here. But Sif taking a pretty quick pass, and Wu Huabiao now developing some carryover with the Mushy Truffle. I like it, potentially giving him some extra reach to push round 2 with.
And you also have the opportunity to bearify your Mushy Truffle next round, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to, of course. I mean, I'm not saying that's the way to go, but if you're going to be bearifying anything, a Mushy Truffleized bearification is sounds like a delicious, a little tapas, a little crudité, and a bearified Mushy Truffle. Delicious.
All right. Let's see what we got here. Sif Great Wolf going to be defending this round 2. Wu Huabiao is in the driver's seat. And yeah, he's got also the Dwim Viandra to reactivate this Mushy Truffle, by the way.
I'm just curious how deep he's going to go here. Is this a situation perhaps where Huabiao is thinking, I want to go as far as I can until I see that Sunset Wanderers? That's a card I do not necessarily want to see right now. But then again, Huabiao has the Morkvarg. So this might be a situation where preserving Last Say is, well, I mean, the Sunset Wanderer is going to come in before Last Say no matter what, most likely. But this is likely a situation where he's not necessarily afraid of it because he has the insta-delete for it. It's a card that's going to just absolutely answer it. I mean, when Morkvarg looks at the menu, he's thinking Osril, delicious. He's thinking, Sunset Wanderers, yum yum. He's thinking Colgrim, freaking awesome. So those are just perfect answers oftentimes for those bad situations.
Yeah, but Morkvark does have quite a few targets here. The Joachim, for example, is a great target for Morkvark as well. So perhaps bleeding until the Sunset Wanderer is about to come out and answering the Sunset Wanderer through a well-timed pass and saving the Morkvark for something else like a Joachim or an Assimilate engine could be worth it. Clean kill by Huabiao here using the, is it Trial of the Grasses? To kill the ship, and then a leader charge just to clean up that fur cart with no randomness involved. No more spying shenanigans for you, says Huabiao.
And as it stands, the bear standing tall next to the mushy truffle. As Sif Great Wolf evaluating his options here, plenty of them, frankly. Is this a situation where, hey, maybe I have to commit my Joaquin here? If the objective here is to create a scenario where Huabiao will have to push more pieces to get to that Sunset Wanderers, then Sif Great Wolf can make it more uncomfortable and commit him longer to this round by playing to the left of it. So do I, there's the lemon. So playing to the right of the Sunset Wanderers is likely a situation of, all right, I don't care so much of losing it this round because I want to value pieces like my Joaquin and maybe in round 3 or something like that. So, it's a tough one here because I'm trying to, put my finger on the pulse of Huabiao and how he's approaching this round, how deep he wants to go. And it's not terribly straightforward here because there's so many options of him to just play and not have to worry about it. Like, what are you overvaluing here?
Well, it's a difficult round to push for Huabiao because both decks are pretty reactive. And, you see him playing the location, the Heron Kaduk for Quartermaster. It was really his only choice. You can't play Morkvark, nothing to reset. You can't play your Skirmisher. You don't have the way to discard your Skirmisher. That's a dead card. Verification you can't use on the Truffle until you click it. Bride of the Sea, you don't have any 4 provision Alchemy cards yet because you haven't clicked your Truffle. Dwin Viandra you can't use because you haven't clicked your Truffle. And then Junod, you need a target to kill with a Junod first before you can play it. So very, very reactive hands for Huabiao. And also you don't want to play golds that they're wanting to put spying on either. Like playing those early could be bad news as well. Meanwhile, Xavier Lemons here just going to town on Skellige's graveyard, banishing I think Raging Bear already at this point and maybe more.
And what a cool little play over here. I mean, Sif Grey Wolf doesn't necessarily need to do damage to his opponent here, and adding that extra shield is another negative outcome perhaps for Huabiao's Reckless Flurry Pings should he choose to commit them over here, and a nice little reset of the Truffle Shuffle. Is that it? Not the Truffle Shuffle. Mushy Truffle. Truffle Shuffle's a whole different thing.
Sounds catchy though.
I think the Truffle Shuffle's isn't that from the Goonies? I think it's from the movie The Goonies. Somebody in chat will probably say, it's the Goonies, you idiot! Nonetheless, we're calling it the Truffle Shuffle now, and it is done as the second chapter of the Truffle Shuffle has happened, and hey, everyone gets a little pat on the back, a little golden froth, and a little extra boost here, so...
Well, pretty soon there's going to be no golden frost to go around, because Huabiao has to be careful. Sif is electing to banish those golden froths. There were 2 copies before, now there's only 1. Next turn, there's probably going to be 0. And potentially will brick the Bride of the Sea. So Huabiao has to either play the Bride now onto the last copy of Golden Froth, which is he going to do, or if he doesn't, then he's at risk of not having any alchemies left by the time he goes to round 3. So very heads-up play by Huabiao here, getting that last Golden Froth out of the graveyard, using his Resurrection, and not really giving Sif great Xavier Lemons value. Big lead of 25 points right now.
Right, and even if he had passed, it'll mean that Sif Great Wolf has to play, and that's still a banishment from the Xavier Lemons. Now,
exactly.
The 25-point deficit is going to be almost cut in half by the fact that an 11-point Sunset Wanderers gets dropped onto the board. So reality, 14 points is the catch-up mark right now. Now, we've seen it in the past, how basically Sif Great Wolf got pushed into a corner where he did not get to use his leader ability under the gun in round 2. So I wonder if he's going to be a little bit more trigger happy with it to sort of preserve this round here. Because frankly, you don't want to get caught with your pants down, frankly, like you did in the previous game.
Yeah, scores all tied up. I wonder if Sif Great Wolf could have gotten ahead by copying of Raging Bear instead of a Quartermaster to utilize that shield. There is the Morkvarg, right? Like you said, instantly deleting that Sunset Wanderer, and now we get a spy onto the Morkvarg. But Morkvarg's not a great card for Sif to replay from like Ku or there's actually, I take that back. There's actually quite a lot of boost on these Witcher students with I guess the double truffle? The double golden froth?
Double trouble shuffle. Problem is now, Sif Great Wolf again. And all right, I'll call your bluff. You're not going to play more cards. I don't need to use my leader ability in this case. There's Junod comes through. But look at the options that Huabiao has left Sif Great Wolf with his leader ability. If Sif Great Wolf is saying, I'm going to use my leader ability to get ahead. All right, what do you got? I got 4 points and negative 6 points. 0 or negative 6.
No, so, I think it's actually negative 6. I think it forces you to target an artifact. So, yeah.
Like, how terrible would it be if Huabiao right now plays that Skirmisher, pushing Sif Great Wolf into a situation where he's thinking, I need to use my leader ability. Now, I don't think that's going to happen because there's so many points.
No.
But think about how crazy that is. Well,
that would be crazy. If the score was closer and Huabiao actually could do that to force a negative 6-point leader ability from Sif Great Wolf, oh my god, that would be amazing. I can't wait for I want to see that happen at some point. Not going to be this game, but
no, but I think that would generally be one of the most, like sneaky badass plays in Gwent history is where you're pushing your opponent to a situation where it may seem like I'm giving you this many, like you're giving me points. I'm forcing you into a scenario where you are donating to my charity, and that's just nasty. But Sif Great Wolf has managed to hang on, and look at the card differential here. I think that this one kind of leaning towards Sif Great Wolf as he does survive the onslaught here, and the cards that Huabiao is picking up now are pretty bad. I mean, there's a good one. Yeah, that's a little saving grace.
But no way to discard this Skirmisher yet. Still needs to find the Birna or the Scald. Coral having already been banished by Xavier Lemons previously, so won't be able to resurrect like a Coral with the Fukusha, but there is that Scald. Interesting. Sif mulligans away the coup de grace, thinking that maybe that's going to be a liability. I wonder, there is a Mage Torture, but because Sif doesn't have last say, might be thinking I need more proactive plays.
Now, if Sif's on the play here, there could be a situation where you might see Sif play leader ability now to get to a situation where he doesn't give Huabiao the opportunity to play the Fukusha and dodge the steal. So there it is. It's happening right off the bat. We're gonna go ahead and get it done. Morkvarg, no thank you. I think you're just getting the boat, dropping rain on a row that you're, don't even know exists. Now, I'm curious why he didn't hit the boat with one of those pings.
Maybe he doesn't want the boat to die? But I don't know. You do get the armor value, but maybe he felt like he didn't want the boat to die. That he would have saved himself 1 point. You're right.
Very curious case of Benjamin Button here. And the other thing is that I guess the Heime, like, where's the Heime Skjald going now? I mean, the Heime Skjald is going to have to deposit some points on the front row into the rain. Fukusha is basically going to be your last bastion of hope here to actually generate.
That was a smart decision by Sif to play Fukusha on the melee row, to put rain on Huabiao's melee row, so that, knowing, the discard targets are going to be locked there, you have to play into that row. Unless you're going to play Fukusha now, which would allow Sif Great Wolf to copy it, to put spying on it with the Torture, and then copy it again with the Terra Nova. A Heat Wave.
I mean, it's a big heat wave, but frankly, I don't think there's anything going hyper tall here, given the fact that, well, the Sunset Wanderer's gone, as is the Joaquins. Those are already off the board here. Perhaps we'll see how this goes. We're going to go ahead and drop in another Mage Torturer, which was very adeptly cleared up by Sealy. It is the mage doing, sorry, Trinet. It is the mage doing the torturing. It is a mage, comma, torturer. It is like, you know, what I am and what I do.
This is a big Fukusha into Junod, and this is one of the real benefits of playing Junod in this list, is that he is a Skellige unit that you have the option, but not the obligation, to resurrect and replay. And cleaning up that Raging Bear was a ton of value here, and Terra Nova is the final play of Sif Great Wolf, getting another Raging Bear, but that's going to play into the Heat Wave.
And the Heat Wave yeah, that gets you just there. 1 point again. Fantastic. That is just wonderful.
Flake, that's another 1 point game, and you know where Sif might have been able to get 1 point?
Is it when he damaged the Fukusha instead of his boat on the front row?
Yeah, so he could have hit the armor on the boat, and if everything else plays exactly the same, if Porkbelly still decides to decoction the boat anyways, even without the armor, then this would have been a tie game, Flake. And
it would have been a tie game. And yeah. At the beginning of this tournament, now, if you guys want to continue to build on the legend of Repek has been on point with how many ties there are in these tournaments. And when I say on point, I don't mean like, he's like he says there are going to be, or he is exactly correct in how many ties there are in every single tournament. He has predicted 0. And I don't know if that has sort of, you know, influenced the cosmology out there, and like the stars have shifted to sort of change the karma to create a situation where Sif Great Wolf may have damaged something else other than the boat. I don't know, but there's no tie. There is no tie today, at least.
There can't be a tie because Repek has decreed it. Yes. There are gonna be 0 ties today. And so in all seriousness, I think Sif didn't want to hit the boat because he was maybe concerned about a Gutting Slash that was still left in his opponent's deck. That if you hit the armor on the boat, you open it up to being removed by Gutting Slash for 4 damage. Whereas if you leave it, maybe it doesn't. But, I mean, I don't know how much you want to play around a Gutting Slash in round 3. So it's definitely arguable either way. Either way, it's an extremely close game in a series of close games so far.
Yeah, I think it's a situation where you have to trust that your opponent has the best hand possible, and if they do have the best hand possible, then they've tossed away their Gutting Slash, right? You're not keeping a 4P card if you don't have to. And if they have it, it's probably because they mulliganed into it, you know, inopportunely. And in this case, that's not how it would happen. So it could have been just, you know, when you overthink things, you kind of psych yourself out. You overthink it, you overplan it, and basically you outsmart yourself in that case. And could have been a tie, and in this case it is not a tie, it is merely a loss for Sif Great Wolf, as Wabiao is now 2-1 in the third quarterfinal series here at Gwent Open number 3. Again, I will tell you, I am Flake. More importantly, that is Shinmiri, and we're bringing you all the action. We are very happy to be here and very happy to be joined by you guys. So please drop some love in the chat for everybody, especially all of our great moderators. People like Miss Lady J and Alicia and Repek and all these wonderful people doing just God's work out there. You guys rock sauce!
Indeed, rock sauce indeed. And, you know, Wu Huabiao is opening up the play here this round with that Call of the Forest into Dunka, and the Treant spawning on the front row is very lucky for him because that prevented the assassination from killing this 5+1 armor Dunka. And Sif Great Wolf again blessed by the double Blightmaker. No DMT this time, but softening up that Dunka does threaten it to be within something like Tourney Joust value. And there we see that very quick tempering. These players are speeding up, picking up the pace here, Flake.
Yeah, they got to get going. Apparently, they've got dinner reservations or something. But I mean, frankly, let's be honest here. Yeah, the Treant kind of saved the day. Comes through and just kind of gives Dunka a hand to hold and protects her from the assassination. And even though the Mage Torture, the Mage Infiltrator comes in and does drop 2 points of damage to put it in range of not only the assassination but also the tourney joust, Fav comes through, little tempering, brings it back up to speed. What? Okay.
Draws the DMT, so Sif again finds all the thinning he wants in round 1. Both Blightmakers, Dead Man's Tongue, and Fur Cart, just so talented. Wu Huabiao is now looking down the barrel. Blue Coin losing on even potentially, down 4 points right now, with some slow tempo plays in the form of Circle of Life. You know, great carryover, but just not that many points when you play.
So Sif Great Wolf has played as Assassination, which means that cards, if you're opening up a round, if you're Huabiao and you're opening up a round with something like the Scribe right there, 6 points, or you're dropping a Hamadryad with a leader charge on it up to 6 points, those are free and clear now. Those were big-time assassination targets that could have just been scrubbed out immediately if that's the opening play. But that's no longer a threat. The single assassination is off the board, and Huabiao can feel breathe a little easier. He doesn't need to insulate these cards with hand buff, even though precisely what's going to occur right here. I would suspect that you're going to go ahead and so we're going to go ahead and drop a little bit more protection on that Treant, and maybe you're just kind of building a 2-card, 1-2 punch. The Gourd and the Treant together can really just jam out an immense amount of points in a short amount of time.
No, Huabiao must have taken some investing advice, because he is diversifying his hand buffs. He doesn't want his Hamadryad to go too tall with the Vitality, doesn't want his Gourd to be too tall into like an Invocation, so he's spreading the love and putting some hand buff on something like the Force Protector.
Now, once again, and this is a pain that I know all too well, the fact that no Sheldon Skaggs in hand. That's several opportunities that Huabiao could have had to buff up that Sheldon Skaggs, and it just did not happen because that card just seems to be completely it's like stage fright. If only that Sheldon Skaggs was that Hubert from like a few games ago.
Oh, there he is.
Different ball games. Hey, welcome to the party. Unfortunately, you're a little late. Now, the good news here is, Shinmiri, is that he's way on the right of the hand. So with that Bountiful Harvest, you can be very precise and accurate with where those buffs are going. You play the rightmost Old Bafana Elf, and Sheldon Skaggs is the beneficiary of that windfall. Now, if that elf sucks, well, you're SOL. But in this case, it seems like things are okay. The question is how deep into this round does Huabiao want to go?
Yeah, the positioning of your units in your hand really matters. And we see Sif Great Wolf mulligan away 2 experimental remedies. And I think that is because it is a super powerful play if you can copy your opponent's Simless while you still have 2 experimental remedies in your deck to double resurrect like 2 sorcerers of Doblathana, and it's just so many sources of assimilate, because not only are the sorceresses assimilate, but the special that they spawn and play also activate your assimilate. So Sif really wants to keep those remedies in his deck if possible.
Yeah, but you need coup de grace, right? You need to be able to drop that on Simlas.
Yeah, or the spying tag from a Torturer if Porkbelly were to play it now.
Right. There's several steps. A lot more steps if that's the way you want to go with it. Absolutely, 100%. But yeah, I mean, the clean and clear way is just drop the coup de grace in 1 round on the Simlas and have those experimental remedies ready to go. So Sif Great Wolf is just basically setting the table for perhaps a pretty nasty dining experience for Huabiao if that's the case.
Yeah, Huabiao making a tough decision here, whether to take the Sentry or the Whisperer. Decides to go with the Sentry, but the hand I think he didn't want the hand buff to go on Gourd. He wanted the chance of the hand buff going on either Sheldon or the Sorceress of Doblathana. But taking the middle option was random, and it went on Gourd anyway. So now, with the Sunset Wandering coming down for 9 free points, Porkbelly is looking at a pretty big point deficit to get his card advantage back if that's what he's going for.
Yeah, and in a certain case as well, I mean, at least if you are Huabiao, you no longer have the threat of that Yen's Invocation. So at least your gourd will at least be protected. There's nothing really that's going to hurt it necessarily, right? So as long as you make sure that you play your Heat Wave before you play your gourd, then you're fine, because you don't want to give Sif Great Wolf an opportunity to go ahead and copy that the Heat Wave out of the hand. But man, what a sad Sheldon Skaggs that is. The story could have been so much different. You talk about just having one specific card in your hand and how it changes the entire dynamic. That's a 6-point gourd. Sorry, that's a 6-point Sheldon. That could have easily been a 14-point Sheldon if it caught 2 major buffs and killed one of the... I mean, look what it could have done in this case.
Yeah, and Sif Great Wolf, just to rub it in, salt in the wound, finds the carryover Hawker Smuggler on his Imperial Diplomacy and gets 2 points of hand buff himself.
Yep, the Smocker Huggler is just dishing out hugs there on the hand, giving a bit of love to Sif Great Wolf. But yeah, you talk about a little bit of unintended BM. It's like, all right, cool hand buff there, bro. I like your Sheldon Skaggs. You're gonna love my Lydia.
And yeah, so Huabiao lost the card advantage for round 3. Sif Great Wolf will have last say, but the Yennefer's Invocation has already been used, so...
Oh, wow.
Is there anything left in terms of toll removal that Sif can find? I guess, like you said, he can double cross into a Heat Wave, so that's... Just have to make sure.
But that's controllable, right? Like that's absolutely controllable. There's no situation, I think, where Huabiao is going to drop the gourd with Heat Wave in hand and Sif Great Wolf holding on to his leader ability. That would be, I mean, that is like, that's self-sabotage in the worst possible way. Now, you don't have Joaquin, but you do have a coup de grace, and your opponent, Huabiao, has the Simloss. So things are looking pretty solid here. Now, there's a very, very sad Phil Evandrel, unfortunately, as a lot of the main targets that are looking to eat up some of these hand buffs have just gone unfed and hungry.
You can still get a decent Phil Evandrel here. You've got the Force Protector into a Bountiful Harvest, and you've got, I think, Simless into double... I guess, no. Simless only has 1 Bountiful Harvest in the deck. It would be double Rebuke or double Dryad's Caress.
And look at this. I mean, oh, this is just so tough here. Look at that gourd. I mean, again, all the best options. All of Doblefana seems to be left-leaning in this case, as all the best options are just all the way on the left-hand side of the hand, as once again, Phil Evandrel just saying, please, I'm here. All right,
yeah,
I don't know how I feel about this move, because gonna die. I feel like it's
actually getting pretty good value from the Phil Evandrel here, killing a Whisperer that would have potentially, I think, activated many times because of the threat of copying Simless into double Remedy. Now, I think, wait, is that a leader right there? I think that's a double cross, right?
That is indeed a double cross, and I mean, frankly, okay. I mean, that's 9 points.
Not bad. Not too shabby. He missed the Simless on his leader. It was 1 in 4 to miss the Simless, and he missed it. But there's still a chance to get the Simless. Is there? Maybe not, actually. There's no way to apply the spying anymore. Wait, that could have been a big mistake.
Well, hindsight. I mean, you could, if you Vigo into a Mage Torturer. Sorry. Okay. I mean, that can drop it on it, but this is basically suggesting that that means that the next card that is played. Well, you need, because if your last card is going to be Artaud, that means your second to last card has to be Vigo.
But
I mean, it'll get there.
Now has the option of playing Simless last, and then you can't put spying on it.
Exactly, and the last 2 cards he's going to pick up, however, if he wants to get full value, are what? It's going to be double Dryad's Caress, and you don't even have a Dryad on the board?
You have double Rebuke, I think.
The double Rebuke is not bad, but you're not getting death blow cleanly. You could double rebuke Gord. I think that's the most amount of points.
Maybe. But, I mean, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Like, this is still many turns left in this game. Sif Great Wolf has a very, very powerful hand. Those are, like, the 4 strongest cards in the deck, I think. Like, all your Assimilate engines are there, and you might play Assimilis depending on how Huabiao decides to sequence this. This is looking really good for Sif.
And this could be a really nice card to go ahead and clone over there. I mean, that Sorceress is just way too good on both sides, frankly. It's Assimilate trigger, and then based on whatever she creates, another Assimilate trigger.
Yeah.
Ooh, more
Huabiao does find the hand buff. The Bountiful Harvest gets another Sork. Could take the... Yeah, does go with the Sork, and maybe a lead... Would we see a leader charge? Yeah, we're going to see a leader charge to try to get some... vitality and some extra power, some extra options on the Sorceress next turn.
All right, there it goes. That's one. The other one's just going to fall a little bit flat, but you did get what you need here. And the best part about it is that opposing Sorceress doesn't have a way to just generate a damage card to basically deal with the Sorceress you have on the board. So Huabiao's feeling pretty good too. We're talking about how great Sif Great Wolf's hand is, but Porkbelly still has options.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Lydia.
Gonna go with the Lydia first. I don't know if I like this. I feel like maybe should have gone for Arturius first to see if there was the chance to get the spying, the torture spying. But he's gonna get an archer to damage down the sorcerer so that she can't click right now. It's gonna delay it 1 turn, but she will be able to still click next turn.
Yeah, that's still
if it's
fine.
not further damage.
And it possibly can be. But oh, here we go.
Huabiao says, nerf Gord? I don't think so. 22-point Gord still because of all that generous hand buff that he kept putting on him. And now we've got the Terra Nova. Big play here. Terra Nova getting Forest Protector into Bountiful Harvest. Oh, so this is why he played Lydia first. He wanted the Bountiful Harvest in his graveyard so he could do this Forest Protector play.
Oh, and you just go, let's just greet this out. Why not? Oh, okay, so we're going to get the safe play here. Oh, that's why. Shut off your Sorceress. No problem. And hey, 3-point deficit is no problem if you're Sif Great Wolf because, hey, Arturius Vigo's bringing all the friends here. Hey, well, let's do this the easy peasy way. Wonderful. And never in doubt, it seemed. Now, that was a little back and forth there. It was tough to figure out. There were so many lines of play in that game, Shinmiri, that it was not clean and clear. So much fogginess and murkiness to that game that both players kind of, I feel like they may have just been shifting their game plan as the board developed. It seemed like there was never this one linear path for either player. As both players were developing, things were changing. And frankly, I think that could have been completely different, even if Sheldon or Phil Evandrel were in the opening hand. Completely different ballgame.
Yeah, perhaps. And yes, like you said, so many different lines of play to consider there. We thought about the possibility of copying Simless for Sif to get the double remedy. The possibility was there. It ended up deciding to take Forest Protector off of Terra Nova, which is great as well. A lot of different ways for both players to play it here, and Sif comes out with the convincing win. I think it was like an 11-point win or so, tying the series up 2-2 now. It is going to go to a decisive game number 5, Flake. Let's do this.
I'm so ready for this as well, as Huabiao's going to have a second go at that Symbiosis list, and maybe if, even just with a pinch of luck, you'll be able to pick up either Phil Evandrel or your Sheldon Skaggs. These are 2 cards that are so integral to the overlying strategy of being able to, obviously pump out nature cards and such, but you want to buff your hand. And the fact that it just went all wrong. It all went sideways for Huabiao because basically what happened was, A, you didn't have those major cards in your hand, and B, when you were presented with Bountiful Harvest, the options that were good for your hand buff were for the board, and the options that were good for the board were bad for the hand buff. Mm-hmm. Nothing lined up. It was all crooked from the get-go, and frankly, Huabiao did the best that he could, and with the scraps that were given to him in that case, but made it close enough.
Oh man, it's gonna all come down to the Symbiosis Mirror, but one player is playing Devotion with Ethne, and the other is playing Non-Devotion with Heat Wave and Sheldon. And this time, we've got Sheldon and Phil Evandrel in the starting hand, Flake. Wuhabio has to be very happy to see that.
100%, and I don't like to predict games, but it looks like everything. The stars are aligning. The karma's come back, baby. Wabiao has a lot of edge in this one because you have great targets to catch here. You've got the Sheldon Skag to catch some love. Phil Evandrel wants some of that hand buff as well. You got Heat Wave as well. That's so clutch for a faction that just lacks that tall removal in the devotion category. And not only that, frankly, Wabiao has the absolute best avatar with Dana. That is such a great leader skin. It's my absolute favorite one.
Yes, indeed. Great looking one. And I wanted to point out, Phil Evandrel for Wuhabio is also in the far right position. So right off the bat, he can guarantee hand buffs landing on Phil Evandrel with Bountiful Harvest if he wants. And oh, Heat Wave, that card coming out instantly to delete a 9 strength protected sorceress. Doesn't want to let Sif Great Wolf get anything started here.
Now that's curious. And what I'm always worried about in these scenarios is obviously if you're Huabao, you don't want that card to just snowball into another Bountiful Harvest, into more nonsense. So you pop it off, but you've only got one, and it's kind of it's a two-way street here because yeah, you're getting rid of a big threat, but now Sif Great Wolf can sit back and say, there it goes, it's gone. First card out of the box is Heat Wave.
Don't have to worry about it anymore.
I'm not worried, exactly. So what are you worried about now? Well, if you're counting all the buffs that might occur and you're keeping track, you could kind of give a ballpark of where Sheldon Skaggs might be in the worst case scenario and potentially play around that to a degree, but it's not a clean-cut removal. So that delete wave is offline now.
Sif Great Wolf also has the Phil Evandrel in his hand, so both players drawing relatively well here in round number 1. Sif's going to play a little bit slow with the Circle of Life. Doesn't hit the Phil Evandrel, gets the Seer instead, which is fine, because now Seer is going to be difficult to remove at 6 power.
This is fine. I mean, you're hitting the Circle of Life here, and frankly, that just puts you in range for the Rebuke on the next turn, as the buff that the Hamadryad's going to get there is going to bring it up to 5. Nice and clean. You already even have a tree on the board, too, to get a little bit of that trick-or-treating going on, as Fav comes through. Call of the Forest is what she wants to bring to the party, and well, you got a lot of things, but going for the Simlas in this case.
It's going to be double Dryad's Caress. That's the only option he has for Simlas, but it is a lot of tempo here. Wonder if he ends up erasing one of the Vitality. He does in order to protect the Hamadryad from a Rebuke. So does have to erase a Vitality of his own, but big lead now for Wuhabiao. Sif is just going to take it slow. Just playing out this Seer, waiting. Knows that it's probably safe.
Yeah, it's a necessary evil, right? You're gonna have to purify essentially that 1 Vitality point. But keep in mind, Wabi already committed the Heat Wave, and he's on red coin. So keep him also double Bountiful Harvest in hand. So what are you really getting with the Simlas? Might as well just get those out of the deck while you have a Hamadryad on the board against a Scoia'tael Devotion that's not going to touch that.
Yep, that's true. And you want to thin with the Simlas early, because if you try to greed and hold him for value later, you're going to make your life a living hell with all the bricks that you can draw, right? With the Simlas targets, you don't want to end up bricking the Simlas target later on. Okay, it looks like Sif is going for a Simlas of his own. A little bit of catch-up here. Gonna go with the double Bountiful Harvest option. We see Sorceress on the first one. You love to see it.
Good catch. Good catch right there.
He actually doesn't take the Sorceress. Instead, he takes... Oh, interesting. Doesn't take Sorceress. Takes the Bowman to kill the threat, the Scribe, on Wuhabiao's side. Wuhabia, on the other hand, gonna take a Sorceress.
Yeah, the Sorceress is the best option of the 3 that were given there. Unfortunately, it has essentially connected with the unit that you don't want to connect with. Again, Wabiao now, in this case, has both cards that you want to buff, but it's not going where it needs to go.
Well, I mean, you could take Whisperer here to force a buff onto the Evandrel. He does.
Yeah,
but
that's
Whisperer is
a good one.
it's also a dangerous game to play because Whisperer can potentially overflood your board. But there's Huabiao does have the option of passing whenever he wants. He is on red coin. Let's see if he wants to play this Circle of Life here or not.
I mean, here's the deal: the Circle of Life, and then what? Right? Think about that. I mean, it's Circle of Life, and then what? It's a tough decision that you need to make. So, no, they're going for it. They're
He's just going to play Evandrel instead.
I think that's fine.
Evandrel as a 6. Yeah,
it's 6, and that's great because you go with the Bountiful Harvest, and you know you're. Oh, look at that, and everything coming up Millhouse here. Yeah, the Sorceress on the right side finds the gourd. The elves, they're spreading, baby, and yeah, at this point you're up by 2 on even cards, and now Sif Greatwolf has to make some decisions.
Yeah, now you're threatening to win on even still, and Sif Greatwolf only has good cards left in his hand. Has to commit something good here. Might end up overkilling. We have the options.
I was gonna say, like, he only has good cards in his hand. Like, that's what you want to be in. But I guess you're right. You don't want to commit when you're down by 2. You don't want to commit 10, right?
Right. Or 20.
20, yeah.
All right, clean Dunka to kill the Whisperer, stopping the Elven Herpes, as you like to call them.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it earlier because I'm already dancing the line with Gigacock, so I wanted to say Elven Herpes, but hey, you said it, not me. They can't fire both of us, so we're good.
Or can they?
Possible.
Circle of Life. And Porkbelly really able to somehow keep the pressure up despite, you know, just playing that Circle of Life. The Circle of Life is now going to trade for like a Evandrel. This is kind of crazy.
That's a great trade. And, you know, Evandrel at 6 here is where you want Evandrel to be, right? I mean, that's probably, other than 8 or 10, that's basically the frequency you want Evandrel tuned into to get another Bountiful Harvest. But the problem is that the driver's seat here is Huabiao.
You could play Force Protector as Sif. You could play Force Protector for Bountiful Harvest to get the Simless to a guaranteed 8, to try to save the Simless for another round. It's not an easy decision which one you play here. They're both really, really good cards.
Yeah, you're not wrong. There's the Forest Protector. You called it. That's not a bad one. Into the Bountiful Harvest. That's a great one to have there. You want the Sorceress for sure. And I think you still drop a leader charge on that Hamadryad. I don't know why you wouldn't. Just to maybe preserve, put it out of reach. There's the Sheldon Skaggs. Scary Shelly coming through, baby. Adios. And look at that. Now, keep in mind, if you did use that leader charge, you could have got out of this round.
No, because he would have traded a leader charge, right?
Right.
Basically, Huabiao in the red coin can just mirror Sif Greatwolf's actions and commitments with leader. If you put a leader charge on Hamadryad, I put a leader charge on Hamadryad.
Right, but he would have gone up by 2, and at the end, and then he would have wheeled back a little bit as well. Yeah, you're right. Exactly. I think Huabiao would have seen that coming and would have just dropped one as well.
And the Sheldon was perfectly at 10 power. That's exactly 4 hand buff to kill that Sorceress. And interesting play here by
Sif.
Not front row for Council.
That is a curious case.
Doesn't want to get stuck with like Ethne Herald and a very, very low tempo elf, I think, is kind of the thought process here.
Well, there we go. Yeah, take it on even. It's all yours, buddy. Why not?
Gord also a big commitment, but winning on even probably worth it. Both players have committed a ton in this round. We see Evandrels getting slung left and right, Gords and Sheldons, as well as Forest Protectors.
So what's left is the question here for Huabiao, as Sif Greatwolf has tossed back the Ethne. That is a massive card.
Huabiao has Forest Protector as the biggest card left, but also a couple of Sorceresses of Doblathana that may stick with the help of Isengrim's Council.
Yeah, let's go for it, baby. Why not?
Yeah, Huabiao's deciding to push a little bit here, try to trade some cards, thinking maybe Sif held on to some really powerful cards here. Sif actually mulliganed away an Ethne, I think, right? So maybe
that's
Sif
correct.
onto that plan and decided to keep some weaker cards instead.
Okay, all right. I mean, you could potentially get lucky here, wherein if that sorceress picks up, I mean, I guess if the sorceress picks up, I suppose like a Dryad's Caress or an
Orb
Orb.
of Insight?
Orb would be fantastic.
Yeah, Orb of
Absolutely
Insight would
fantastic.
give you the vitality for the Hamadryad as well as the carryover value if you can play 3 more specials in round 3. 3 more specials is kind of a big ask, but it's doable.
Question now is, what are you getting with Fov? And slow playing it here because the Call of the Forest was still in that deck. I guess you're just banking on the fact that you're giving up everything here, including the Gourd, and you don't necessarily want to thin out your deck of options to get bigger cards. Because, frankly, Call of the Forest is Ethne, as much as Ethne is Ethne. In fact, it's a better Ethne. So, in this case, here we go. The Sorceress is going to find not the greatest. There could have been better options than that, but it's still not bad, as we see the that would be the Cat Witcher Adept is going to show up. And again, on the range row, let's give a little bit of vitality and sprinkle it around. But I wonder, does he drop the second?
He's thinking about it. Got to do the math, right? He's up 7 right now. His vitality is going to trade for Sif's vitality. So Sif would need an 8 to not get 2-0'd. Now, would it make a difference if he would need a 9? That's what you're thinking as Wu Huabiao. Does Sif have cards that play exactly for 8 that he would likely have in hand right now?
I'm thinking that if you're Huabiao, you're thinking, all right, my opponent just went ahead and used Fov to go get not Ethne and not Gourd. So one of the cards in hand are those. So there's no way that 9 points is enough. There's no way that 8 points is enough.
That's a great read.
So there's no point in committing it in this case. But dear God, look at a Tale of Two Cities here, man. Those are garbage cards that Huabiao's picking up. Even that feels weak. Huabiao, you need a body, buddy. All right,
Gets
okay.
a body, but no Force Protector. The Force Protector is a big miss here. And Ethne is huge for Sif.
One way to do this, the question is do you just dunk one of those right out of the box?
I don't know. It's tough. Like, by holding onto the Dunka, you do get to buff your Sorceress up to a 5. With the leader charge means it's immune to rebukes. And potentially can get you like a Bountiful Harvest. But this is a huge lead. 16 points. If this was a Force Protector in hand, I think Wu Huabiao would have had it, but...
Oh, no. And the worst part about all of this is that a lot of these are just lost value as the making a bomb, all the rows are occupied, so that making a bomb's bad. This Circle of Life is not doing anything because there's no bodies in hand, and Nature's Rebuke is just coming in for lame value. Unfortunately, so close. I feel like if those were something else, it could have been a whole different ball game. Not quite. That's all she wrote here in the third set of the quarterfinals, and there you have it. The expression of joy just bursting through his face. It is Sif Greatwolf, the Iceman, goes through to the semifinals.
Blink 3 times if you're being held hostage. That's what I'm thinking when I see Sif. But he played well. I think it was a really heads-up play to mulligan away the Ethne in round 2 and not have it in your hand to get bled out after losing round 1 on even. And that was the big difference maker. Ethne, extremely powerful, even in a short round 3. And yeah, you got to feel bad for Wu Huabiao, who also played really well this series. It was a very high-level match between the two players here.
Like, you're in the driver's seat there in round 2. You're feeling pretty confident. Things maybe didn't go the way you may have wanted them to. I mean, the opening hand was just pure fire, but then you go into round 3 and your draws are rebuke, tempering. Like, come on, man. Like, you feel like you feel like the world's out to get you after giving you. It's kind of like it's given with one hand and taken with the other. But at the end of the day, it is Sif Greatwolf, and let's see if Pavel Burza can go ahead and maybe just squeeze out a little emotion and joy out of the Iceman, Sif Greatwolf.
I will try. Hester standing by. Sif, most important question. Why so serious all the time?
Скажи нам, почему ты такой серьезный?
Можна щось менш складне запитати, будь ласка.
Почему ты такой серьезный?
Hester, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Just waiting for the answer. But yeah, maybe let's move on to the next one.
Okay, tomorrow going against Hana-chan or Lex Smiling, who would you like to go against?
Завтра, получается, матч против Ханычана либо Лекса. С кем ты бы хотел сыграть?
Я хотів би, звісно, я хотів би зіграти з Лекс. В нього досить схожий лайнап.
Well, I would like to play against Lex because he's got a similar lineup.
Okay, fair enough. Good stuff. Thank you very much.
Спасибо.
Okay, since we're done with their interview, I guess we move on to the leak. Let's see it. Nice. I chose this one myself. I wonder what it is. Well, it looks like a skull on fire for sure. Might be a spell, might be not. Well, it's a force to be reckoned with for sure. And yeah, it's coming to Gwent. When? You shall know soon, TM? Well, yeah, we'll need some time for you to know about it. All right, back to the casters.
Well, thank you so much, Business Casual Tarzan. We appreciate your interview skills. And again, Sif Greatwolf, the Iceman, a man of few words, but a man of exceptional Gwent skill. And that card leak, my friend. So I'm going to tell you a quick story, Shinmiri. I went to a place once where someone said, best chicken wings in Ontario. I went. I said, what's the hottest you have? They said, well, you got to sign a waiver and a doctor needs to sit next to you, or like a first responder on staff needs to sit next to you while you eat them. I said, sure. How bad can it be? That's how bad it got. That is an absolute true story. I ate one wing. I took the rest home, left them in the fridge for my roommates, who I know always just go and snap up my food. And it was the best revenge story and the best like $18 I ever spent in my life.
That sounds like sweet, sweet justice to me. But that card art, Flake, it is amazing. Wow. I don't know what it is. It doesn't look like a leader card art, but maybe something else in the future. Burning down the forest? Magic?
Possible.
Bells?
Possible. I mean, I don't want to throw too much fog on this one, but I do suspect that there's some serious implications about what this art can potentially mean down the line, Shinmiri. I will say this again: no expansion coming for the for the rest of the year, but that doesn't mean that new content's not around the corner. So I'm very, very dialed into what's coming through because, as always, Gwent art second to none. And I just think about the premium on what that is going to look like if there is a premium for it, because we don't know what the hell that is.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the updated brackets with Sif Greatwolf advancing again to the semifinals. We've got so far Chase, Lord Triss, and Sif Greatwolf, and we'll see what the last quarterfinal of the day will bring us between Lex Smiling and Hana-chan. Really tightly fought series between Sif Greatwolf and Uhua Biao. I hope to see Uhua Biao back again in the future.
Yeah, let's just count our blessings here. This has been an exceptional tournament so far. A lot of razor-thin margins when it comes to wins and losses. And, it started off pretty hot and heavy. A 3-0 win for Chase, and then it was just these 5-game series through and through. And there's still one left to be had as we take a look at the match stake, the quarterfinals here, as Sif Greatwolf hauling back $1,400 USD in his pocket, whereas Hua Biao is going to be not crying too many tears, as you've got 1,225 reasons to be proud of your performance. And as he said, Lex Smiling and Hana-chan around the corner, and they're each already pocketing 875 bones just for showing up, just for having a face. That's all you need, and you get paid. It's that simple, friends.
Yeah, and it's a great prize pool. And speaking about prize money, you can contribute to the prize pool of the upcoming Gwent World Master Season 3 in December by purchasing the Great Oak bundle and the Great Oak board in the store right now.
Yeah, look how devious that squirrel is. I mean, that thing is out to get you, but beautiful
Very
art
fitting.
as always.
Very fitting
And
for Halloween.
very fitting for Halloween. I mean, if the fall, the leaves are falling. It's just he's like, yeah, I see you. I know where you hide your nuts, and then it's all downhill from there.
God.
What? Squirrels eat nuts. What am I, out of my mind thinking that? That's what they do.
Okay.
All right. Enough of all this. You've probably had your fill of Shinmiri and I, but there is one more quarterfinal match around the corner, and that is going to be casted by the lovely Sealy and the awesome Trinet. But before they bring it to you, we want to meet the players. Let's meet Lex Smiling and Hannah-chan. And Shinmiri and I will see you all tomorrow.
Howdy, Lex Smiling. How are you doing, man? We see you for the first time on the big stage, so we'd love to know you a bit better. What do you do apart from playing Gwent?
Всем салют, меня зовут Лекс.
My name is Lex and I'm from Team Gwendetta. I'm 28 years old and I work in an oil company in northern Russia. Usually when I work here, I play Gwent, read books, and watch TV series. When I'm off work, I also play Gwent, but not that much. When I lived by the seaside, I used to surf. Now I live by the mountains, so I'm snowboarding, and in the evenings I mainly play poker and spend time with my friends, something like that.
Alright, sounds good, man. Awesome. Okay, so let's get back to your esports career. What could you tell me about the goals for this season and the rest of the year?
Speaking of Gwent, if the Open goes well, I'll be doing achievements. 100 wins per leader for the ones I haven't completed yet. If the tournament goes badly, then I'm probably not going to be in the mood to play. But you never know. It also depends on the next patch. We'll see.
Oh yeah, there is always something to do in Gwent. Achievements is a good option as well. Okay, and last one for today. Is there someone you would like to play against in this tournament?
In general, I don't have any preferences, but I wouldn't mind playing against Necrotal or Sith Great Wolf, because I lost to them during the qualies, so it'd be cool to take revenge here.
Oh yeah, the revenge is an option here. So we'll see how it's gonna happen. Alright, awesome. Thanks a lot for today's interview, Lex Smiling, and hopefully I'm gonna see you tomorrow. And good luck today. Welcome back, Hannah-chan. It's great to see you again. Well, last time I saw you, we were just walking around Warsaw in 2018, I think. But, you know, the circumstances changed a lot nowadays, and we are here. And I wanted to ask you, how does it feel to be back after such a long time?
I think that Gwent tournaments are still pretty appealing to people, although I think this is the first time that I'm participating in a tournament after the homecoming. A lot of things have changed since then. A few years have passed and Gwent is a pretty good game right now.
Yeah, alright, I'm glad to hear that. Okay, and what is the thing that changed most from what you've seen the last time you participated?
The last time I participated in a tournament, the game was going through some changes connected with the Homecoming project. It used to be a totally different game. There are many different changes implemented afterwards. I'm not really sure what would be the most prominent and substantial change. I think that Gwent just basically became something totally different, a brand new game. There were just too many changes.
Yeah, definitely. The changes were pretty extreme. And yeah, it might be a totally different game nowadays. Okay, and the last one for today is I wanted to ask you, what are your goals in Gwent this year and for the last part of the season?
Well, of course, the most important goal would be winning this tournament and then becoming the Gwent World Champion. You know, the last time in Season 1, I unfortunately wasn't able to participate because of the reasons some of the viewers might know, and I felt pretty disappointed and sad about it. I was so close, yet so far. Afterwards, I decided to take some break from playing, and then finally came back to challenge myself once again, and use the opportunity to qualify for Gwent Masters Finale.
Yeah, obviously participating in Gwent Masters finale is the dream here. Yeah, it's a pity that you weren't able to participate in season 1 finale, but yeah, hopefully it's gonna happen this time. Okay, thanks a lot, Hannah-chan, for today's interview, and yeah, good luck in today's matches and in the whole tournament.
Hello, everybody. I am Tryna here with the wonderful Sealy for the last game of the quarterfinals between Lex Smiling and Hannah-chan. How you doing?
Oh boy. I'm doing good and I'm so excited I can't keep it in, really. I think it's so cool that we have a Gwent veteran, of course, returning from Gwent Season 1, Hannah-chan. Definitely no stranger to the game. I think it's very exciting to see the contrast of Hannah-chan going up against Lex Smiling, who on the other hand is making his debut. Also no stranger to Gwent, of course, but the open scene for him will be new. Do you have any predictions for this one, Trynet?
I mean, it's really hard to root against Hannah-chan. He's just been in the game for so long. He's seen it all at this point, and while, as he said, the game has changed a lot since he last played, he was at the top of the game for the last couple seasons and managed to qualify in for this Open. Definitely looking forward to what he's gonna do with the more modern versions of Gwent.
Exactly, and let's see what you guys think. Do you have any predictions? And it seems people are in slight favor of the Season 1 veteran Hannah-chan here, but definitely a lot of people rooting for Lex Smiling. I think this is going to be a really cool series, and I think we are ready to jump into the deck. So let's see what the players are bringing for this series.
Yeah, starting us out here, we've got Lex Smiling on Imprisonment. I believe the only player to bring Imprisonment to the tournament, everyone else opting to bring either Enslave or Double Cross. Nilfgaard ended up having the most leader diversity of any of the factions here. I believe every NR list was Inspired Zeal, every SK list was Reckless Flurry, every ST list was Nature's Gift, but there were 3 different Nilfgaard leaders this all play. The main reason to bring Imprisonment is a little bit counterintuitive. The first thing you might think of is being able to lock multiple things is really important, but that's almost secondary to the ability for Imprisonment to turn your coup on and damage the opponent's units that are like 5 or 6 power golds and be able to steal those easily with coup de grace.
Absolutely. The leader can come in clutch, though, against heavy engine decks such as potentially Northern Realms. Shutting those down, the Imprisonment leader does seem very powerful in what it does, while the Double Cross, for example, that we've seen a couple of times today, is a little bit more points, but a little bit less of control, of course. And you do have this provision compromise in the deck as well. Now, just like Trynet mentioned, the coup. We want to take a look at this card a little bit more. The coup, of course, can be triggered from either damage. You can use your Imprisonment. You could potentially use the Mage Tortures to set up spying. There are multiple ways of triggering this lovely card. And the Death Blow, of course, you spawn and play a base copy of the card that you damage, or you get the Conspiracy there with the spying tag, and the Death Blow will be automatically triggered. Now this will be great for your Assimilate engines in a long round. A great way of potentially playing Joachim twice, or just really getting that value on Assimilate at the end of a long round with a lot of Brothens going on, some Artad, along with, of course, Lydia and Bribery, and Artorias Vigo is included here as well. A powerful Assimilate engine. Now the bronze pool is enough for this Artorias to find pretty solid targets in the bronze that he will spawn, and you can play.
Yeah, moving us...
You wanna go for it.
Okay, moving us on to Siege NR. The main card we want to highlight here is a Winch. It's a card we've seen in a lot of these lists, whether it's Mages or Siege, but it's pretty low cost to include in the deck, but getting an extra use out of either your War Chariot, your Shani, or your Rafard's Vengeance is worth a ton. Rafard's or Shani are easily worth 6 to 7 points apiece, making Winch play as a 11 or 12 for 4p, which is an incredible rate. Tutor Ball off Natalis and makes Natalis a little bit more versatile when you already have Amphibious Assault. It plays very differently to something like Boiling Oil, where in the past a lot of NR decks would play Amphibious Assault and like 1 or 2 Boiling Oils. Winch gives you another very distinct option to Boiling Oil that you can go for to try to build up points on your own side of the board rather than remove them from the opponents.
This list, of course, with Siege has great pushing potential in a round 2 if you can manage to win that round 1. Usually something you want to utilize if you do find that Siege in your hand round 2. And of course, very similar to the list that we saw from Sif, Great Wolf, and Shaggy, but instead of putting a Baron in the Hypervision spot, we're playing cards like War Chariot, and therefore we get extra 5 provision cards. So we have double Boiling Oil, 1 Casting Contest, and a Griffin Witcher Mentor. And you know what? Any Huberts tagging along from the Rafford's Vengeance, you can put them right back with this Griffin Witcher Mentor if you so wish, and if you have access to it, of course. But it is a great tech choice for exactly that reason. No Huberts bricked here. That's what Lex Smiling is hoping for. Now we can move on to the Reckless Flurry list. Yep, definitely we are no stranger to this list. At this point, a card we would love to highlight here is the Trial of the Grasses. The cool thing about Trial of the Grasses, it has kind of a multi-purpose use. You can damage a unit that is not a Witcher by 6, so it can be used as offensive damage. We've seen it a couple of times hit some engines for more value it would get if it would boost something. But if you do end up going for a defensive one, meaning you boost something on your side of the board, Geralt's Gwen is a wonderful target for that. Or potentially, if you're playing Hairn Kadu into a Bear Witcher Mentor, and there are the little students, you could use this to boost those ones as well for a really solid value.
Yeah, you'll notice here that Lex Smiling here is choosing to not play Gigascorpion Decoction in this list as well, instead choosing to play Barification in the other 6th Division slot. So the only pure control cards in this list are Heatwave and Gunning Slashes. Everything else has the option to be used proactively or is just proactive points straight up. And lastly here, wrapping us off here with Lex Smiling's Nature's Gift list. The card here we want to highlight is Harold Gord, the Eternal Gord. He's been seeing play pretty much ever since he's been introduced in different forms. He was recently nerfed, but still plays for pretty great rate. It wasn't really that long ago that decks were happy just playing 15-point Gords, and now that's the standard, that's the cap. Even uncapped, though, this deck wouldn't really be making it much bigger. It's not that rare that you see a 10 or 11-point Gord come down out of this deck, if enough of the sorceresses do get answered. So really the nerf not affecting Gord too much in the context of this deck, though maybe it impacts deck building a little bit, moving people away from cards like Orb of Insight that were great for generating a lot of triggers on this Harold Gord.
That's right, trying it. And in fact, we did see a tall enough Gord to kick anyone in the bum there earlier in the series that we just saw, where you can hand buff your Gord, and hey, all of a sudden you can still play a 20+ point Gord if you really desire that. It is of course possible. This is the trendiest Nature's Gift list that we've seen today. Very popular, playing the Elven Seers, allowing you to double play any Tempering or Dried Caress, for example.
Yeah, moving on to Hanachan's list, I suppose. Let's start off with his Double Cross Nilfgaard. First off, I just want to talk about the card, the Mushy Truffle, in this deck, where a lot of decks are playing multiple bonded units to play Truffle. This is probably the best Truffle deck with the worst Truffle unit. Only playing a single copy of the Bonded Illusionist, really just to enable the Truffle, because Truffle double procs Assimilate between the illusions that you play, and then the Golden Froth as well off of the Mushy Truffle, which is huge in a deck with a bunch of Assimilate engines. Nothing really set up Illusionist, but there are a lot of decks that give you pretty good targets. Sorceress or Seer with the Joust in hand are quickly able to get some value. Ballistas, Half-Ruse, Torturers, all these things give you a little bit of extra value on your Illusionist.
That's right, you said it better than I could have. The Illusionist, of course, can hit some sneaky targets in there. I would also like to highlight the Spores in this list. Now, Spores is an interesting card. You break Devotion. Of course, you are already running the Mushy Truffle, as we mentioned, and you're also running the Spores here. Now, there is no Heatwave included in Hanachan's list, despite it being a non-devotion list, so this Spores really helps in terms of dealing with anything too tall. It's a pretty cheap 4 provision tech that you can put in there that does not pollute your Artorias Vigo pool, which is a definite bonus of this card. Now, of course, against Skellige, typically it's not going to be a great one, but imagine like the tallest Gord ever, and there you go, really awesome Spores value potentially. And then we can move on to the Inspired Zeal list. Now this is very similar to what we saw from Lord Triss earlier today. However, in the place of Enseus in the 9th provision slot, we do have a Donimir of Troy. So this guy is going to defend all the threats that we can find here in Hana-chan's list, being the Centurion Spellweavers, of course the Meditating Mages, the classic Aretuza student and Banard students, you know, going for that great alumni value, and reinforcements is included here to really make sure that you find multiple units, and the threats are really, there's so much of them. You have to value with the damage that you have. Lex Smiling has to really make that call. Which units do I want to deal with and which can I deal with? So we have to prioritize a little bit.
Yeah, a couple of really interesting decisions in this list. The double practice makes perfect isn't something that we're usually seeing much of. It's usually a single copy, if any. Usually there's one copy in the mage decks, but Hana-chan choosing to play the full 2. Also, no Boiling Oils or Anseis, making this deck much lower on spot removal than other Inspired Zeal decks. In the past, a lot of the reason to play Inspired Zeal was to get access to those duelers, and here we see Hana-chan feeling comfortable cutting one of them and just focusing on Rafard's Vengeance and Patience units as the targets for his leader charge. The card that I want to highlight here, though, is Dwim Veranda, who plays very well with a couple of cards in the deck. Either Chapter of Wizards or Mushy Truffle in the deck are targets for this. When combined with Chapter, it really helps the Engine Overload plan, where you can spam Patience units and eventually something will live.
All right, and then we can probably move on to the Reckless Flurry list as well here. This is quite similar, of course, going for the Sunset Wanderers, meaning Hana-chan is cutting the Quen. He's cutting the proactive totem that we saw Lex Smiling have, for example, in order to just play great value here with the Sunset Wanderers, hoping that maybe it can dodge some tall removal, and of course a really great synergy with the Coral and the Burn of Bran, all the discards. You can get some extra points on your Sunset Wanderer. Now the interesting thing about this list is I see no Bear Witchers, although there is a Heron could do. Rather opting for Raging Bear there as the proactive play, and double Savage Bear here in the 4 provision slot. There's a lot of high provision stuff going on here as well, because Unod has been invited to the party.
Yeah, another thing that's really interesting about this list is Whale Harpooner. I don't think we've seen this in any of the other Skellige lists in the tournament, but it was recently buffed from a special to a 2-power unit, so effectively a 2-point buff to the card. Movement's a really relevant point of interaction versus NR, being able to move Patience units off of their preferred row, or specifically move Letitia off of her preferred row. But also, Symbiosis can't really control the size of their rows with all the treants that spawn, meaning this card can very easily kill Seers or Sorceresses in that matchup. Patience units still grow, but they can't be clicked, and while you don't usually want to let the Patience units grow too much, maybe at the end of the round, in round 1 or round 3, you just move the Patience unit before they get a chance to click it and take care of things that way. Moving us on to the final list here, we have, once again, a Nature's Gift list. Here, Hana-chan choosing to play Scribe and Sheldon Skaggs, cluttering the Isengrim's Council a bit with an extra elf and an extra dwarf, but deciding the upside on those cards is plenty worth it. The card here that I want to highlight, though, is Simlas, which is obviously something that has become a staple in these archetypes. Very versatile and powerful gold staple. Card really just does it all. You get carryover options with Circle or Bountiful Harvest, and it makes it a little bit less painful to play your expensive Thinning Gold in round 1. You get removal options with Rebuke to clear up forks or deal with taller threats, and Harvest, while not deterministic, can create multiple threats at once with Sorceresses and Whisperers.
Yeah, that is the inclusions of this deck. Of course, Heatwave here to focus a little bit on that removal, to potentially have it in both Evandrel and Sheldon in the deck. Both of these cards kind of want your hand buff, so it is nice to have that off target with Sheldon, but if you find both, you have to kind of maybe prioritize the Evandrel, make sure he goes to an 8 potentially for the council, and then see if you can also get a little bit of buffs on that Sheldon, who knows, or just evenly split them, whatever you feel is useful in the moment. But overall, I mean, these are some solid lists from both of our players. Of course, very similar archetypes to what we have seen, but there are those fun little tech cards that potentially can play quite a big deal. So I'm excited to see how that is going to play out. And now I think it's time for us to jump into the bans. Let's see, what do the players not want to face?
Let's see. Looks like Lex Smiling's not going to get to play his Reckless Flurry Skellige, and Hana-chan is not going to have the option to play his Double Cross Nilfgaard. Any
Alright.
thoughts on these bans? This is what you expected to see?
Definitely. Nilfgaard and Skellige have been gathering these bans, a little bit of Northern Realms there in the mix, but of course these are very threatening lists, and I can definitely see this from the players. We have the Flurry going through for Hana-chan. I feel like that is quite the threatening deck, but maybe like Smiling feels confident. He has some tall removal maybe for that Sunset Wanderers and can deal with the Flurry Fury.
Yeah, for sure. So, Hana-chan seems to really like Sunset Wanderers. He's playing it in both his Skellige and his Nilfgaard lists. We've seen a few players deciding to bring Sunset Wanderers, some not. What do you think the decision-making that these players are thinking about when they choose to include Sunset Wanderers in their lineup in either Skellige or Nilfgaard? Is it the same decision in both factions?
I wonder if it is the same decision, really. I mean, it does draw you an extra card, which can be really nice in Nilfgaard, but with Nilfgaard, it's more so it helps you to not get bled that hard. It's a really nice card to have when you are getting bled by your opponent. It's a little bit of extra tempo there to have, which is really nice. While in Skellige, it feels more like a value play with the Berna and the Coral, really amping up that stuff. Now, how do you feel about this kind of being the quote-unquote only deck that really or only card that goes really tall for Skellige?
Yeah, I think that's the major downside of it, and I feel like one of the things the players are really thinking about is what's going on in the Scoia'tael matchup for Scoia'tael versus Skellige, where Scoia'tael doesn't usually have a tar removal. Like, we've seen some players put Heatwave in their Scoia'tael list, but for the most part, they're Devotion lists. They don't get access to Heatwave, they don't get access to Spores. The closest thing they have to tar removal is, like, Simlas and the Double Rebuke, and that doesn't really count. So yeah, I would imagine that putting Sunset Wanderers in your Skellige deck helps that matchup considerably. But I'm not sure that it's great in, like, mirror matches.
It's going to be interesting, definitely. The mirror match might be tough, and, you know, maybe that is why this SK list really dodged the ban for Hana-chan, because there is great value to be had if you can tall removal that Sunset Wanderer. Now, we have the coins, of course. Lex Smiling will be going on blue coin, and Hana-chan will be responding with the red coin. Do you have any predictions, Ryan? What do you think we'll see?
I suspect we'll see a lot of the same. Scoia'tael's queued up on blue, Nilfgaard being a little bit flex, Skellige mostly queued up on red. I think that's been mostly the story of the tournament, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some spicy Nilfgaards being queued up on blue, I believe, there in the first series, which is a really interesting one. So the players can definitely go for the mind games, really think that, hey, I'm going to throw my opponent off. I'm not going to play what they expect. And also, you know, I'm going to throw the casters off. Why not get like a double hit in there?
Sometimes I do wonder if the players are just out to get me. Try to get me to say something silly or prove me wrong. It's a very adversarial connection that we have with the players as casters sometimes.
Absolutely. It really is. So yeah, we'll find out what the players queue as we are about to go into game here. Lex Smiling, of course, on blue coin, and Hana-chan here on red. Now, we'd like to mention that Lex Smiling is using a static camera, just he had some internet connection issues, and we don't want to risk it. We don't want to lose him for the series, so this is how it will be done today.
Yeah, I mean, it happens sometimes. Not everyone's got the most stable internet. Not everyone's got the best computer. But great that these players can still compete in the GWENT Open despite all these other issues that might be occurring.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Lex Smiling choosing to lead on Elven Seer.
I have a feeling we're up for some speed Gwent here. Look at the speed of that bear just entering the board there from Hana-chan. Really quite fast, and it's a nice proactive play definitely for Hana-chan to go for here. And let's see how Lex Smiling responds.
Yeah, in a lot of ways it's the play the Skellige deck wants to lead on, so maybe not something Hana-chan had to think too much about once he decided that the Seer wasn't necessarily what he wanted to use any of his almost non-existent removal on. Really just has a Heat Wave in hand, a Heron Kuduk that doesn't really kill anything until later on with Bear Witcher plus Leader Charge, and a Junab that's probably not going to come down for taking out
Yeah.
the Seer.
We have double Gutting Slash, of course, in deck here. Not really efficient in terms of removing this Seer. Now, there is a Heat Wave that potentially could come down on a Sorceress if you are worried, but Hana-chan seems to take it a little bit slow here and potentially let Squirtle take this round. Look at this play. I love this play so much from Lex Smiling. He went for the orbs, and when you create this orbs, you have such an efficient way of protecting your Aethna that will come down on the board. And as we know, Skellige has amazing ways of really getting through to those Dryad tokens, but this makes it easier because now you can play those orbs and potentially protect some stuff here before the wrath of the Flurry comes down, those leader pings and potential rain from Hogthrift. So I like setting up that orb chain. You can use it to your advantage unless you want to go and play it for tempo this round. That's also an option.
Yeah, for sure. Orb of Insight, not really a card that's seeing play in the main decks of these Scoia'tael decks, but definitely still comes up off of creates from time to time from Sorceress. Often you're going to be taking Bountiful Harvest over it, but as you said, in some situations it is able to force through your threats, and that's really all you want to be creating. As Lex Smiling plays another Sorceress at 4 power. With the Seer that didn't get answered, I guess he's pretty safe in assuming that this one's going to be walking as well.
We're gonna have to see about this one. Of course, there are still the threats of the Gutting Slashes. Maybe Hana-chan could be holding onto them, banking onto them. But yeah, Lex Smiling might also just make the call that, hey, can't answer this Sorceress, really. And as when it comes to the orbs, they are now at 3 and 2 cooldown, meaning Lex Smiling can play one more special before they pop out of the deck. So let's see if Lex Smiling wants to go ahead and spend them this round or if he's just setting them up for protection later. But Hana-chan takes the pass. I think this is so valuable for Lex Smiling having first say against Skellige. Now, depending on what he draws, he might even consider the bleed, although that is not always the case against Flurry, but he kind of has the setup for it.
Yeah, this is huge, especially with the 2 orbs sitting in the graveyard, as you said, able to protect something off of a tutor, if that's the line that he is going to go for. Lex Smiling picks up an Isengrim's Council, which could be that tutor. Let's see, Hana-chan finds a Trial of the Grasses, so he's got a little bit of removal to try to deal with some of these Sorceresses or Hamadryads that come out from Lex Smiling. If any of those are going to be committed into a push here. We do see Hamadryad come down for Lex Smiling. I gotta imagine that's going to eat the Trial.
Yeah, it's kind of testing the waters here. Maybe it can get a damage or not, but if this Hamadryad stays alive, I think it's the optimal moment for Lex Smiling to actually take this round and push with the first say against Skellige. But we'll see. Does Hana-chan take the trial? I mean, the Hamadryad is quite threatening. At the same time, you don't really mind if it goes too tall because you do have access to that Heat Wave.
Yeah, that's true. It's just you might want to save Heat Wave for something else. Though I guess if you're not expecting to have last say, you're not going to get to tag Gord with the Heat Wave or whatever Lex Smiling's last play does end up being with that Heat Wave anyway. So yeah, let's see what Hana-chan chooses to do. Does have a Berna in hand to pair with a Skirmisher. Still has yet to find Quarrel or his Scald.
Yeah, Coral and Scald are chilling in the deck along with Morkorg, another one of those tower removals that could potentially answer this threat. And there is the Trial of the Grasses. We spoke about this earlier when going through the decks. It's nice being able to use it as offensive removal. Really, this Hamadryad, a strong engine, has now been removed.
Yeah, for sure. And here we see Lex Smiling throwing out this Donka, trying to develop some of that carryover into round 3. And again, looking at Hana-chan's hand, he is a little short on removal. He could use Leader Charges to take this out. It does seem that's what is going to be happening. Is Junod going to finish this off, or are we going to use another Leader Charge? Looks like it's the Junod.
Leader Charges are, of course, valuable in this matchup, and the Decoction could have been a really efficient way to use to answer that Donka, but of course the Decoction is as well sitting in that deck for Hana-chan, just like you mentioned. So let's see what Lex Smiling is doing. He's continuing bleeding. Now, you don't want to lose your card here, because if you do, then there is the threat of the Gord. Now, the orbs, of course, are triggering here because of that special. The special limit has been used up, so the orb chain, of course, comes out on the deck. Not protecting any tokens, which I would have loved to have seen, but hey, if Hana-chan's removing your board that fast, you might want to put points on the board and maybe still get your last say.
Yeah, I mean, Orb on Seer is still really strong as well, as now there's still going to be an Orb remaining in the graveyard off of the Elven Seer copy, so maybe we'll still see a play like that a little bit later, where we call the forest into the Ithne and protect one of the tokens that way.
No, I like that. Calling the forest. It sounds very hippie-esque, but I'm here for it. Let's see if Lex Smiling will call the forest at some point.
Let us see as a Moshi Truffle comes down for Hana-chan, plays that little half-brew, and we got Lex Smiling committing the Simlas into this round. They're gonna pull both of those Nature's Bounties. See what's coming out of these. We got a Whisperer and a Sorceress. The old duo is back in action. Oh, and the Orb triggers here too, so we get an instant Whisperer.
That is really nice. And of course, the Sorceress now at 7, no decoction can remove this. Definitely a threatening thing for Lex Smiling to have on his side of the board. And he definitely called the forest here because look at all the forest friends showing up on his side of the board. Actually, Call of the Forest was already in graveyard, tutor out that Dunka. However, this works too as all the Whisperers and Sorceresses come to the rescue.
Yeah, who needs Call of the Forest when you can just play Nature's Bounty and make some units that way? Man, creating an extra Whisperer while protecting the Sorceress. That just went perfectly. The perfect creates to go with the Orb and Graveyard.
It really is beautiful, and look at that Evandrel with the hand buff. And of course, through the circle that is in Lex Smiling's hand, he could use that to buff the Evandrel more. Okay, now Lex Smiling kind of has to make the choice here. Does he continue playing? Does he want to push out the Wonder, considering there is not really that much tile removal? So it might be nice if you can see it out here, because it's right on the edge of Wandering out on the board for Hana-chan.
Indeed, but we do see the Forest Protector for that Bountiful Harvest. Gonna play an Archer, the highest tempo create as well. Really nice creates off of these Bountiful Harvests. As another, was that a leader charge getting used? Did I see that right?
Yeah, I believe so. There was a leader charge being used just to make sure that we have the lead here.
Yeah, 45 to 10. Really large point gap.
Just wanting to make sure that when the Wonder hits the board, that Hana-chan might have a little bit of a difficult time just, you know, taking it easily with a Wonder and getting card advantage. As we know, there's still the Morkvarg in Hana-chan's list. You really don't want to give Hana-chan the last say for the gourd that, of course, we haven't found yet. Lex Smiling has to draw into it in round 3, but hopefully he can.
Yeah, with all of his tutors exhausted, there is 8 cards in his deck, and he's got 5 looks. Hopefully he can find the gourd he's looking for. As we got that Fukusia coming down, resurrecting that 8-point little half-brew and applying 6 turns of rain on the back. Fortunately, the round is not going to be going long enough to be getting full value out of that rain, but still an incredible Fukusia going down there for Hana-chan, as these Whisperers just keep multiplying with Rebuke taking out a unit there for Hana-chan.
They are here to say they are not going anywhere. They're playing their flute, and soon enough you'll have an army of Whisperers and Treants fighting for you in the forest of Broccolon, where, okay, maybe this battle takes place on the coast of Skellige, it looks like, but hey, still a good army to have with you when you go into battle in a situation like this.
For sure. The tree's playing nice too, going on the correct row, not trying to block those Whisperers, as they often tend to do whenever I'm playing this deck. Sometimes you end up in those awkward situations where you get those random treants on the same row as your Whisperers, and you lose out a bunch of value that way. But no such problems for Lex Smiling, as Hana-chan gonna click on that Moshi Truffle. And play a Hernkaduk. Finally on Adrenaline 4, able to take this Bear Witcher to kill that Whisperer after it made 4 copies of itself.
Exactly. Now the tempo plays from Hana-chan are coming out, and the point gap is getting really close. Lex Smiling has decided, all right, I've got enough, and I don't want to lose my card here, so it's time for me to pass. Keep this Evandrel nicely boosted at 8. I said that, hey, we might not find the gourd, but you know what? We will definitely find the gourd because of this Evandrel being boosted.
Oh, true. Yeah. the Evandrel is going to be able to create Eastern Grips Council, which will find that last pesky dwarf in deck for Lex Smiling.
All right, and we are off to round 3. Pretty even looking, but of course carryover is something that Lex Smiling has here with the Evandrel and guaranteed gourd with the last say. So even if Hana-chan finds the Morkvark here,
Hana-chan with a bit of carryover too after that Dwim for the Moshi Truffle. Hana-chan with that 6 carryover. Lex Smiling's actually down on carryover, sorta, with a 4 hand buff on the Evandrel versus Hana-chan having 6 points in that Moshi Truffle.
all right, yeah, winning the carryover game, and then Squirtle, usually the hand buffs are known for great carryover. Skellige can do it too, and finding the coral here, finding the Burna, like we have a lot of point output from Hana-chan still in this round, and maybe that Morkvark will still be able to hit something tall enough.
Aethne was a nice pickup, but or not a nice pickup, as Evandrel is probably just going to pull out of the deck. Probably the idea behind that mulligan.
That is the only unit currently in Lex Smiling's deck, so that is definitely what he wants to find from the council. Now I'm wondering, will Hana-chan just hold on to this coral? Yes, I like this play. There is nothing threatening the coral here, except for, I guess, the double circle that Lex Smiling potentially could take here. All right, he's going for it. Of course, missing out on some nature value on Aethna, but at the same time, if you play out your Aethna and Hana-chan holds the coral, then uses leader charges and coral into Burna, those tokens are sure to be in trouble.
Yeah, for sure. Hana-chan picking up that Whale Harpooner, probably not the card that he's looking for in a shorter round 3. I feel like that card would have been great in the previous round, would have been able to clean up one of those Whisperers or Sorceresses before they were able to be clicked, but in a shorter round here, not sure how much value you're going to be able to get out of that.
Yeah, that is a fair point. There's still a Bride of the Sea hiding in the deck along with the Gigascorp decoction that could potentially enable for some good removal. Now, I'm curious, Hana-chan did not want to press the Truffle there, boosting Coral to 5. There are no rebukes. There is one rebuke actually accessible to Lex Smiling, so in being scared of the rebuke, that actually makes sense.
Indeed, indeed. Hana-chan gonna play this Coral. Hopefully doesn't find anything else that's bad. Gutting Slash, Scald, still missing that Bride of the Sea. Wonder if he's gonna keep the Whale Harpooner here.
Over the Gutting Slash, yeah, I mean, maybe that would be more points at the end of the day here. Let's see what he discards. The Scald probably will still stay to hopefully find, maybe trade the Bride of the Sea to whatever card that Hana-chan decides to keep here.
Yeah, that could be interesting. Yep, and we do see that Whale Harpooner bite the dust, holds on to the Scald and the Gutting Slash. Figured maybe the Gutting Slash has the utility of maybe taking out a Dryad token or one of the... I guess there's no remaining Elves left, right? Is the only unit in deck.
Yeah, now that the Coral threat is gone as well, the Aethna, she shows up and nicely saving 2 leader charges here. Lex Smiling goes ahead and protects the young Dryads to make sure that they're not that easy to remove with leader charges. But hey, the Gutting Slash seems to be getting some value now.
Yeah, sorta. If you do play the Gutting Slash, you don't have the easy discard to Scald, as you said, but maybe the Gutting Slash is still worth taking. 3 cards in hand for Lex Smiling. 2 of them do happen to be nature cards, so it is a 6-point Gutting Slash, roughly, as long as Foul was only playing 1 nature card. It's not like a chain of some sort. But
That's true.
we do see Flurry coming out.
The waters. Yeah, Flurry charges. Seeing what we could hit here with the Flurry charges. Potentially enabling Bloodthirst for Gutting Slash. And it looks like there is the Scald getting ready to trade. Do a really good trade here. Gutting Slash for Bride of the Sea. Not bad.
Pretty great pickup for Hana-chan. Was that the only gold that he was missing?
Yeah, the Gigascorp is still there.
That doesn't really count.
It's half a gold. It's a mid-provision range.
It's basically a Gutting Slash. Well, I guess no Bloodthirst currently, so a little bit better than the Gutting Slash would have been. But the Bride of the Sea is a pretty nice pickup, able to play on Golden Froth or Mardrome. Unfortunately, Fukushia already played, so not going to be able to replay the Trial of the Grasses that was committed into round 2.
All right, and we're assuming here that Lex Smiling probably wants to protect this gourd from Morkvarg, meaning he might just go ahead here and play a fob next.
I would imagine
we'll see.
so.
Hanachan thinking about the truffle here, I believe.
Yeah. Truffle to... He already has one of the frosts in the graveyard, right? The Dwim was used to reset the truffle?
That's
Okay,
right. So Bread at Sea has a target.
Yeah, so expecting Lex Smiling to continue playing around this Morkvarg with his last 2 cards. Just commits it now, gets that over with, holds on to the Bride, hoping to maybe get some better value out of it next turn as Lex Smiling plays the Falve into Rebuke. Boosts up that Treant.
And here is the froth onto another froth that we're getting frothy here on Hanachan's side of the board as the Bread at Sea comes in and does put the point up ahead. But hey, look at that gourd. Definitely pretty tall. 17 points coming down and winning the game for Lex Smiling here. What did you think about that one?
Yeah, very big gourd there at the end. Very interesting game. I think those Bountiful Harvests went really well in round 2 for the Scoia'tael player there, and was able to just convert that into good card quality in round 3.
Oh, those are some beautiful pulls. You're absolutely right. And I like the way that kind of the first save being quite important for Scoia'tael in general. So Lex definitely did test the waters there. Did not go all in. He didn't have to. Just enough to get something out there. Like the Fucusia was pretty huge. Getting that out along with the Heron could do. And the Wonder, and still being ahead enough to pass and not lose that last say with Gore, because that is a bit of a risky gamble and you can definitely get in trouble. But yeah, no, the RNG was right, and yeah, it worked out.
Yeah, managed to make some good quality trades, held on to his last play so his Gourd didn't get Morkvarged, and was just able to hold on to Eithne, hold on to Falve and Gourd and all that, and was able to pretty cleanly take a nice 3-round game.
That's right, and now the coins will be flipped for this one. Hanachan, of course, going on blue coin, and Lex Smiling going on red. Any predictions here, considering the bans? What are we going to see from our players?
I mean, I got to imagine that Hanachan's going to bring ST on blue, just like everyone else has been doing throughout this entire tournament. For Lex Smiling, likely going to see Nilfgaard, probably the one that's most likely to want to be queued up on red between Nilfgaard and NR, but who knows? We've seen some creative queuing.
Yeah, we definitely have. I do like that queue, if that is the case, trying to get that Scoia'tael. Scoia'tael's a little bit more favorable into this Nilfgaard here, so getting it through would be kind of nice, so that's what Hanachan does.
No creative queuing here. Just the Nilfgaard into the Scoia'tael, keeping his blue coin deck on reserve for his blue coin game.
And we're looking at the obvious mulligans here. Goodbye to the Mage Assassin. We want that off of Blightmaker and not in hand, thank you. And looking at a decent hand here for Lex Smiling. A bit of tempo with the Blightmaker. Hanachan, of course, still getting ready to take some mulligans here before he's ready to go.
There's something really satisfying about mulliganing Mage Assassin and that mulligan drawing into Blightmaker. Just
yes.
It's perfect.
It is very satisfying. Okay,
Yeah,
and we see both for Evandrel here and the Sheldon Skaggs. So now with the hand buffs, you have to kind of 50-50 split them, or potentially just buff your Philandrel first.
Yeah, there aren't a whole lot of hand buffs in hand. No Donka access for Hanachan. Really just has the 2 Circle of Lives. No Bountiful Harvest, no Simloss to get Bountiful Harvests. Likely going to be a pretty low carryover round here for Hanachan. As we see the TA come down on that Hamadryad.
Yeah, there is only one tall removal in Lex Smiling's deck, I believe, and this is where it comes out. Never mind, there is actually a Heat Wave too, so Heat Wave or Invo could have come down there, and going for the Invo, still saying that, hey, I have Heat Wave for later.
Yeah, tactical advantage not commonly used on Hamadryad, but I mean, looking at Hana-chan's hand, it makes a whole lot of sense. What else is he going to use it on? No sorceresses, no Donka. A lot of the usual suspects that would take that tactical advantage are just missing from Hana-chan's hand here. As we see
the
Lex
reason-
smiling, getting ahead with that Blightmaker.
Yep, reason for really having to buff that Hamadryad is, you know, there's the Imprisonment. You could go for the Blightmaker, damage it down, pretty easy to remove after that. Maybe a Leader Charge would have been okay, but, you know, the Tourney Joust at least are very, very threatening if you don't buff it at all.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like, you expect to see leader charges used on Hamadryad, just not usually the full tactical advantage. Usually there's other stuff you want to be using that on. But here we see Joachim coming down in round 1 to pull that Hamadryad off the top of deck, thinning that out, making sure that's not there for later on, but also just throwing a lot of tempo into round 1, really putting the pressure on Hana-chan, threatening to win on even here. Because Hana-chan's going to use Dryad's Caress to remove the spying from the Joachim and deny the coup from Lex Smiling.
Yeah, this could potentially be a nice invo for Lex Smiling after buffing that Joachim even. Sometimes you can see that, but of course the invo has been played, so that's not going to happen.
Yeah, it would be a really nice invo. Gets him the Joachim for later, keeps that coup around, and playing for 10 tempo in round 1 is still just a totally respectable invocation, as we see Lex Smiling creating a Dwarven Blast Dude.
Yes,
Dwarven
that one,
Blast
the
Dude.
bomb guy. No, his name is Pyrotechnician.
Right. I really should have known that. I've played way
But
too much
hey.
Dwarves to not know that card's name off the top of my head.
If your viewers are watching, they are not pleased with you trying it. Not at all, but hey, it's a learning experience. But yeah, Pyrotechnician, not a card, of course, that we expect to see, but however, it was created with that diplomacy that we saw earlier. And yeah, the point
Pyrotech wasn't on the study guide.
We didn't prep for that one.
Exactly. Oh, we see the other Circle of Life coming down there. One hand buff on the Philo, one hand buff on the Skags, just like you had said.
Even split Hana-chan is happy with getting the Evandrel to 6, as it can give him a Bountiful Harvest, and the Sheldon Skags does put a little bit of damage onto something, maybe helping with removal reach for something like Forest Protector. And here comes the Mage Torture from Lex Smiling, putting a target on the Hamadryad.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, he still has access to the other Mage Torture in hand, so it's not like he's playing his only way to give spying into this round, and yeah, just probably doesn't want to commit any of the other cards right now. There's not really a coup target on the board with that Joachim Purified. Obviously, Artois not something that you want to be playing. I'm not even sure that there's anything that currently has spying that Artois could make a copy of.
Now the Hamadryad does. But yeah, look at the quality as well here of Hana-chan's list. Like Lex Smiling saying, hey, I'm a red coin, I don't have to stress, I could just play something that is not too risky for me. Enable by Artois, so at least I have something for it, and also see if I can trade something good. And Evandrel is the card that does come out here into a Bountiful Harvest, now buffing the Sheldon. Sheldon's at 4 damage removal right now.
Yeah, it's one way to get a little bit of extra hand buff into round 1. Just roll that Evandrel, get that Bountiful Harvest, boost up that Skags for later. See 28 to 35, Lex Smiling, letting Hana-chan out of the round, if that is what Hana-chan wants to be doing.
Lex Smiling can also afford to continue playing because it's very cheap for him to go ahead and just use a coup, for example, on the Evandrel that just got spying without actually having to commit something big like the Artaud. And also it's a better target for Artaud than the Hamadryad is, so Lex Smiling kind of saw a good Mage Torture and figured, hey, I can take it. I'm still willing to spend something like my coup or my Duchess's Informant there to still be alright.
Yeah, and, for sure. That Evandrel, an incredible card to be giving spying to, double procking Assimilate off of Artois, both off of the Evandrel itself, as well as the card that it creates. Though we do see Forest Protector clear up that spying. Now, it's still in the Artois pool, but now it cannot be targeted by coup this round.
And I also like the play there of reading Hana-chan's hand. Hey, he's playing a Evandrel. Maybe there's some other good stuff there that I can get out. And Forest Protector, I would consider that a good card.
Oh yeah, Force Protector, one of the best cards in the deck, plays for tons and tons of points. 28 to 46. Hana-chan ahead here by quite a few points. Like smiling with a coup that isn't doing a whole lot, really just on the Hamadryad at the moment. Does decide to go for the bribery. Is there a nature card in his graveyard for this Force Protector? That'd be pretty huge.
There is not a nature card, not yet. Maybe after that, Evandrel would have been played from Terra Nova. But yeah, Lex Smiling basically is just counting if he has reach here. As long as he has reach, he will continue playing. Either way, it's good to kind of go deep into around his Nilfgaard against Scoia'tael. Even if you don't win it, it's quite easy for Scoia'tael to win the round, and then they threaten you with this huge bleed in round 2, and in that scenario you don't want the round to be too long for the Nilfgaard player, because they might struggle with the point gap at some point. But the shorter the round is, the better I think Nilfgaard can defend it if they have to be in that scenario, and then go to round 3 hopefully with a little bit of resources left, because as we know, Scoia'tael really efficient at bleeding if it wants to.
That's fair. If the reach here is a little rough for Lex Smiling, though, if he did have to play another card, it would, I believe, have to be the Artois with Coup and Informant, both not playing for that many points. But we do see Hana-chan play another card. Let's see what Lex Smiling wants to do. Surely, if he's playing a card here, he is willing to commit this Artois in the round 1.
I don't know. I feel like bribery is a little bit of a commitment, but it's not as big of a commitment as our Todd can be. And like the point gap is getting bigger and bigger, just like you mentioned. So I don't know. Maybe Lex Smiling is happy with this, but no, he keeps going. Like you said, surely he is gonna commit the Artois. I don't know if it's the Artois.
Whoa! I was not expecting this. Double leader charge onto the Phila to enable the coup, take out that vitality. Get a bunch of assimilate triggers. I mean, that's one way to get ahead. Waylay coming down, trigger assimilate again. Click Pyrotech and you're ahead by 1. What a beating.
Well,
I wasn't even considering that.
This is definitely quite the play. Look at that. really going for it here, and some spicy plays here from Lex Smiling. We're not expecting it to go like this, but yeah, holding on to that Artois, it is such a big resource. I can definitely see that from Lex Smiling. Now if Hana-chan wants to continue playing here, of course, it will be expensive.
We were saying in the pregame that imprisonment is mostly used to set up coup, but that was not the way I meant.
It was a way to set up coup, so we weren't wrong about that one.
Wow. Hana-chan with Gord and Skags, forced to commit the Skags, and now has no hand buff remaining in his hand. Throwing a leader charge on that Hamadryad for good measure.
I mean, he's like smelling happy now. Can he make up the points? We have the Artois onto the Evandrel, which, will trigger a lot of assimilate depending on, there is a...
Yeah,
you can get
8,
5
9,
points.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, plus the...
Duchess.
The special
and that
card.
is a pass. Yeah.
Yeah, does not want to commit the Artois into the round, so Hana-chan is going to take the first round, gets to save his Gord. Lex Smiling getting to save that Terra Nova as well, as Lex Smiling draws that second half of coup. Though Joachim and leader charge is gone, might have a little bit of trouble getting a great coup. Duchess's Informant off of Brothens is a potential way for that. I believe there's still
definitely still happen. Lex Smiling drawing so much good stuff here, and Hana-chan's hand doesn't quite look like it's gonna bleed. I mean, you have the last say with Harold Gord into Lex Smiling's heat wave, so you gotta worry about that heat wave coming down in round 3 if you would lose that last say here. And there's definitely not that much tempo here in Hana-chan's hand. The Dunka, of course, would be a little bit of carrier, but looking at Lex Smiling's state of the hand, he can definitely answer this bleed if that would happen.
Lex Smiling's hand is crazy. Terra Nova, Menno, Coup, Brothens, Lydia. This is the all-star Nilfgaard hand.
It really is.
What's still remaining in his deck? There's what, a Vigo still? Is there any other big gold?
There's Deadman's Tongue as well as the Heat Wave.
Okay. I mean, if he's getting bled here, this hand might be too good, though Hana-chan's gonna struggle to keep up and not lose this card.
Yeah, Hana-chan is definitely looking like he will lose card advantage here, but like you said, it is an expensive defense from Lex Smiling. You're going to have to play pretty important cards here, but getting a little bit carryover here, playing the Lydia onto the range throw and hitting that Bountiful Harvest, of course, to be able to put some carryover onto this Brothens. Maybe Lex Smiling is able to carry that carryover over to round 3, who knows?
Carry that carryover over. That's a tongue twister.
I realized when I said it, how it sounded, but hey, that's what he's gonna do, maybe. We'll see, maybe Hana-chan will squeeze out this Brothens, who knows?
See the Lex Smiling with the Menno. Gonna play that Diplomacy, see what's in the box. Appears to be a Waylay. Take out that tree, get an elf. 10-4, staying ahead. Hana-chan with the Tempering and the Gourd. Gonna try to trade off this Tempering for another gold card from Lex Smiling.
Oh, wow. Well, it is looking like a fairly decent trade here, honestly, because just like you said, we don't see a great coup target here. It would be
a real cheeky coup on the tree. Oh, not anymore.
All right. There we go. Last leader charge used here by Hana-chan and using the Dunka saying, I'm out of this round. Now Lex Smiling can choose to keep his card advantage here quite efficiently, it seems, here with the Brothens coming down.
Getting used, and that's another easy coup target that gets consumed into this round. Now both Mage Torture is gone, both Imprisonment Charge is gone, Brothens into a Spy is gone, Joachim's gone. It might be getting really hard for this coup to find a target.
Yeah, maybe we would have to see a mulligan on the coup, but Vigo, of course, could create something, and maybe if you find a remedy, you can go for a sorceress that then can create some damage. It really depends, but the coup is definitely iffy, as you mentioned.
For sure, Lex Smiling kicks the Tourney Joust, picks up a Deadman's Tongue, Blightmaker in hand. More mulligans might be risky, as I imagine if there's a Blightmaker in hand, there's still a Mage Assassin in deck.
That's right, but he takes the coup mulligan and doesn't get punished here. Yeah.
So Lex Smiling with card advantage, Hana-chan with Gourd, Foul, Rebuke, and Sorceress. Lex Smiling with Terra Nova, Remedy, Deadman's Tongue, Heatwave, and Blightmaker. Of course, Lex Smiling having to play first into round 3 here. Looks like he's choosing to lead on the Terra Nova into this Evandrel. See what kind of proactivity can get pulled from this. Tempering? Looks like a Tempering. Pretty solid.
That is a decent 5-point Tempering, of course, triggering that Assimilate here. Now, Hana-chan here does find the Fob, and Fob can tutor out either East and Grimm's Council, which is not guaranteed. There are 3 Ales in deck, and Simless is kind of the main one. Hana-chan wants to find here. Simless, of course, still has the Bountiful Harvest, double of them. So it looks like Fob is going to go on to call, find the Simless, call the Simless, hey, what's up? We are going. Simless like, okay, I'll show up with my squad. And those are, of course, the elves created from the Bountiful Harvest. So that's a lot of points still for Hana-chan.
Yeah, Blightmaker able to come down here and damage the Sorceress, though. With Hana-chan wanting to use this Foul for a tutor. Not able to boost up this Sorceress back into range of playing a special. Sort of rough there for Hana-chan.
Yeah, potentially could still find something from Bountiful Harvest that would go untouched. Maybe some more sorceresses into Temperings and then boosting this one damaged sorceress of Doblathana.
True, that could definitely happen here. Back over to Hana-chan. No good Rebuke targets. Still has Gourd and Foul as well. Likely going to want to get a Treant in play before that Rebuke gets played for just 4 damage. We do see the Foul come down. Here is the Call of the Forest onto the Simlas, and let's see what is in these harvests. What can Hana-chan pull out of the ground here? got an archer, probably?
Yeah, looks like the best tempo situation and probably another archer.
Oh, went for the Whisper for the first
and
one.
archer.
One special remaining, likely hoping that Sorceress would pop out of the second one and he'd be able to get the proc there, but no such luck, just playing an archer. And now this Whisper only going to be 6 points after this Rebuke. Rebuke here able to get 5 though.
That Sorceress would have been a really, really great find for Hana-chan. It kind of hurts as well seeing these hand buffs go on to the tallest gourd of them all. He's so tall, but there's the heat wave, and that's a bit of a problem. It's getting hot in the forest, and gourd gets
Big as Gord
burnt.
is, and as many points as he's worth, he's a very selfish dwarf. He takes all the points for himself, and whenever he gets answered, doesn't matter how big the point gap was, all the points that were on the gourd just disappear. And then we got Alex Smiling taking game number 2 there as well with his Nilfgaard deck.
Lex Smiling, I feel like things are really going his way. That round 2 hand was beautiful. A lot of options as well in round 1, and could play really deep into that without having to commit that art taught and being able to save it for later. And now Hana-chan, of course, while bleeding, did lose his last say. I mean, you love to see it. What was it? 21-point gourd. I always get happy when I see them. They are full of green and boosty stuff, and it looks really cool, but the heat wave just came down there, and unfortunately just took down the gourd. But he made an impressive show, I think, so that was cool to see.
Yeah, for sure. Those big gourds, not something that you see quite as often as you would see them back in like August or September with the Orb of Insight deck, but hand buff can still certainly hang with the best of the gourd decks by throwing those Circle of Life or Bountiful Harvest boosts onto the dwarf. But yeah, unfortunately in the end there, as we said, the Heat Wave just cleans up all those gourd points. Really last say very important against that Scoia'tael deck, as with 20 points on a single unit, it tends to be pretty vulnerable to tile removal.
Yeah, that was definitely cool. Like Invocation, as well as the Heat Wave, being able to deal with really tall threats. And of course, Scoia'tael does do that. Plays very, very, very tall. As we could see that value. Really happy. Lex Smiling was very happy to see that. And he's also very happy to be 2-0 into this series. Won both games, but you know what, Hana-chan has all the tools in the world to turn this around, keep pushing, and potentially we're gonna see that reverse sweep. That definitely could happen. Who knows? He has the choice of all of his 3 decks that he can still queue, while Lex Smiling, on the other hand, is tied to his last deck, being Northern Realm Siege.
You know what else Lex Smiling is probably very happy about right now, other than being up 2-0? That his last deck is Northern Realms, and he's got a blue coin game coming up as well.
That is a fair point, definitely.
2 of the next 3 games, Hana-chan is going to have to beat this NR deck on blue twice. And this NR has been looking pretty solid every time that we've seen it on red in this tournament for the most part. Gonna be interested to see if Hana-chan is able to pull off the reversed sweep against this NR. It's definitely gonna be an uphill battle.
Nothing is impossible, however. We've seen some crazy things happen over the years of competitive Gwent, some crazy reverse sweeps that we didn't think were possible. So, you know, and Hana-chan, of course, knows what he's doing, and like I said, has all the tools in the bag to pull off a bit of a Gwenty miracle for us this evening. And speaking of smiling, I definitely think Lex Smiling is smiling a lot right now, just ready to play out that Northern Realms and push through, get his last deck through the mighty Hana-chan.
For sure. What do you think the first deck that Hana-chan's gonna queue up here to begin his reverse sweep is gonna be? He has Skellige, ST, and NR all remaining, as his Nilfgaard was the deck that ate the ban.
Great, well, the classic red coin queue would of course be Skellige, and in that Skellige list he would have access to things like Heatwave and a couple of tempo tools as well in round 1, with potentially really nice Coral plus a burn, some discard targets. You can definitely push round 1 with that if you want more tools, maybe you would even go for something like Nilfgaard, but Nilfgaard doesn't, the double cross list doesn't have that much removal after all, so I think we're going to see the classic Skellige Flurry. Do you have any thoughts?
No, I think you're right. I feel like we've been seeing a whole lot of SK on red, and it does seem like the natural deck for Hana-chan to queue up next, where, yeah, ST and NR both more typically blue coin decks. I think if the match does go to Game 5, it's going to be interesting to see one of Hana-chan's lists played on a suboptimal coin up against Lex Smiling's NR. So I think one of the major stories coming out of this tournament is going to be the two main versions of NR that saw play. We have the more old school Siege versions of Inspired Zeal that are a little more control heavy, have access to a bunch of duels, almost always playing double boiling oil, some people playing bombardments in the bronzes. And then you have the newer school of these Inspired Zeal decks, playing mages of varying levels of greed. Do you have any preferences towards which of these NR lists you would prefer to play either in a tournament or on ladder if you were to play in a tournament?
Just out of curiosity, I think this meditating mages mix is kind of interesting to me, because I feel like even though we've seen a couple of games of it, it feels like a pretty flexible list, and I haven't seen all possible outcomes with it. It'd be interesting to see, could you go for the meditating mages maybe round 2? I don't know, I would just like to experiment a little bit with that list. It seems like a lot of fun to me. Do you have any preference yourself?
Yeah, for sure. From playing the two lists, I haven't really played any of the more refined Mages decks, and definitely way more comfortable with Siege, as of course anyone who's been playing for months and months is familiar with the Siege deck, as it has been around on the scene for a pretty long time. The Siege deck just feels so stable, you have so many different control tools, but I mean, Mages have been putting up some great results, and especially as these lists are becoming more and more refined, they're looking really scary. As you had said, the Chinese lists, playing not so greedy with the mages, but just playing a mix of meditating mages and the alumni stuff, looks really strong.
Yeah. What would you choose in terms of the different versions that we've seen today of the Chinese and our list? We've seen a couple of different high provision choices there. There's the Enseus, there's the Defender, and there's the Adalia. Which one speaks to you the most and you're like, yeah, that's a good call, I want that in my deck too?
Okay, so the traditionalist in me thinks that it is insane to cut Anseis from these Inspired Zeal decks, just because having that access to that really good gold removal card has always historically been one of the main things that draws me towards wanting to build a deck with Inspired Zeal, but there's certainly arguments to go for playing especially Adalia in these decks, and just making it a little easier to get one of those patience units to stick to grow those alumni. How about you?
I think I'm team Adalia. The only thing I'm missing from Adalia is the mage tag, but I know she's not a mage. I learned it the hard way. But imagine if you could play like Adalia into Raffords with a mage pocket and then be able to slap another mage bronze in there, which is pew, pew, pew. I don't know. I really would like to see that bit of a machine gun in NR. It's no stranger to that. We've seen the ballistas go pew, pew, pew. Why not also the Rafart with the Adalia? Okay, maybe it's a bit too much, but already the shield in itself, of course, that Adalia creates on the unit that she copies is just so good, because it's so hard to get through with any kind of traditional removal. Like Joust is great, but look at Scoia'tael and they're crying with their rebukes, because the rebukes won't go through that shield, unfortunately. So yeah, I don't know, I'm team Adalia, I think.
Yeah, just dodge those tourney jousts and dodge those moon dusts that we've seen a little bit of this tournament as well, with some of those lists, Skellige lists, playing moon dust.
That sure has been a spicy tech indeed. Moon dust action. All right, let's take a look here, of course, at Hana-chan's lists. As we said, preparing for a potential reverse sweep. At least that's what Hana-chan is hoping for. He has a choice of playing either in Inspired Zeal, the Reckless Flurry, as well as the Nature's Gift. Yeah, no NG allowed.
ONG, very interested in seeing this Inspired Zeal deck, though. The Double Dwim, Double Practice Makes Perfect is such a weird card to me. We saw that card really pop off in the series that we watched earlier, between... Oh no. The series that we watched earlier.
Yes, that's what we sure did. No, the double practice makes perfect is interesting. How do you feel about double practice makes perfect? PMP, as some people of course call it. You could get like a meditating mage, or you could get something like maybe even a Evandrel when you have nothing on the board. Like there is that scenario where you would pull that, or is it strictly in Northern Realms units? I believe you can find a Evandrel, which can be maybe not ideal.
You can shuffle back a Dwimbranda, and you can also draw a Dwimbranda with Practice Makes Perfect. Usually what you're going to be looking for in the late round 3 Practice Makes Perfect is either a Dwim to reset either your Moshi Truffle or your Chapter of Wizards, or more powerfully, obviously, an Alumni, if you happen to be missing any copies of those. I think the Practice Makes Perfect, shuffle back an Alumni, play an Alumni is the dream scenario for this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be really fun. But there are a lot of mages that you can pull with these Practice Makes Perfect.
Yeah, the pool definitely gets a bit diluted, though. I mean, between Rifard's Vengeance and Amphibious Assault, maybe the deck's able to just pull enough bronzes out of the deck. The Practice Makes Perfect gets a little bit more reliable than you might expect it to.
Yeah. And I'm so curious to see how this Defender will actually play out. Like we mentioned, there are kind of these 3 cards that have been circulating in different variations of this mage deck. Either you play Anseis or Donimir or Adalia. So we'll see. Maybe we get to see this list from Hana-chan, and we'll see the Defender in action, how much it actually does in terms of protecting those threats.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. The deck definitely has a lot of threats. Shani, Rifard's Vengeance. Oh, looks like we're back to us.
We're back to us. That's right. And hopefully we'll be entering a game pretty soon. We'll check out. But yeah, really, really cool decks, I think, in general. Of course, we've talked about it, very similar archetypes, but I do like the little tech choices that we can see. Whale Harpooner, of course, being really, really good kind of show of that. It's a cool little tech card that can actually do quite a bit.
Yeah, for a tournament without a whole lot of leader diversity, it has been very interesting to still watch these games and see how all of the different little techs play out for each of the players. And yeah, as you said, we are going into game number 3 here between Lex Smiling and Hana-chan. Lex Smiling on blue coin with his NR, and Hana-chan choosing to queue up Scoia'tael here on red. We talked a little bit about this, about the Scoia'tael deck being a little flexible, though I feel like this is the first time we've seen this deck queued on red.
I think part of the reason that Hana-chan might feel confident queuing this version of Scoia'tael is because of that heat wave. Like, not having a heat wave into Siege is really threatening if you are Scoia'tael and they get that first round push with the Siege. But with that heat wave, it's not really happening. The same kind of a push into your board is not as threatening with a heat wave, of course, removing the potential Siege. And as we can see, Lex Smiling has drawn that Siege card right there.
Yeah, that's true. Though, man, it does feel bad to Heatwave Siege instead of bleeding it out. When you Heatwave the Siege, you still leave behind that Trebuchet that gets to ping for value, and it is really hard to not play on the range draw when you're Symbiosis and random Treants can just pop up on the range draw. So you're often going to be forced to use 2 cards to deal with both the Siege and that Reinforced Ballista, that Reinforced Trebuchet.
I agree, but at the same time, it's kind of like a worst case scenario. While a Devotion Scoia'tael list just doesn't have that option and can really be in trouble if Northern Realms does decide to push that round 2. That is frightening, if anything. So kind of Hana-chan isn't as much in trouble with the Siege as maybe a Devotion deck would be.
Yeah, that's fair. There is still that answer if you need to have that answer and you're not able to bleed it out. But yeah, Lex Smiling, gonna commit this Selkirk, take out this Donka, deny as much carryover from Hana-chan as he can. 15-0 as the board is once again empty for Hana-chan as this Bannard student continues to grow.
Now, the Hamadryad, on the other hand, is kind of safe to go out on the board here. Now, there is still an Anseis, but honestly, if Lex Smiling decides to commit that is quite a bit of commitment from Lex Smiling.
Yeah, for sure. What do we got here? We got Natalis coming down, pulling that first half of Amphibious Assaults. Looks like we're grabbing a Karak Marine just to boost up that Natalis mostly, I believe, getting this out of Circle of Life range so that the Hana-chan can't choose where that carryover is going.
That's right, Lex Smiling has quite confidently pushed a lot of these rounds, and he's going for the same strategy, just really wanting to have control of what happens in this matchup, which I can understand. It is a little bit terrifying to be at the mercy of the Scoia'tael that just can bleed you out really efficiently in general. Northern Realms has quite a bit of stuff that you want to keep in terms of engines and just point melee. You do get a lot of long round value as well, but ideally, yeah, you bleed with the siege and have some of those high provision cards for a short round 3.
What do you think about that click on the Bannered student from the previous turn there from Lex Smiling, choosing to just cash that out and deal 3 damage to the Hamadryad rather than let the student keep growing?
So in this list, Lex Smiling does not play any alumni, so he's not too bothered in trying to get this Bannered student for patience, but rather just wants to make sure he uses those efficiently. He was ready to get out of the round anyway, so was planning on doing that. Then Shawnee, of course, is just happy to have a couple of targets there. Both the Marine as well as the student can be resurrected by Shawnee, so it's nice to kind of enable that, but you don't have to go really far into the patience.
Yeah, so the Bannered student indicating Lex Smiling looking to get out of the round, and that is what he does with this 19-point gap here. Hana-chan got to make this up in a couple of cards. Probably not doing some. Though there is that Whisperer. I don't know. We'll see. Looks like Valve getting played here. Valve for Bountiful Harvest? Oh,
yeah.
Simlas getting played here. Ooh, for the circles, getting some of that hand buff onto, looks like the Valve both times.
And down comes,
did
I thought that was a leader animation.
Charge of Veil. Did he misclick his leader?
Potentially. I believe that was a leader charge animation.
Certainly a leader animation, but I'm not sure if that was just turn ends. Did he use 2 leader charges earlier? He used one on Hamadryad, right?
Yeah, I think that was a leader charge, potentially misclicked the Whisper of Dol Blathana instead of the Hamadryad, because Hana-chan really wants to get ahead here, right? And the reason for why you want to get ahead is the
be able to bleed out the siege.
Yeah.
You don't have to waste your heat wave on
exactly.
it. But, oh
But,
no.
yeah.
Brutal.
All right. That seems like it is slightly unfortunate for Hana-chan, because now Northern Realms does get to have all of its siege engines in a long round, unless you decide to kind of tempo bleed here as well, but
that's so rough though.
Yeah. 2 cards down, of course, your options are very limited, and there's not too much that Hana-chan can do here. Do you think he's gonna go for a potential tempo bleed, or is he just gonna be satisfied with a long round? Hope he has enough rebukes maybe to deal with some of those ballistas and engines.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I know it feels really bad to just take siege to a long round 3. I imagine that's why Lex Smiling took the tempo pass to try to force out quality to make Hana-chan, commit the Simlas and the leader charge into round 1, but unfortunately, Hana-chan both committed the Simlas and leader charge into round 1 and just didn't quite get ahead.
Yeah. Misclicks definitely happen when I play Gwent. Sometimes my mouse does things on its own, I swear, and it is not a fun time. Sometimes it can happen, and unfortunately, it happened to Hana-chan there in round 1.
Yeah, we do see Hana-chan deciding that he does still need to push here, despite being down 2 cards. Tough decision to make, but gotta make it sometimes.
Well, we get the siege trade here, but Lex Smiling saying he's alright with playing the siege, and then he has a bunch of engines later for round 3, so he's not too bothered by playing it out and seeing where this round goes, while Hana-chan now has the choice to continue bleeding or say, okay, I saw the siege, and you won't have a first say siege in round 3, and maybe this is enough for me.
Yeah, I wonder how much of this bleed is just trying to force out Siege versus trying to get a shorter round for Hana-chan. I know this Symbiosis deck tends to usually want like a shorter round 3 to really capitalize on all of the points that it's able to consolidate onto a single unit through the hand buff. But yeah, it does look like he just wanted to get the Siege out. So gonna have a 9 versus 10 card round 3 here. Lex Smiling up a card over Hana-chan. Lex Smiling thinking if he wants to, what he wants to play into the round now. Looks like we got Envoy. So he gets to manipulate his deck a little bit before going into... Oh, not gonna get to manipulate his deck at all.
Playing it on range there for the formation boost to make sure that he gets ahead by exactly 1 point, deciding he doesn't want to commit anything else in that hand. So that Envoy was a decent play. It's nothing you want to play in round 3 anyway. It's a little bit useless by then.
Indeed, indeed. Now, sometimes it can be good with the Refard's Vengeance, but pretty rare that it's pretty rare that you want to commit that 4 power card into round 3 if you can avoid it. You'd rather just draw a random unit.
The Reford's Vengeance is going to be quite threatening here in round 3. That Lex Smiling can put 2 threats on the board at once, and then Hana-chan, of course, did draw the Heat Rebukes, and they can definitely do some damage in this round still. So hey, the game is not over yet. Down comes Miss Shawnee, hoping to be able to get the cooldown and replay itself. Do you think that might be a Heat Wave target now?
Yeah, it's sort of interesting. Between the winches available for Lex Smiling, I do wonder if the 9-point Heat Wave is what Hana-chan's going to take this on. Now, certainly there's not much of a rush on it. I guess if you wait on it, you have to worry about your opponent playing a different engine on the turn that you'd want to take the Heat Wave on the Shani and potentially forking you that way. So, we'll see what how Hana-chan decides to sequence this, whether he thinks he might get another slightly better Heat Wave later on, or if he just pulls the trigger on this right now. Looks like Hana-chan mousing over this Valve, going to be taking that first. Yeah, Valve into Bountiful Harvest. Yep.
No rush yet to take it, and as we can see in Lex Smiling hand, there still is the Raffords as well that definitely utilizes the winch value. So even if that Shawnee would get Heat Waved here by Hana-chan, there's definitely ways for Lex Smiling to still use that winch if he so desires, which, well, he will play it at some point.
Yeah, getting some incremental damage on the Shani, maybe trying to clean it up with like the create card off of Sorceress plus a Nature's Rebuke. But yeah, we do see the Refard's Vengeance also come down for Lex Smiling. Plenty of bronzes in hand to make use of that click ability. And we see the 2 damage, of course, come down for the Soldier and Mage pocket there. Taking out that Treant on Hana-chan's back row. 21-13 as we go back to Hana-chan. Chooses to play Isengrim's Council. Scribe and Skags.
Finds the Sheldon Skaggs here, does boost it by 2. He might have looked for Evandrel there. There were 2 elves in the deck left. The Elven Scribe and Evandrel, so it was a bit of a 50-50 there for the elf part, but Sheldon already is still, utilizing at least those buffs from the Isengrim's Council as it comes down and does deal damage. And here is the Heat Wave. Yeah, it is a better Heat Wave. Considering how many bronzes Lex Smiling still has with the winch. And there's Hubert.
There is Hubert popping out of the deck with the War Chariot coming down on the melee row, applying the bleeding to the Dolbathana Archer. No Purify in hand for Hana-chan to remove that bleed, unless maybe he goes for the Forest Protector on a Caress in his graveyard. I think that's available. Not entirely sure.
That should be available because that Caress was played on a Hamadryad in round 1. But now starting to value these engines, because if you don't deal with them, there's going to be quite a few, and they just keep coming, and they won't stop coming, and they won't stop coming, because here is the Reinforced Ballista, the War Chariot, the Shawnee, all looking a little bit threatening here for Hana-chan. But the point gap, on the other hand, is not that big of a difference. Could Hana-chan still be able to pull through? Like, even if he didn't find the Evandrel there from Isengrim's council, he still has access to it through the Call of the Forest for another rebuke, guaranteed, as Evandrel would be boosted to 5.
Are there any other golds missing in Hana-chan's deck, or is the Call of the Forest able to just happily get the Evandrel?
That's it. 2 units in deck, an Elven Scribe and the Evandrel. So definitely happy to go get that. And yeah, points. Also, these Ballista are coming down on the board, but a little bit late in terms of like full value. For example, this Amphibious Assault would trigger the resupply, but instead come down now on a Marine, valuing protecting the already existing Ballista, buffing it out of rebuke value here.
Yeah, Hana-chan managing to keep this pretty close, 29 to 36. Currently, cards are even. Still 2 bleed on the Archer, but yeah, I mean, card quality is not that different either. With Call of the Forest into Evandrel available for Hana-chan, and Gord as the remaining golds. I imagine the Sorceress is just going to get traded off with the Boiling Oil. So it's effectively Gerhardt plus Reinforced Ballista and Ballista versus... Ooh, you see the... Oh, yeah, Rebuke coming down there for Hana-chan versus Call of the Forest and Gord now, as Lex Smiling going to establish that other Ballista as well.
There was a one cool down there on the War Chariot, making it a pretty important threat for Hana-chan to remove indeed there with the Rebuke.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, these Boiling Oils able to proc the resupply, so while taking out this Sorceress, the Reinforced Ballistas are going to deal 2 more damage to Hana-chan's board. Additionally, Lex Smiling has the Shani Click available now, finally off cooldown, gonna resurrect that bannered student from earlier, and yeah, all of a sudden the points are looking pretty rough for Hana-chan. So this Call of the Forest gonna come out for that Evandrel. Let's see what it can create.
We have some options here. We have a Runestone, we have a Rebuke. Let's see what we find. Of course, the Treants are happy to take Rebuke buffs here, as we do see that happen. Gerhardt, you know, nothing wrong with greeting it here for Lex Smiling. He can hit the Artifact Compression if he greets this Gerhardt 1 turn. Heatwave is already gone, so there is nothing threatening this
Gerhardt on 5, 2 more Reinforced Ballista procs, and this Ballista in hand. Gotta imagine this is gonna be plenty of points for Lex Smiling. Will-o'-the-Wisp. Is there a Will-o'-the-Wisp target? There's 5 damage on the Alzur's Thunder. Oh, nope, Forbidden Magic for 5 there. And Lex Smiling is going to take this series 3-0 over Hana-chan. Very decisive series there. Unfortunate mistake in there for round 1, where Hana-chan was unable to click on a non-veiled unit with his leader. But mistakes in high-pressure situations certainly happen to everyone, and unfortunate that that's the way it went.
Very unfortunate there for Squirtle. Even if that didn't happen, of course, you know, you could try to really push that bleed there. Lex Smiling, of course, does have tools then to answer Hana-chan's bleed, but it sure would have been a lot nicer being able to bleed it out.
Yeah, be able to not lose his card into round 2 when trying to bleed out the siege.
Yeah, definitely.
Unfortunate there.
Wow,
yeah.
What a series, huh? That was... It's kind of like we're repeating the themes here. Our first series went by so fast, and then we had these 2 series in the middle that both went to 5 games, and now we're here again. I think I'm having deja vu. It was a really fast game. Lex Smiling definitely smiled all the way through that, and Hana-chan still putting up a really nice fight, but sometimes when we're dealing with card games, you know, it definitely might not always go as you are planning. And that's it. I think we're ready to hear what the smiling Lex Smiling has to say. So we're going to send you guys over to our fantastic host, Borja, and see the nice one-on-one time.
I am not the fantastic person here. Lex Smiling is the fantastic person. Let me paint a picture for you guys. This guy is working in an oil company. He's playing Gwent in between all that, and he just won the first quarterfinal while playing on his phone. On his phone, exactly. Incredible stuff. And he's going to work in 3 hours. That's why he had to go 3-0 very quickly. Get it done, get to work. Time is ticking, of course. How do you feel, man? That was incredible.
Это было просто невероятно. Короче, ты выиграл 3-0, играя на телефоне. Еще, получается, нужно будет на работу скоро выходить. Вот как себя чувствуешь сейчас?
И честно, даже нет радости большой от победы, потому что очень хочу спать. У меня 5 утра, через 2 часа на работу. Знаете, такая усталость за весь день накопилась, что как бы победил, да победил. Все, без эмоций даже, если честно.
Well, honestly, I even don't feel that happy right now because I'm really tired. It's 5 a.m. and I'm really going to work soon. So actually, just no emotions. I just really want to go to sleep.
And so you will. I just want to say congratulations. I also would like to let you know you'll be going against Sif, the Great Wolf, tomorrow in the semifinals. He said that he wants to take you on because you guys have a similar lineup. How do you feel about that? Just one question and I'll leave you alone.
Ну, последний вопрос я оставляю тебя в покое. Скажи нам, Great Wolf сказал, что хотел бы сыграть против тебя, потому что ему подходит твой лайнап. Ну, скажи, что об этом думаешь.
Помню его деки, но я бы тоже хотел, ну, как я уже знаю, что я сыграю против него. Как я в предыдущем интервью, что на прошлом финале квалификации я ему 3-0 проиграл в финале, так что хочу реванш.
Well, I don't actually remember his decks right now, but as I said in the interview, I lost to him in the last qualies 3-0, so I would just like to take a revenge right now.
Nice, revenge sounds great, and it's a dish best served cold, and that's what I wish for you. I see you're yawning, I see you're tired. Get some sleep, get some rest. Hopefully they're not hard on you on work and you can, come back tomorrow with fresh energy. And thank you once again, and good luck.
Спасибо тебе еще раз, поздравляем с победой. Ну и теперь отдохни немножко и после работы возвращайся на турнир.
Все, спасибо.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome. And before we go, we actually have the best leak for last. And we, as you guys know or you don't know, we will have the Salvin event coming with the new journey and with the new update, which is launching all on the 28th of October, meaning very, very soon, next week on Thursday. Don't miss it. And we actually have the trailer for the Salvin event, so let's see it so you know what it is about.
Now, would you look at that? A lot of awesome things that we just saw in a row. I mean, Lex Smiling playing from work. I had no idea. That is amazing. Has anyone ever done that? And winning a series so fast. That was incredible.
Yeah, playing Gwent Open games on your phone sounds crazy to me, but I mean, I guess some people just play Gwent on their phone, and that's an option that's available to them.
And let's not even mention that awesome video that we just got to take a look at. It looks like the perfect event coming right around the corner. Seobean, of course, there's some spooky stuff. And hey, chat, you saw it. You can help all 3 crows. I mean, who wouldn't want to help all 3 of them? That seems like the perfect Seobean event. And I actually can't wait to see what that is all about. Looks cool.
Yeah, I thought the arts they had there for the crone things, whatever those are, looked really interesting. Curious what those are going to be for. Not something that I think we've seen from other events or journeys in the past. But yeah, if we can take a look at the bracket to see who is going to be advancing. We've got Chase from the first series winning his match 3-0. Then we have Lord Triss winning his match. Sif Great Wolf on the bottom half of the bracket, going to be going up against Lek Smiling, who we just saw defeat Hana-chan 3-0, locking in our last match for the semifinals.
That is right, and that will of course take place tomorrow. Now, let's take a look at the conclusion of today. You know, there's a lot on the line for these players, and the prize pool is quite hefty. Thanks to the community, of course, you have raised the stakes for these players, really. Visiting Shoop in his shop, he's been working hard because you guys have been buying these wonderful packs and cosmetics for the open event, supporting GWENT Esports through that, which is really amazing. And I'm sure all of these players look really happy. I think here they've all definitely collected a nice sum of cash, and some of them get to move on to tomorrow and hopefully get some more under their belts.
For sure. Anyway, I think that is going to be it for us. Let's send it over to Burza, who is going to wrap up the day 1 stream for you guys.
Yep, that's it for us, and we'll see you tomorrow. So will everyone else involved today. It's going to be a fun time. See you, everyone.
All right, guys, thank you. It was amazing day 1. Top 8 players came in, only 4 came out. And yeah, tomorrow's going to be even more exciting. We will also have the trivia by Ryan, which I can see right here, but you cannot see him, but I can see him. See, that's the magic of the camera. And yeah, it's going to be amazing. I'm tired. I think everybody else is tired. And yeah, some people like Smiling need to go to work in 2 hours. So yeah, and you guys don't have to. So thank you for watching. Hope you got your drops. Hope everything went pretty okay and smooth, apart from small technical problems, but whoever noticed those. And yeah, I shall catch you all tomorrow. Bye.